My head was pounding. I opened my eyes. Mud brick walls, a ragged thatched roof, a musty smell stabbing up my nose. I sat bolt upright, and a flood of unfamiliar memories poured into my head. I'd transmigrated. I was now a man in the great Jing dynasty who shared my name. Chun Tianqua, village chief of Luoyin village, 45 years old this year. The village had a name people whispered, Widow Village. The great Jing had been at war for years on end, and every able-bodied man in the village had been conscripted and died on the battlefield. My own 3 sons were dead. My wife, when she heard, took to her bed and never got up, following them into the grave. Of the 30-odd households left, the grown men were wiped out to the last. All that remained were widows, old folks, and half-grown children. This year a great drought had come on top of it all, not a grain harvested from the fields, and life had all but become impossible. Turned out this Chun Tianqua was a spineless wretch. Yesterday a few widows had come to blows outside his door over a handful of wild greens. He went to break it up and got swarmed instead, cursed for being a useless chief who couldn't even wrangle them any relief grain. He couldn't take it, ran back into his house, choked on a breath that wouldn't come, and just like that he was dead, leaving the place open for my modern soul. I was still taking it in when someone started pounding on the door. Honest Chun, you dead in there? Get out here. Bang, bang, bang. The door was about to come off its hinges. I opened it. A crowd of women stood outside. The one in front was the village's widow Zhang Yui, early 30s. Her tone was sharp. Honest Chun, I half thought you died. Yesterday, I went back to my mother's to borrow grain, and my mom said the township's handing out relief. 2 caddies of millet and 3 caddies of rice bran per household. The chiefs of the other villages already took their people to collect it. It's bad enough you're such a coward the rest of the time, but if you don't go this once, the grain'll be gone. The crowd behind her chimed in. The old Chun, the spineless one, would have gone soft with fright by now. But I'm not him. I looked her in the eye and said, flat, those big shots at the township, you think they're that kind-hearted? Even if the court did send grain down, it'd never reach the likes of us. More likely they'll want your land put up as collateral. Zhang Yui's face changed. Her mother had told her this on the sly. Anyone who brought people to the township elder to mortgage their land for a grain loan would get an extra 3 caddies of sorghum as a finder's fee, but the mortgaged land would be locked up an extra year. She'd meant to keep that part quiet, lure the illiterate me along, and let the elder do his smooth talking. She hadn't counted on me calling it out in a single breath. What do you know? There's no such thing. Everyone says you just go and collect it, she blustered. I could hear the guilt under it, and I sneered. Fine, I'll go get the grain. But if your land ends up swindled away, don't come blaming me. The widows behind her panicked at once. With the men all dead, that land was the only thing keeping them alive. Honest Chun, did you hear something? We can't mortgage the land. My plot. My husband worked himself to death making that soil rich. It can't go. Zhang Yui's chest went tight. There was no hiding it now. If she kept egging everyone on and the land was lost afterward, they'd tear her apart. And the way she looked at me had turned strange. This man who was always so meek and mumbling. Why was he acting like a different person today? She straightened up. I don't care about the land business. The point is, my household's owed 2 caddies of millet and 3 of rice bran. You don't bring it back, you owe it to me. I couldn't be bothered to argue. I nodded. Fine, I'll go first thing tomorrow. But I'll need people along. If they really do hand out grain, I can't haul it back alone. Go now? We'll come with you. Too late, and the grain's gone. She was afraid I'd change my mind. I ignored her, went back inside, and came out with a hatchet. I haven't eaten since yesterday. Where would I get the strength to walk all the way to the township? You're in such a hurry, lend me some grain first. I eat my fill, I leave right away. The moment I said lend grain, she shook her head like a rattledrum. My house has no grain to spare, and shrank back. I swept my eyes over the other women, and the whole crowd scattered. Grain was precious these days. Who'd lend any? Just then a voice rang out in my head. Ding. Host detected stabilizing the people's hearts. Binding conditions met. Village expansion system activated. My heart jolted. I quickly pulled up the panel in my mind. Host. Chun Tianqua age. 45, 55. Identity. Village chief of Luoyin Village. Widow Village. dire straits. Mechanism. For every person added to the village, the host constitution is strengthened and a random reward is granted. Starter pack. 1 body strengthening pill to fortify the body. The 45 I understood. But that 55 in the parentheses, what was that? Could I only live to 55? Shock, then a flicker of dismay, and a moment later I'd talk myself around. The system itself had shown up. Why fear a short life? That'd be a slap in the system's own face. From today on, every last one of these villagers, young and old, I'd provide for them all. I picked up the hatchet and said to the women at my door, I'm going into the mountains to find food. You won't lend grain, then don't stand in my way. The grain run. We'll deal with that tomorrow. With that, I strode out of the village toward the back hills. The women behind me traded looks. Honest Chen's turned over a new leaf? Always such a coward, and today he dares go up the mountain. Who cares? Follow him and see. They trotted home for their baskets and tailed me at a distance. Past the village gate, the first thing I did was swallow the body-strengthening pill. My starving, hollowed-out body flooded with strength in an instant. My hunched back straightened, and after a warm current ran through me, I felt 20 years younger. I gripped the hatchet and brought it down on a tree as thick as a rice bowl's mouth. The trunk snapped clean through at the blow. Not bad. This strength nearly matched 2 grown men. Felled 1 thorn pear tree. Value, 21. Sell to the system? I confirmed at once. The tree on the ground vanished into thin air. Sold 1 length of thorn pear wood. Gained 20 points. Shop unlocked. A shop popped up before my eyes. Only 5 items. A 50 caddy sack of rice for 200 points. A caddy of pork for 100. A tray of eggs for 100. A 10 caddy sack of flour for 100. A bottle of water for 1 point. I nearly wept. This system really came through. I looked at the mountain ahead, and in my eyes the whole thing had turned to gold. Every tree a heap of points. With points, feeding the whole village and getting life back on its feet would be no trouble at all. Oh ho, a second ago I thought you'd grown a spine. How come you stopped the moment you cleared the gate? You think you'll find food here? Gnawing barks about your only hope. Zhang Yue had caught up with her crowd. With the system at my back, I wasn't fazed. I grinned. Yue, you've sold me short. I said I'd go up the mountain, and up I'll go. Not just up, I'll bring meat back too. Who are you calling Yue? By the family line you're to call me Annie. She spat. You? Bring back meat? Mind a beast doesn't drag you off. The generation business left me helpless too. My father's generation had had me early. Plenty of folks younger than me in the village ranked an elder by family seniority. If the grown men hadn't all died off, the chief's seat would never have fallen to me. Fine. Annie doesn't believe me, then never mind. When the smell of meat comes your way, you come knock. I won't open the door. Without waiting for her reply, I took a few steps and ducked into the woods. Seeing me actually dare go in, they all got uneasy. Sister Zhang, if Honest Chin really brings back meat, are you going to go knock tonight? Beside her, Widow Wang Ho Hot, smirked nastily. Zhang Yue glared at her. Pa, Wang Ho Hot, I'm not shameless like you. The two went back and forth, nearly coming to blows, until others pulled them apart. A woman of maybe 20-some smoothed it over. Sisters, stop squabbling. Keep this up and he'll be out of sight. It's rare to have a man brave enough to lead us up the mountain. Let's go dig more wild greens. The ones at the foot are already picked clean. The two gave a cold snort and shouldered their baskets to catch up. By now I'd already dropped several small trees, points ranging from a few to a few dozen. The more I cut, the more into it I got. Points exceeded 500. Search function unlocked. Scan for valuable resources within 3 meters. Costs 50 points per use. Lasts 1 minute. Upgradable. I wiped the sweat off. Good function, just pricey. Still better than chopping blind. I'd thought thick trees were the valuable ones. Broke my back felling one and got all of 5 points. I spent 50 points and opened the search. Numbers floated up at once over the trees and weeds around me. I locked onto a stalk of grass marked 50 and yanked it up. Obtained 1 sprig of schizonepida, a medicinal herb. Value 50 points. The points I'd just spent, back already. Watching the countdown, I hurried to hunt for the high numbers. In 1 minute, I sold a good 600 plus points worth. I was about to open it again, but the system said the function was on cooldown 1 day. Annoying. That's an awfully long cooldown. Then again, if you could run it endlessly, that'd be a real bug. At least it was upgradable. Here's hoping it got shorter. The widows trailing behind me had been afraid at first that I'd keep heading deeper in. After watching a while and seeing I was just chopping trees on the slope, they relaxed and went off to dig greens. The sound of my chopping put them at ease too. If there really were a beast, the one making all that noise would be the first to get it. I saw them as well, and to avoid trouble, I didn't sell every tree. I left some of the worthless ones, chopped them into short lengths, and bundled them as firewood. I need to burn it back home anyway. After another hour or so of chopping, I quietly swapped for a bottle of water and drank, then tried to see if the system would take the plastic bottle back. A few tries, no response. Host points reached 2,000. Granted use of a 50 cubic meter warehouse, rentable by spending points. The warehouse rental was 10 points a day. With my nearly 2,000 points, that was pocket change. I rented it and tossed the empty bottle inside. Seeing the sun dip west, I swapped for 2 caddies of pork, wrapped it in big leaves and tucked it into my shirt, hoisted a bundle of firewood, and headed down. When the widows saw me leaving, they hefted their baskets too. The baskets were stuffed full of greens now. They walked light, and the worry had eased off their faces. Wang Hohot teased me. Honest Chun, get any meat? Your Auntie Zhang dug greens all day with her head in the clouds, kept sneaking looks your way. Don't go disappointing her. Zhang Yue couldn't keep her face. She jabbed a finger and cursed her. Wang Hohot, you foul old woman. You're the one hankering. Don't drag me in. The two were about to start up again and got pulled apart. I'd been chopping trees all afternoon, and my stomach had long since started growling. I had no energy to banter. I patted the bulge in my shirt with the flat of the hatchet. See that? I'm eating well tonight. Wang Hohot didn't believe me. I think you just stuffed a bunch of leaves in there to fool us. Dare to take it out and show? It was meat in my shirt, all right, but it was the systems, already cut and portioned. Taking it out would only make things harder to explain. I couldn't be bothered. I strode on down. Believe it or don't. Come evening, you'll know by the smell. Home, I unloaded the firewood and got out the meat to cook. I hunted around and couldn't find a kitchen knife. Then remembered this house had one iron pot, and, apart from that, this single ancestral hatchet as its only piece of ironware. I rinsed the hatchet clean and went in to cut the meat. On the stove was nothing but a small crock of coarse salt. No other seasoning. I decided to make muleteer's meat, something I'd picked up from videos in my last life. The muleteers on the ancient T-horse road set out with hardly any seasoning. So they'd cut the meat into big chunks, drop it in the pot, add water to cover, put the lid on and braise it. When it boiled, they'd reduce it down, render out the fat, throw in a pinch of coarse salt, give it a toss, and out it came. The smell would carry for miles. I got the meat going, swapped for a sack of rice, and steamed a big pot of it, and on a whim swapped for a tray of eggs too, planning to make egg-fried rice once the rice was done. I only learned later that, in the time I spent cooking that meat, the households across the village were making their own suppers. Supper being a pot of millet gruel so thin you could see the bottom, stirred up with a few wild greens into a paste. The household nearest mine was Zhang Yue's. The 2 bowls of greens paste she set on the table were licked clean by her son and daughter in no time, down to the bottoms. Her elder, Tai Dan, was 9. Her little girl, Arya, was 5. Young, but both sensible enough that they finished and didn't whine for more. Zhang Yue picked up the last bowl and said with a smile, Ma dug a lot of greens today. This bowl's too much. I can't finish. Here, half for each of you. She tipped most of it into the 2 children's bowls. Arya cupped her little bowl and started eating. Tai Dan, being older, knew his mother was stretching the food and pushed his bowl back. Ma, I'm full. You worked all day? You eat more. Once winter's past, I'll be 10, and Pa said he went into the mountains for food at 10. I'll go up with you then. Warmth spread through Zhang Yue's chest, but her words stayed stern. Don't go listening to that dead ghost father of yours. The mountains are full of man-eating beasts. A 10-year-old up there wouldn't even fill a gap in their teeth. You stay home and mind Arya. Food's for Ma to figure out. She took a token small bite and pushed the bowl back to tie it in again. As she was speaking, Arya sniffed hard. Ma, brother, it smells so good. What is that? Zhang Yue smelled it too, the smell of meat. She'd nearly forgotten what it was like. The last time they'd had meat was when her dead ghost husband was alive and snared some game in the mountains. Back then, Arya was still in her belly. Now she was almost 5 and had never tasted a single bite of meat. The smell of meat grew thicker and her chest tightened. When she'd gone back to her mother's, her mom had said some villages, driven mad by hunger, had already done terrible things. The thought of her 2 children, if some hunger-crazed person fixed on them, she didn't dare follow the thought. She told Tydan to watch his sister well, shoved the door open, and ran out. Following the smell, she ran to my door. The meat smell was wafting out from here. She let out a breath. It wasn't what she'd feared, good. But she was puzzled. Where would this spineless wretch get meat? Could he have had dumb luck and picked up some dead animal? Full dark now. She pressed to the crack of the door and peered a long while, but couldn't make anything out, her stomach cramping with hunger. She was about to knock when she remembered Wang Hohat's mockery from the day and pulled her hand back. She glanced at my low wall, gritted her teeth, hauled a few stones over from the roadside to stand on, and climbed up onto the wall top to look in. And I was at the stove, turning the egg-fried rice in the pot, humming a little tune from my last life, tossing the wok with satisfaction, about to dish it out. Outside the yard came a muffled crash, followed by several startled cries. My heart leapt. I dropped the wok, snatched up the hatchet, and charged out. Half of my own courtyard wall had collapsed, and several figures lay sprawled on the ground. Who's there? Smashing my wall in the middle of the night. I'll chop you to bits. I raised the hatchet to rush them. The figures on the ground startled. One, not even minding the pain, hurried to shout, "Honest Chun, don't. It's me, your Auntie Wang." By the faint glow of the firewood inside, I recognized Wang Hohat and stopped, though I didn't lower the blade. "What are you doing smashing my wall in the dead of night with a gang of people?" "Huh? I didn't bring anyone." She rubbed where she'd landed, gasping. I pointed at the others beside her. "Lying with your eyes open. They're not people, they're ghosts." Wang Hohat blinked, looked down, and only then saw the others sprawled around her. So it was, in the pitch dark, all of them so fixed on the smell of meat that none had noticed the others clinging to the wall. She leaned toward them, made out Zhang Yue among them, and arched a brow. "Oh ho, Zhang Yue. What did I tell you today? Said you'd come knock on Honest Chin's door tonight. And here you are. Not just here. You went and crushed the man's wall." Zhang Yue went red with fury and got up through the pain. "Pa, you're the one who brought a gang and crushed the wall. I was just passing by. Nothing to do with me." "Passing by? On a pitch-black night like this? Who'd believe that?" "Bullshit. I came following the smell. I thought some house had done something desperate." Zhang Yue stopped short. That hunger-crazed business, she didn't dare go on. If the others had had no such notion, her bringing it up might just put it in their heads and turn them toward her own children. Seeing her cut off mid-sentence, Wang Hohat took it as a hit landed and crowed. "Called it, didn't I? And you spat at me for it." I'd listened to them bicker long enough to get the picture. This lot had smelled the meat from my house and come to climb the wall. I was just putting the hatchet away and about to speak when I saw 2 people crouched beside Zhang Yue cover their faces, turn, and bolt into the dark. By their build, thinner than these 2 standing here with hands on hips trading curses. Surely the village's younger widows, their faces not yet thick enough. I tapped my palm with the back of the blade. "I don't care who led this. My wall's down now. The 2 who ran I didn't get a clear look at, so there's nothing I can do about them. But you 2 I caught red-handed. You don't fix this wall for me, and none of you will get anything good out of it." Zhang Yue had felt a touch of guilt, but the moment she heard this universally acknowledged coward dare press her like this, that bit of self-reproach vanished. She turned shrewish. "I told you. I was just passing. I haven't even griped about your wall bruising me. Want me to fix the wall? Not a chance. If you've got the nerve, go find the 2 who ran off." With that she spun and ran for home. Seeing everyone else had slipped away, Wang Hohat thought to make her own getaway. "Io, you women nearly made me waste it. The meat in my pot must be scorched." I called out. At the word meat, Wang Hohat's half-turned body swung right back, just in time to see me dashing for the house in a panic. Inside, I ambled over to the stove, dished the egg-fried rice out of the pot, and frowned at the crust at the bottom. "Bit scorched. How's anyone supposed to eat this?" You can. Scorched rice crust's the best part." In 2 or 3 steps, Wang Hohat shot into my house, eyes fixed on the golden egg fried rice on the stove, then on the glistening muleteer's meat beside it, her lips trembling. Meat? And a whole big plate of it. I stepped over and planted myself between her and the stove, saying nothing, just looking at her. She gave a sheepish smile. Nephew, you really have grown some skill, getting hold of all this meat. Could Annie have a taste? Don't call me nephew. I frowned. This widow was barely past 30, the family rank business graded. Listen to my mouth. Chief. I should say chief, she corrected hastily. I watched her eyes keep drifting to the meat behind me, and an idea took shape. Plainly put, in a village full of orphans and widows, whoever held the grain was the one everyone leaned on. I didn't dance around it. Meat and rice, all she could eat. But from here on she had to speak for me in the village and keep the people steady. Give and take, each getting what they needed. Wang Hohat was a sharp one to begin with. We struck the deal on the spot. Villager Wang Hohat has joined. Constitution +1. With the system reward in hand, I found Wang Hohat, straightening her clothes, eyes still glued to the meat, a good deal more agreeable to look at, which reminded me I'd been at this for ages and still hadn't eaten. I picked up the meat and rice and dug in. Wang Hohat watched wide-eyed as I ate the last piece of meat, looking like she had something to say but couldn't. I set down my chopsticks, picked up a thin twig to pick my teeth, and shot her a glance. What, not full? Out with it. All this hemming and hawing isn't like you. Didn't see you this bashful when you were cursing out Widow Zhang. Chief, I'm full. It's just, could I take a little food back? My girl. I searched the memories and recalled Wang Hohat had a daughter of around 10. Raised hungry since birth, sallow and scrawny. Not even as tall as a 7 or 8-year-old from my last life. I pointed at the half pot of white rice. Take the whole half pot. Wang Hohat hadn't expected me to be so generous. She shook with excitement. White rice. This, cooked into gruel back home, it'd feed them for days. With a stream of thank yous, she crouched and tipped all the rice into the held-up front of her shirt. Want meat? Come back. I've got plenty. I called after her. Chief, really? She turned back, overjoyed. Seeing me nod, she nearly jumped. In a famine year, for a widow with a child not to starve was already doing well. Now that someone was willing to lend a hand, how could she not be glad? Cradling the white rice, she left through the gap in the collapsed wall. I looked at that half wall and wondered whether I'd fix the thing or not. Back home, Wang Hohat's daughter was already asleep. She crept in softly, dumped the white rice into the pot without delay, added water, and started cooking gruel. Watching the white gruel roll in the pot, she did her sums. Chun Tianqua was so free-handed. His house was sure to have more grain. She'd have to run over there often these next days. Maybe she'd come away with more. Ma, what are you cooking? Smells so good, the girl called from the bed. That nose of yours is sharp. Sniffing it out, even asleep. Get up quick. Ma's made you something good. Her daughter scrambled up, ran to the stove, took one look into the pot, and couldn't pull her eyes away. White rice gruel. Her throat worked, and her hand shot out on instinct to grab. Are you daft? Wang Hohat smacked her hand away. The girl rubbed her belly. Ma, I'm so hungry. Wang Hohat ladled out a small bowl and handed it over. Tide yourself over first. The gruel needs a while longer. Once the rice cooks down soft, you'll have a whole big pot. Her daughter took the bowl, never minding the heat, downed it in a few gulps, then stared longingly at the pot, murmuring, hurry and cook. White gruel smells so good. The next day, I was still asleep when a round of knocking woke me. Honest, Chin, look how late it is, still not up. I yawned. I made out Zhang Yui's voice and saw my bedroom door rattling under the blows. This woman didn't even knock at the courtyard anymore. She'd come straight to the inner room. I pulled the door open and smiled. Auntie Zhang, here so early to help me fix the wall? Pa, who's helping you fix any wall? I told you last night I was just passing. Go find Wang Hohat for your wall. Then what are you banging on my door at dawn for? Honest, Chun, forget what you promised yesterday. Today you take us to the township for relief grain. I gave an oh. Fine. Since you don't trust my word, call a few more people and we'll all make the trip to the township. Zhang Yui breathed easier and headed out through the broken wall to round people up. I used the time to wash up, lit a fire, and boiled a dozen some eggs. Half an hour later, Zhang Yue had gathered a dozen-odd people in my yard. They saw me unhurriedly peeling eggs, and all went wide-eyed. Eggs? Where'd Honest Chin get eggs? And boiled whole to eat. What a spendthrift. Whipped into egg drop soup with greens that'd fill you for a whole day. Under a crowd of astonished stares, I finished them off in a few bites and clapped my hands. Everyone's here. Let's go. When we reached the spot where the wall had fallen, well now, half a day, and they'd already worn a path through it. I shook my head and just walked out that way myself. The group reached Wang Hohat's door, and Zhang Yui's eyes rolled. This woman who'd given her no end of grief, she'd drag her into the muck too. Once the land was mortgaged and the grain couldn't be repaid, the land would be lost. Best of all, the person would be hauled off by the gentry to do hard labor. A cold smile at the corner of her mouth, she stepped up and knocked. Who is it? Sister Wang. Honest Chin's taking us to collect relief grain. You coming? Wang Hohat had eaten a rare, full meal the day before, hadn't woken hungry in the night, and had slept soundly. She opened the door to a crowd, and the first thing she spotted was me at the back. She threw me a wink before saying to Zhang Yue, coming. The chief's leading. Of course I'm coming. Zhang Yue arched a brow. Today's Wang Hohat was a little off, not undercutting her, and rosy-cheeked besides. Wang Hohat, did I hear wrong? What did you call Honest Chin, chief? Wang Hohat folded her arms. All day long it's Honest Chin this, Honest Chin that. You can't even manage a chief, and you still expect him to fetch your grain? It's only that the chief's big-hearted and lets it slide. Were it me, I wouldn't give you the time of day. Zhang Yue was stumped. Wang Hohat, are you possessed today? Hearing Wang Hohat speak up for me, I was pleased. Looked like last night's meal had landed right where it counted. I waved her over. Come, come. Auntie's the one who knows how to talk. Haven't eaten, have you? I boiled some eggs. I fished out too. Wang Hohat's eyes lit up. She shoved past Zhang Yue, who was blocking the way, ran over to take the eggs, thanking me over and over. Zhang Yue nearly toppled, and at the sight of those eggs her teeth itched with anger. Recalling the smell of meat from my house last night, she'd already guessed Wang Hohat had gotten something good and changed her tune, and she cursed the woman's shamelessness inwardly. Wang Hohat paid no mind to what anyone thought, briskly peeled one and popped it in her mouth, swallowed it in a few bites, hesitated over the last one, then tucked it into her pocket under a crowd of envious eyes. Zhang Yue stirred the pot. Honest Chin, you've got eggs. How come only Wang Hohat gets one? Why not share with everyone? The other's eyes turned greedy too, locked on the spot where I kept the eggs. I sneered inside. Why? Don't you know? I'm not your father, and you're not my wife. My things, I give to whoever I please. Zhang Yue was struck dumb. She could hardly believe those words came out of Honest Chun. I couldn't be bothered with her and turned to go. Wang Hohat chuckled. So many folks these days wanting something for nothing. Do nothing and still expect pie to fall from the sky. Then she trotted to catch up with me. Watching Wang Hohat hurry off with a sway in her hips, the crowd cursed her under their breath, but a pang of hunger yanked them back to reality. Those were eggs. Why did Wang Hohat get to eat and not them? They were all women. Whatever she had, they had too. In that moment, other thoughts began stirring in every one of these women. I walked at the front, glancing back now and then. Every one of them sallow and gaunt with hunger, clothes patch upon patch. Of the dozen odd, only Wang Hohat and Zhang Yue looked at all fuller, better constitutions, I supposed. Looking at this group of women with the spirit drained out of them, I sighed. If I hadn't transmigrated in, they'd have held out maybe another half-month before abandoning the village to throw themselves on their mother's families. But in times like these no household had grain to spare. And they carried the name of husband killers besides. Going home would likely be even harder. The luckier ones would be married off again to some old bachelor. The worse off, sold to a landlord's house as bond servants. As I was thinking, Wang Hohat quickened her steps to sidle up and said in a low, ingratiating voice, Chief, you taken a fancy to one of the young widows? Tell me. Tonight I'll go play matchmaker for you. I waved a hand. They're all starved down to skin and bone. Wait till life in the village turns around, then we'll talk. Right now the thing is to fill bellies and gather people's hearts. Wang Hohat flushed and spat lightly. You devil. I laughed and fished out another egg to peel. These days I've got grain in hand and can fill your bellies. That's what skill is. Wang Hohat swallowed. Right, right. You're the most capable of all. I split the peeled egg in two. Open up. I stuffed half into her mouth. The women behind us gulped hard, eyes full of a hunger they couldn't hide. But it was broad daylight, and in the end none had Wang Hohat's thick skin, so they couldn't bring themselves to crowd in and beg. Zhang Yue rolled her eyes and muttered sourly, "Slut." Cheeks bulging, Wang Hohat wasn't bothered. She swallowed and smacked her lips on purpose. These eggs are just so good, filling too. My belly stuffed. At that, the whole group's stomachs growled like a drum line. I played deaf and bellowed. Pick up the pace, all of you, dawdling along like you've never eaten. At this rate, when'll we ever reach the township? With that, I lengthened my stride. The women, who'd had nothing all morning, had no strength to begin with. Watching me pull further ahead, they could only grit their teeth and keep up, cursing me up and down inside. Near midday, the group finally reached the township. Called a township, it was really a big village of 100-odd households, the houses run down, much like ours. I brought everyone to a stop before a courtyard with a gray brick gateway, the home of township elder Wang Deguay. I sized up the yard and laughed inwardly. Truly horse dung, shiny on the outside. Inside it was just 3 mud-walled rooms. Only the gateway was laid with gray brick. Even a landlord's house had no grain to spare, and this place was handing out relief? I'd never believe it if it killed me. I stepped up and knocked. After a moment, the door opened, and a young fellow poked his head out, looking me over. "What do you lot want?" I put on a smile. "Big brother, I'm the chief of Luoyin village. Heard the elder here is handing out relief grain, so I brought the village to collect." "Oh, here for grain. Come in." The fellow gave a snicker. I caught the catch in that laugh and, not letting it show, followed him into the yard. "Pa, someone's here for grain," he called toward the inner room. An old man came out, hair streaked gray, though his face showed little of the famine's pallor. He unhurriedly dragged a chair over and sat, sizing me up with a pair of triangular eyes. "Where are you from?" I cupped my hands in a bow. "Begging your pardon, village elder. I'm from Luoyin village." The old man's cloudy eyes lit up. "Ah, Luoyin village, where every household gave its sons to die for the country. Splendid. Your village is a model for all the hamlets around here. Just the other day, the county magistrate was singing your praises." "Praise my ass," I grumbled inwardly. "Every grown man in the village is dead." Out loud, I had to force a smile. "To earn the magistrate's praise is a blessing for our village. Yours is a village of merit. Even with only widows and orphans left, the court won't abandon you. If you hadn't come today, I'd have sent someone in a day or two to call you in for your relief grain." I didn't react, but the cluster of widows behind me brimmed with grateful tears and scrambled to kowtow their thanks. I stepped aside and didn't bow, "Please. I've got a system. Like I need your charity." I watched out of the corner of my eye as the elder put on his show, comforting the widows with phony sympathy. The young man beside him used helping them up as a pretext, stepping forward to steady the village widows, except his hands wandered to all the wrong places. He worked especially hard on Zhang Yue and Wang Hohat, all but plastering himself against them. The younger widows flushed with shame. "Uft, you dog. Copping a feel off, my people. I'll find a chance to sort you out, count on it." After a few soothing words, the elder turned to the young man. "Shunkai, go inside and fetch the ledger. Have them press their thumbprints and collect their grain." Wang Shunkai went in and came back out with a booklet. The elder took it and pointed. "Everyone, come press your prints. Each household that signs gets 2 caddies of sorghum and 3 of rice bran." I glanced at it twice and frowned. "Village elder, what kind of register is this? Mind if I take a look?" Wang Shunkai snorted coldly. "What's a mud-legged peasant like you going to make of it?" The elder waved him off, all smiles. "The court's relief grain is counted to the last measure. We have to record how many households received it, or there'll be hell to pay when the higher-ups come asking. This register is the proof. Look all you like." With that, he held the booklet out. I took it, and inside I started cursing. The old bastard really is rotten. He bet I couldn't read. Across the top of the booklet, a few big characters were plain as day: land mortgage deed. Reading on, I nearly laughed from sheer anger. The grain amount wasn't bad, but it wasn't relief grain at all. It was a loan secured against the land, at 9 out, 13 back, interest, borrow 9 caddies, owe 13, with a 6-month term. missed the deadline, and the land covered the debt. Then I looked at the creditor's name and froze. I'd assumed village elder Wang Deguai was grabbing land off the back of the famine, but the creditor listed was Zhao Yuanchuan. I remembered him, a scholar in the county seat, from a wealthy family. So Scholar Zhao wanted to gobble up land on a grand scale, using the elder as his hands while keeping his own out of sight. That was the collusion. No wonder the elder's courtyard looked so ordinary. Where else would a man like him get this much grain to lend out? While I was mulling it over, Wang Shunkai impatiently snatched the booklet back. Seen enough? Then press your print and quit dragging your feet. I rubbed my hands together and slowly straightened up. Village elder, I can't read all the characters here, but a few of them I do recognize. Wang Deguai's eyelid twitched. Oh, go on. Which ones did you make out? I took my time. Not many. Just things like 9 out, 13 back, and land as collateral. Oh, and a person's name, a Zhao Yuanchuan. At those words, the whole yard erupted. Wang Hohat's eyes went wide. Village chief, what's that mean? That doesn't sound like collecting relief grain to me. They want us to mortgage our land for a loan. That's right, chief. The land is our life. We can't mortgage it. Wang Shunkai roared. What rot are you spouting? None of that's written there. Your hide must be itching, coming here to make a scene. And he moved to hit me. Hearing the women's muttering and seeing his son about to strike someone in front of everyone, the elder, who was, after all, the elder and still cared about appearances, called Wang Shunkai off. His face slowly darkened. Well, didn't think this poor hole would turn out somebody who could read. He paused, and seeing no expression on my face, went on. Fine. Since you understand it, I won't waste words. The harvest is what it is. If you don't want to starve, figure it out yourselves. I sneered to myself. The con didn't work, so now he means to throw his weight around and strong-arm us into signing. The land wasn't just these widows' lifeline. It was a resource I needed to expand the village, and I didn't have enough as it was. No way I was signing it over to anyone else. But standing here on his turf, I couldn't openly turn on him. I cupped my hands. This isn't my call to make. I'll need to go back and discuss it. No offense meant, village elder. Wang Deguai waved a hand. There isn't much grain left to lend anyway. Mortgage your land today, and you can borrow 2 caddies of sorghum. No telling whether tomorrow it'll be down to 1. With that, he turned and went back inside, ignoring us all. Wang Shunkai shoved me, trying to drive me out, only to find this scrawny-looking old man wouldn't budge. More irritated than ever, he jabbed a finger at the gate. No loan. Then get lost. Stop cluttering up my view. I gave him a look, let out a couple of dry chuckles, and led the way out of the courtyard, the women following close behind. Once they'd gone, Wang Shunkai ran back inside, complaining. Pa, who'd have thought that dog could read? You shouldn't have shown him the book. Wang Deguai shot him a sidelong look. What are you panicking for? You're not the one going hungry. Give it a couple of days, and when they're desperate enough, they'll come to us on their own. Then we do exactly as I said today. Hand over 1 caddy of millet, but write down 2 on the deed. Wang Shunkai nodded eagerly. Pa, you're the shrewd one. That way we pocket a caddy ourselves and still have an answer for Scholar Zhao. Seeing his son still gloating, Wang Deguai added, go round up a few thugs and rough up that village chief. Teach him to remember his place. Break an arm or a leg. That's all. Don't make it a corpse. If he's going to die, he can come press his print and sign over the land first, then die. Got it, Pa. Outside the elder's place, Zhang Yue seethed, cursing me in her heart. The dolt can actually read. If I'd known, I'd never have egged him into coming. She could have quietly led the villagers in pressing their prints, collected the extra grain, and paid it back later. And if she got found out, worst case, she'd just sell the land back to the elder, take her 2 kids, and go home to her mother's family. But I'd thrown a wrench in it, and her whole scheme had fallen apart. She was still stewing when someone yanked her hair from behind. Before the pain could even make her cry out, a voice cursed savagely at her back. You shameless little vixen, what were you scheming? If the chief couldn't read, you'd have sold every one of us today. I'll beat you to death. The one who'd struck was none other than Wang Hohat. Cursing all the while, she gripped Zhang Yue's hair with her left hand and wound up her right to slap her twice across the face. 2 crisp cracks, and Zhang Yue shrieked like a stuck pig, clawing wildly at Wang Hohat's face. Why are you hitting me? I didn't know it was mortgaging the land for a loan either. Just as Wang Hohat's face was about to get raked bloody, a big hand clamped around Zhang Yu's wrist. Mine. Enough. Save it for the village. My shout froze the two widows mid-brawl. With her hair still in someone's grip and my hand crushing her wrist, Zhang Yui's tears came at once, and she wailed at the top of her lungs. Somebody help. The village chief is beating me. Village elder, save me. The crying instantly drew a crowd of gawkers. I signaled Wang Hohat to let go, fierce as she was with Zhang Yui. Ever since she'd gotten a taste of what siding with me brought her, she did whatever I said, though she gave one last vicious yank before releasing. I kept my own grip and called out to the onlookers. Gentlemen, young and old. This village woman's so starved she can't take it anymore. Any of you carrying food? Spare her a bite, so her hungry caterwauling stops bothering everyone. At the mention of food, the onlookers scattered in a whoosh. In times like these, their own wives were going hungry. Who'd care about a stranger? Just as I'd figured. These days, the moment people hear someone wants food, they run off faster than rabbits. With the crowd gone, Zhang Yui's wailing cut off abruptly. I looked at her, amused. Go on, keep crying. Why'd you stop? Terrified I'd slap her too. She sniffled. I got beaten for nothing. And you, the chief, take her side. Now I'm not even allowed to cry? Oh, get hit once and suddenly it's chief, not Chen Laosher? I bent down to her ear and dropped my voice. Whether that beating was for nothing, you know perfectly well. You'd best settle down now, or I'll show you how I deal with you once we're back in the village. Zhang Yui shivered all over, thought of her two kids at home, and stopped crying at once. Seeing her cowed, I let go of her wrist and signaled everyone to get moving. We hadn't gone far when 4 men blocked the road, led by none other than the elder's son, Wang Shunkai. The other 3, obvious thugs at a glance, closed in around me. Wang Shunkai pointed at Zhang Yui. I just saw it. You were beating and cursing this lady here, and I heard her scream for help. What? You don't want to be village chief anymore. Pulling this in broad daylight, right under my father's nose. One look and I knew they'd come to pick a fight. Zhang Yui was just the pretext. I smiled. Brother, this is a misunderstanding. A couple of village women love to gossip. They got into it and came to blows. I was breaking it up. What kind of chief leads the beating himself? Wang Shunkai snorted. Whether it is or isn't, it's not for your mouth to decide. Miss, my father will back you, so don't be afraid. Was it him who started it, picking on you? Zhang Yui looked at him, then at me, momentarily at a loss for what to say. Wang Shunkai softened his tone. Miss, weren't you all here to borrow grain? Just tell the truth, and Big Brother here will see to it you get a little extra. At the mention of borrowing more grain, Zhang Yui's eyes darted, and the wheels started turning. From what I'd said earlier, she'd already guessed I'd figured out she was the one who tried to trick everyone into mortgaging the land. And even if I hadn't, Wang Hohat would go back and embellish the whole story, and then there'd be no living it down in the village. These men were plainly after me, so why not just let them deal with me? She'd borrow her grain, take her kids, and go home to her mother's family. Having worked it out, she stepped behind Wang Shunkai and pointed at me. Big Brother, you're right. He's the one who started beating me. I wanted to borrow grain, and he absolutely refused to let me. Back in the village, he'll stop everyone else from borrowing too. Wang Shunkai flew into a rage. This man had ruined his business and meant to keep ruining it back home. He couldn't be left alive. He'd planned to break a leg, as his father said, and now he had his excuse. But killing a man couldn't be done here. He jabbed a finger at my nose and cursed. Get the hell out. From now on, this lady's business is my business. Lay a hand on her again, and I'll break your legs. The bystanders chimed in. Way to go, Brother Shunkai. Look, her face is all swollen from the beating. That dog deserves a thrashing, a village chief who only knows how to bully his own people. My face went iron gray as I looked at Zhang Yui. Zhang Yui, what's this supposed to mean? You're not coming back to the village? Abandoning your kids at home too? Before she could answer, Wang Shunkai stepped in front of her. I told you to get lost. Are you deaf? Seeing the crowd swell, and this being someone else's turf, I knew staying longer just meant a beating for nothing. I gave Zhang Yui a nod. Fine. You stay here for now. I'll wait for you in the village. Then I turned and walked off. The widows had long since been frightened stiff, heads down, They hurried after me, especially Wang Ho-hot, who'd thrown the punches and now feared Zhang Yui would set someone on her. She stuck to my back like a startled rabbit, glancing over her shoulder again and again to check for pursuers. The moment I left, Wang Xuansai's face turned cold. "Let's go, miss." "Go where?" Zhang Yui asked, blank. "Back with me to press your thumbprint, of course." Zhang Yui panicked. She hadn't managed to fool the villagers, and once she pressed that print, her land was as good as gone. How many days would one caddy of millet last? Show up empty-handed with 2 kids, and her mother's family wouldn't take her in either. She instinctively backed away, shaking her head to refuse. Wang Xuansai's expression flipped in an instant. He seized her by the hair and dragged her toward the courtyard. "You stinking woman. You said yourself you'd press the print. Too late to back out now." The 3 thugs shoved and jostled her from behind, hands roaming where they shouldn't, leering and snickering. "Brother Shunkai, after she presses her print, let us boys have a little fun with her first, then go after that clueless dog." Wang Shunkai gave a low chuckle. "Fine. You hold her down for me later. I go first. Once we're done with her, then we'll go finish off that dog." Hearing they meant to violate her and kill me too, Zhang Yui was scared out of her wits. Her legs went weak beneath her, and she crumpled into a heap. The men hauled her into the courtyard. When Wang Digui saw his son carrying a woman back in, he frowned. "I sent you to handle something. What are you doing hauling a woman in here?" Wang Shunkai let go of her and picked up the booklet. "Pa, this woman said herself she'd press the print. Their chief stopped her before she could, so I brought her back to do it." Wang Digui glanced at the ashen-faced woman, said nothing more, and jerked his chin to signal that once she'd signed, they should hurry off to deal with me. The thugs flung Zhang Yui to the ground and reached for her hand to press the print. The pain of the fall jolted her out of her daze. "Run. I have to run. Otherwise I'm finished, and my 2 kids at home will suffer for it too." Thinking of her 2 children, she found strength from somewhere, wrenched free, knocked over Wang Shunkai, booklet and all, with a headlong charge, and bolted for the gate. The men were stunned. One moment she'd been scared half dead, the next she shot off like a madwoman. Knocked flat, Wang Shunkai pointed at the gate and bellowed, "What are you all standing around for? Get her back here." Only then did the thugs give chase. Zhang Yui had a single thought left: run, run for her life. She couldn't be dragged back, lose the land, get no grain, be violated on top of it, and her mother's family would surely refuse her. The only road left for her and her 2 children would be starvation. The more she thought, the more terrified she became, and the faster her feet flew. She didn't even stop when a shoe came off. Wang Shunkai and the others pounded after her, cursing, "You stinking woman, stop right there." Meanwhile, my group had already left the township's main road and was heading back along a side path. The widows wore nothing but long faces. They'd come hoping for relief grain, glad despite their hunger, only to find it was a land mortgage. Now their steps dragged as if their legs were filled with lead. Seeing them so lifeless left me uneasy too. They were my villagers, after all. I pulled 7 or 8 eggs I'd boiled that morning from inside my shirt and handed them to Wang Ho-hot. "Don't fret too much, everyone. The township's no help, but with me here you won't go hungry. Eat these eggs, quick, then get up the mountain before dark and dig up plenty of wild greens. The rest I'll figure out." Wang Ho-hot cradled the eggs, 1,000 times unwilling to share them. As far as she was concerned, they were all hers by right. I shot her a pained look, as if it hurt me to part with them. "What are you standing there like a fool for? Don't you want a full belly tonight?" At the promise of a full belly that night, she switched to a smile at once and passed the eggs around. The women who received them could hardly believe their eyes. Real eggs, just handed to them. Like that? It felt like a dream. Yet the weight in their hands was solid and real. "What? None of you hungry? Eat up," I said with a smile. The women crammed the eggs into their mouths without waiting to peel them, swallowing shell and all in seconds. I pressed my lips together. Well, they'd already eaten them. What was there to say? Call it extra calcium. With the eggs gone, much of the deadness lifted from their faces. "Come on, let's keep moving." I'd barely lifted a foot when a cry for help came from behind. "Help! Village chief! Save me!" I turned to see Zhang Yui sprinting toward us for all she was worth on her 2 long legs, several men chasing behind. The sight made me grin. Just now I'd been sulking over the village being down ahead, and here she was running back on her own in no time at all. Didn't Zhang Yue hook up with Wang Shunkai? What's going on? She's not bringing her new man to make trouble for us, is she? Wang Hohot fretted, both suspicious and worried. Zhang Yue got to within 7 or 8 meters of us, both feet by now rubbed raw and streaming blood. At the sight of her own people, the breath she'd been holding rushed out and all her strength drained away. Her running momentum pitched her straight to the ground, where she rolled a few times and went limp. Still she struggled to crawl toward me. She'd gotten halfway up when a big foot stomped down hard and pinned her. Damn it, you stinking woman. Go on, keep running. With no strength left to struggle, Zhang Yue shut her eyes in despair and lay there gasping. Not yet sure what they were playing at, I held my tongue. Wang Shunkai yanked her up by the hair, slapped her twice more, and flung her aside like a dead dog. You wretched woman, I'll deal with you in a minute. Cursing, he came straight at me. The thugs behind him wore mocking, vicious looks. A chill ran through me. They were here for me. Even though I'd taken the system's elixir and boosted my constitution, facing 4 men still left me unsure. As they closed in, I murmured to the widows beside me. See how they're knocking Sister Zhang around? They've sure as anything come to drag us back to press those prints. If you don't want to lose your land, then the moment I make my move, you pile on and help me take them down. A flicker of fear crossed the widows' faces. I quickly added, anyone who pitches and gets 2 eggs each when we're back. At that, their breathing thickened in their nostrils and the timidity left their eyes. With backup, I felt steadier, and I looked at Wang Shunkai. Brother, beating one of our village's own in front of everyone. That's not really proper, is it? Wang Shunkai stopped and sneered. So what if I hit her? Not just hit her. I'm going to finish off you too, you dog who wrecked my business. Once you're dead, let's see which of those women behind you still dares refuse to press her print. Brother Shunkai, why waste breath on this old codger? I'll cripple a leg of his first. One of the thugs trotted forward a few steps and launched a flying kick at me. My right hand had long since closed around the machete at my waist. Without a second thought, I drew it and chopped down to meet his leg. Aff, my leg. No one expected me to start hacking at the slightest provocation. Only when the thug was rolling on the ground, clutching his broken leg and screaming, did everyone catch up to what had happened. Crippling one right off the bat, my nerves surged. Gripping the blood-streaked blade, I roared at the widows. They're beating our own people and out to steal our land. Beat them to death. Wang Shunkai was rattled by my ferocity, and the sight of the widows behind me about to swarm made him quail inside. He blustered. My father is the village elder. You dare touch me, just try it. Village elder? I wasn't about to indulge him. I stepped in and drove a kick into his gut. I look old and scrawny, but with the system's reinforcement my strength was roughly that of 3 grown men. One kick sent Wang Shunkai flying more than a meter. He hit the ground clutching his belly and threw up his whole midday meal. Seeing their chief so fearsome, the widows behind me howled and threw themselves at the other 2 thugs. I'd assumed women fighting amounted to nothing more than hair-pulling and face-scratching. But these widows opened my eyes. They swarmed in all at once, pinned both men in an instant, and went to work, gouging eyeballs, biting ears, savagely hammering the soft spots. In under a minute, both thugs were out of the fight, rolling on the ground and begging for mercy. I walked over to Wang Shunkai, who was bent double and staring at me in terror, and tapped his cheek lightly with the flat of the blade. Still want to finish me off now? Wang Shunkai trembled. Big brother, I'd never dare. I was only joking just now. I sheathed the blade, walked over to one of the pinned thugs, and said airily, I didn't think you were joking. Then I stamped down on his knee. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bone, and the thug screamed like a slaughtered pig. The stomp landed as if on Wang Shuansai's own heart. He flinched back instinctively. I moved to the other thug and stamped down on his right hand. Crack! Another scream. Wang Shuansai's blood ran cold, and he cowed out over and over. Big brother, I was wrong. I'll never dare again. I walked back to him, crouched down, put away the cold face, and said slowly, with a smile, as long as you know you were wrong, I'll still give the elder his face. Today, I won't break your arms or legs. Go home and mind yourself, and don't provoke our village. Then I pointed at the widows holding down the thugs. See them? Every one of them carries a dead man on her back. Push them far enough and biting a few thugs to death wouldn't be hard at all. I stood and waved the widows off. All right, let go. You pack of tigresses, keep at it, and you'll smother them to death. Only then did the widows let go, still glaring daggers at the thugs on the ground. I patted Wang Xuansai's shoulder. Go back and tell the elder good and proper. Ours is a village of merit, so weigh it carefully. Now get lost. Wang Shunkai, as if granted a pardon, didn't spare a thought for the thugs on the ground and took off at a run. I couldn't be bothered with whether the two thugs lived or died and walked over to Zhang Yui, who lay there wide-eyed and staring at me in terror. If you're not dead, get up. Before that dog calls in more men, get back to the village, now. Having seen my might with her own eyes, Zhang Yue didn't dare defy me and scrambled up at once. I urged everyone to pick up the pace. I worried Wang Shunkai might actually bring men back for revenge. Still, I'd crippled his thugs in front of him without touching him, so at most he'd lost face rather than made a blood feud. And with our whole village's men having died for the country and our name on the county's rolls, I figured he wouldn't dare openly retaliate against the village. But to be safe, better to hurry along. With eggs in their bellies, the widows had fuel and walked with energy. But Zhang Yui suffered, run ragged in the chase, her shoes lost, both feet ground to a bloody pulp. She kept up only on sheer terror of Wang Shunkai and me. She gritted her teeth through another stretch, then truly couldn't go on and seemed about to faint. A figure stepped in front of her. You're nothing but trouble, woman. Get on. I'll carry you. Zhang Yui's last awareness stopped at the moment she was lifted onto his back, and then she fainted. In her daze, she felt that the man carrying her was rather thin, his bones digging into her uncomfortably. Yet leaning against his back, she felt inexplicably safe. With her on my back, I gave up on the idea of going up the mountain. Before dark, the group finally made it back to the village. Those who hadn't gone to the township had been waiting at the village entrance, hoping all day for relief grain. The moment we appeared, we were surrounded with questions. After Wang Hohat recounted the trip in vivid detail, everyone fell silent, their eyes full of sorrow, and several women with no grain left at home covered their faces and wept on the spot. With the unconscious Zhang Yui on my back, I called to Wang Hohat, who was still cursing the elder. Quit cursing and lend a hand. Carry her home. Only then did Wang Hohat rally the others to carry Zhang Yui back to her house. By now I was spent too, and I dropped onto the ground to catch my breath for a good while. I'd eaten nothing all day but a few eggs that morning, and my stomach was long since stuck to my backbone. I'd just gotten up to head home and cook when I noticed a few of the younger widows who'd been crying still crouched there wiping their eyes. I went over. Why are you still here crying? Get home, quick. Tomorrow I'll take you up the mountain. We'll find something to eat one way or another. The younger widows wiped their eyes and nodded again and again. Chief, I just heard Annie Wong tell it. If not for you, we'd have lost our land. We trust you. Chief, I believe you've got the gift for it too. From now on, whatever work you need doing, just say the word. Two of the younger widows finished and headed home, but one didn't move. I frowned. What about you? Why aren't you going? This young widow was named Wang Xiao, just past 20. At my question, the tears she'd just stopped came again, and she choked out. Chief, my mother-in-law said if I don't bring food home today, she won't let me in. I thought you'd come back with grain, so I didn't go dig wild greens. I waited at the village entrance the whole time, and who'd have known? Her words jogged my memory. Wang Xiao had been married into the village only a few days when her man was conscripted and died on the battlefield, leaving no child behind. Her mother-in-law believed she'd jinxed her son to death and failed to give him an heir, and tormented and abused her daily, beating her every few days and then denying her food afterward. I burned with anger. The old hag was truly vile. Her son was dead, leaving only a daughter-in-law to care for her in old age, and instead of treating her well, she tormented her like this. Outrageous. In my Chuntianqua's village, this sort of thing would never be allowed. Deal with her. She had to be dealt with. My village ought to be a place of harmony and warmth, where people looked after one another. Stop crying. Come back to my place first, I said. Wang Xiao started, stopped crying, and blinked at me dumbly without a word. I said, out of patience, if you want to eat, come with me. Don't just stand there like a fool. I've been tired and hungry all day, so hurry it up." Then I turned and headed home. Wang Xiu bit her lip, hesitated a moment, then followed. At my door, I reached for the key before remembering the courtyard wall was still collapsed. Right through the wall it is. I led her around to the broken section and walked into the house along the path worn into the rubble. In the inner room, I exchanged for a sack of rice and poured it into the rice jar, then exchanged several trays of eggs and 5 caddies of meat. Coming back out, I found Wang Xiu standing awkwardly in the middle of the courtyard. "What are you standing there for? Come in and cook, or do you expect me to wait on you?" Wang Xiu hurried into the kitchen. I pointed at the rice jar. "There's rice in the jar. Cook plenty. I'm starving today." She nodded obediently, lifted the lid, and froze. Heavens, this dazzling white stuff, is it rice? This much rice, more than you could store even in a bumper harvest year. She rubbed her eyes hard, and only once she was sure she wasn't seeing things did she tremblingly grab a small handful and put it in the pot. Seeing her stand there dazed for so long, I came over, looked at that little handful of rice, and frowned. "Are you feeding chickens? Who's that supposed to be enough for?" I scooped several big handfuls into the pot one after another. "There, that's more like it." Wang Xiu weighed the rice in the pot and looked up stiffly. "Chief, this much rice. The pot's too small. It won't all cook." I smacked my forehead. "This is hardly any rice. How can it not fit?" "Fine. You go tend the fire. I'll rinse the rice." Not daring to say more, she ran to the stove to tend the fire. I carried the pot out to the courtyard well to draw water, dropped the bucket, and after a long struggle managed only half a bucket, muddy water at that. I looked down the well. The water was nearly bottomed out. This really was a drought. Even the well water almost gone. I had the system and would never go thirsty, but what about everyone else in the village? I shook my head and stopped dwelling on it, poured the muddy water back into the well, went to a corner, exchanged a dozen-odd bottles of mineral water to fill the bucket, and only then rinsed the rice to cook. When Wang Xiu saw I'd added only enough water to come up less than a knuckle's depth, she couldn't help speaking up. "Chief, how is that little bit of water enough? Why don't I scoop some rice back out and add more water? It'd make a porridge that still isn't thin." I put the lid on. Do I look like a man who eats gruel? I eat my rice dry. Dry rice is what fills your belly, understand? Wang Xiu wanted to say that never mind gruel. Even a few extra bowls of rice water would fill you up. But the words reached her lips, and she swallowed them back. This was the chief's house, and the rice was the chief's. Eyeing the pot, she thought, maybe in a while the chief would give her a small spoonful, and she mustn't anger him now. From outside came Wang Hohat's voice. "Chief, Zhang Yui's been taken home." "Huh? Wang Xiu, what are you doing at the chief's place?" She muttered inwardly. This Wang Xiu is usually so meek and well-behaved. Who'd have thought she'd dare run off in broad daylight to throw herself at the chief? I cut the thought off directly. Is Zhang Yui all right? What could be wrong with that woman? Scared limp, and a bit of skin rubbed off her feet. That's all. I asked nothing more and pointed at the covered carrying basket beside the rice jar. "There's meat and eggs in there. Boil 20-some eggs first. I promised during the fight with Wang Shunkai today that everyone who pitched in gets 2. Once they're cooked, take them around to them." At the mention of so many eggs, Wang Hohat's eyes lit up. She ran over and looked into the basket. Good heavens, this many eggs, and such a big slab of meat. The sight set her drooling. She carefully took out 20 and was about to find a pot, only to see that the one pot my house owned was already on the stove, the smell of rice wafting from it, which set her swallowing again. She put on a look like she wanted to say something, but held back. I asked what was wrong. "Chief, you don't have a spare pot here. How about I go home and bring mine to cook them?" Only then did I recall my house had just the one pot. "Go ahead, then." When she didn't move, I prodded her again, and she finally said, "Chief, could we not hard-boil them? If you beat the eggs into ribbons and add some wild greens, you could stew up a whole big pot." I was thinking. It clicked for me. To them, boiled eggs were too much of a luxury. "All right, we'll do it your way. But bring your pot from home anyway, or there'll be nothing to cook the meat in." The moment she heard there'd be meat too, Wang Hohat nearly jumped up. "I'll go drop off the eggs and grab the pot right now. Wait for me, Chief. I'll be quick." And off she ran, cradling the eggs, terrified I'd change my mind if she dawdled. She ran up to one small courtyard gate and shouted, "Sister Chun, come out quick! Eggs from the chief." The gate opened, and the widow's eyes went rigid at the sight of the eggs in her arms. Wang Hohat said urgently, "Take two." The chief meant to boil them all, but I talked him into beating them into egg drop soup with wild greens, so he agreed to give them raw. Widow Chen thanked her over and over, and Wang Hohat dashed off hot-footed to the next house. "Sister Zhang, come get your eggs." She hollered her way down the road in that big voice of hers, and in no time the whole village knew. Everyone who'd helped the chief in the fight today had eggs coming. Those who hadn't gone were sick with regret, grumbling that they'd missed out on a windfall. A few of the cannier ones crowded around to curry favor. "Sister Wang, next time there's a good thing like this, remember to give me a shout." Wang Hohat, who'd been the star of the day, thumped her chest. "No problem. From now on, when the chief needs hands, count you in." The crowd pressed in to ingratiate themselves, and she agreed to it all on my behalf. Once she'd dealt with them, she ran back home and handed her daughter the 2 raw eggs along with the cooked one she hadn't been able to bring herself to eat that morning, with instructions: put the raw ones somewhere safe, don't crack them, peel the cooked one and eat it. Go light on last night's white rice porridge, just enough to tide you over. Tonight Ma will bring meat home for you. Then she hoisted the iron pot and the machete and tore back to my place. Her daughter, still dizzy cradling the eggs, a whole egg to eat. And meat tonight. It was better than any dream, her eyes crinkling into little crescent moons. Wang Hohat ran back, and the moment she stepped inside, she saw me scrubbing hard at that machete, the very blade that had taken a thug's leg off. Remembering the scene, she shivered. I looked up and saw she'd brought not just the pot, but a machete too, and immediately went over and gave her a pat. "Not bad, Auntie. I've been washing this blade forever and still can't shake the smell of blood. Now I won't have to slice meat with a knife that's chopped a man." Glowing at the praise, she handed me the knife. Wang Xiao, tending the fire by the stove, watched the whole exchange and ducked her head, her face flushing crimson. Seeing her bashfulness, Wang Hohat curled her lip. What's there to act shy about? I washed the knife clean and started cutting the meat. With only a few seasonings on hand, I sliced some into thin pieces for a simple stir-fried pork and hacked the rest into big chunks for hard-driven horsemeat braise. In ancient times, meat was mostly stewed or boiled. Seeing me stir-fry for the first time, the 2 women cried that it was wasteful even as they marveled. Those glistening slices of pork, the aroma hooking at the nose, had them both drooling. Right in the middle of their craving, an urgent voice came from the courtyard. "Chief, Chief, my Tian's gone missing. I beg you, help me find him." I was just about to dish up the meat and eat. Recognizing Zhang Yui's voice, I dropped the pan and went out cursing. "Will it never end with you? I carried you the whole way home on my back. I finally get a chance to eat. And now what's the fuss?" Heedless of the scolding, Zhang Yui dropped to her knees and pleaded, "Chief, I'm begging you, help me find Tai Dan." Arya said her brother saw my feet were hurt, and it broke his heart. So he snuck off into the mountains alone to gather medicine herbs for me. Reckless nonsense. I cursed. Can't you give it a damn rest for 1 minute? I've worked all day and haven't had a hot meal yet. And here you come again. Both being mothers, Wang Hohat couldn't quite bear the sight of Zhang Yui kneeling and weeping, and worked up the nerve to coax me. "Chief, simmer down. Tian's a sensible boy. Why don't we just—" She didn't finish. One glare from me sent the words back down. I snorted coldly and went back inside, picked up the freshly cooked stir-fry, and said between big mouthfuls, "Wang Hohat, take Zhang Yui and round up some more people. The minute I finish this, I'll take you all up the mountain to look for him." Hearing I'd agreed, Zhang Yui hurriedly wiped her tears, thanked me, and got up to run out and call people. Wang Hohat followed close behind, but she'd barely reached the wall when she heard me shout, "Tell the ones who help, find him or not. When we're back, there's a meal of meat from me." Wang Hohat step hitched, her face lighting with joy. "Got it. They'll be over the moon when they hear that." Once Wang Hohat had gone, Wang Xiao sidled up to me and said softly, "Chief, can I come along? I'd like to eat too." Her voice trailing smaller and smaller. Looking at her, thin as a bamboo pole and likely to topple in a stiff wind, I pointed at the pot. "You can come, but dish yourself a bowl of rice first. Scrawny as a monkey, You are. Don't go fainting from hunger on the mountain and make me carry you back. At the words a bowl of rice, Wang Xiu trembled all over. Afraid Wang Ho might suddenly come back with people and I'd change my mind. She lifted the lid, and a gust of rice fragrance shot straight up her nose. So good. So unbelievably good. She quickly scooped out a bowl and dug in by the mouthful, never minding the heat, like a starving ghost reborn. Just how long had she gone hungry? I carried the meat over and divided a few slices into her bowl. Wang Xiu stared blankly at the extra meat, then snapped her head up to look at me, fat teardrops sliding from the corners of her eyes. In all her life, no one had ever been this kind to her, not even her own parents. I can't stand to see a woman cry. I urged her, eat up, stop crying. We leave the moment people arrive. Wang Xiu nodded over and over around her mouthful, wiped away the tears, and ate again. A slice of meat in her mouth, the tears welled up once more, and she choked out, Chief, thank you. From now on, whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. I waved a hand and went to the stove to scoop a spoonful of rice for a taste. Undercooked, just as I'd thought. Nothing for it. I was too hungry. I ate and cursed under my breath. Once we find that little brat, I'm giving him a few good kicks. A bowl of half-cooked rice and half a bowl of stir-fried pork down my gullet, and I'd finally gotten some strength back. Before I could dish up a second bowl, Zhang Yue and the others came back with people. Good grief, more than 20 of them. By the original owner's memory, this village had never been this united. What I didn't know was that Wang Hohat's afternoon spectacle of handing out eggs, plus the promise of a meat dinner, was exactly what had drawn such a crowd. Seeing Zhang Yue's face taut with worry, I didn't dawdle. I called everyone to light torches and set out. On the way I asked her, has the little brat ever been up the mountain before? Does he know the way? I never let him go up. How would he know the way? She said, shaking her head. Never been up there, and he's off digging herbs? He's just asking to die. The 2 words to die set her tears off again. It's all my fault. I used to dig herbs to dress my own scrapes, and I once let slip that I dug them at the foot of the mountain. He must have taken it to heart. What's there to cry about? If you've got the strength to cry, then once we're up there, shout good and loud so the little brat can hear you. Nightfall was just when wild beasts came out. The 20-some of us moving together with torches kept ordinary beasts from drawing near, but that also shrank the area we could search, and splitting up risked someone being caught alone, or more of us getting lost in the pitch dark. Mulling it over, I realized we'd reached the foot of the mountain. Before I could give the order, Zhang Yue was already calling out. Taidan, where are you? Taidan. Cry after cry echoed through the black forest, startling up a flurry of birds and beasts. The great mountain before us was, in that moment, like a beast with its maw gaping wide. In some unseen place within, perhaps a wild animal lay waiting for us to crawl in. For no reason I could name, goose flesh rose all over me. After a long stretch of shouting with no response, I had people gather dry branches and start a fire. Only when the blaze roared up did it drive off that flicker of fear inside me. Looks like Taidan really did go up. Gather more wood and build the fire bigger. When we go up, don't go running off, stay together, and anyone who gets separated head straight back to the fire. I made a point of cautioning Zhang Yue in particular. You especially, don't go bolting off heedless the second you panic, you hear me? She nodded, her anxious gaze fixed on the forest ahead. Once the fire was blazing, I called everyone up the mountain. The path was rough, the torches lit only so far, and the group walked and shouted as it went, making slow progress. I walked at the very back, ostensibly to keep anyone from falling behind, but really because I feared being ambushed by a beast lunging out if I led. And besides, the back was a handy spot to chop trees and sell them to the system for points. 20-some women shrieking out a single name in unison. Any ordinary beast would have been scared off long ago. After about half an hour of searching with no luck, the bonfire at the foot of the mountain had dwindled to a speck, and I'd given up much hope. A child under 10 couldn't have run far. Most likely he'd already been carried off by a beast. Seeing Zhang Yue grow more frantic, I sighed and decided to search another half hour. If that turned up nothing, we'd head down, since going deeper risked running into something big. Decision made, I turned my attention to the system. In just that span, I'd already sold over 300 points worth. The search function's cooldown was up, I spent 10 points to switch it on, and numbers bloomed across the trees and undergrowth all around in the firelight. With my 1 minute, I picked the high-value ones to harvest. I'd just sold off a 50-point herb when I looked up and saw, on a plant beside that cluster of women ahead, a string of numbers floating. 5,860. What's worth that much? I hurried over a few steps and crouched to look, my pupils shrinking. Ginseng. For the system to assign points that high, it had to be of no small age. This needed careful digging. Snap a root tendril, and I'd take a real loss. I said to the women nearby, my stomach's acting up. You all go on ahead. I'll catch up. A few of them answered and trotted forward. I crouched and dug it up with care. The tool wasn't right for the job, and careful as I still broke a few tendrils. No great matter, though. Once I had the whole thing out, obtained one 50-year ginseng root, exchangeable for 5,800 points. So, I'd have to be a fool to sell 50-year ginseng to the system. This was prime stuff. I wasn't short on food now. What I lacked was silver, and taken to a county apothecary this would fetch a fine sum. Grinning, I stowed the ginseng into the system's storage space and got up to catch the others. I'd gone only a few steps when a chorus of cries broke out ahead. Wolves. There are wolves up ahead. My heart clenched. Holding my torch high, I ran over. Pushing past the women shrinking back in terror, I saw Zhang Yue, trembling all over, facing off against two wolves in front of a great cave mouth. Once I saw there were only two, I breathed easier and shouted, "Nobody panic. There's a lot of us. Rush them together and scare them off." Frightened as the women were, seeing me already charging in, they steeled themselves and followed. I ran to Zhang Yue's side, swung the torch at the snarling wolves, and yelled at her. "What are you doing running off here? Didn't I tell you to stay with the group?" She pointed at the cave mouth, a sob in her voice. "That's Tiedan's shoe. He must be hiding inside. Chief, I beg you, save him." I followed her finger and saw, not far from the two wolves, a child's small shoe lying on the ground. I'd just bent to grab a stone to throw at the wolves when Zhang Yue lifted her torch in both hands and charged them. This crazed woman. The curse hadn't even left my mouth when one wolf lunged for her throat. A clean bite there, and she was dead. I hurled my torch straight at the gaping-mouthed wolf's head. As luck would have it, her time wasn't up yet. The torch struck the wolf square in the eye. The wolf jerked its head away in pain, and Zhang Yue seized the chance to smash her torch hard against its skull. The other wolf sprang up to bite her arm, but I'd already rushed in behind her. A flying kick sent that wolf sailing, and I followed through, raising my blade to chop into the neck of the wolf I'd struck in the eye. I put my full strength into that stroke. Chop! The blade sank deep into the wolf's neck. In my haste, I hadn't managed to pull it free. The wolf howled and bolted backward. The knife lodged in its neck, my hand left empty. "Hand me a machete," I bellowed behind me. Wang Ho-hot passed one over at once, swinging her torch about wildly to fend off the wolves as she did. The crowd of women closed in behind me, the firelight flaring bright. With a blade back in my hand, my heart steadied, and I roared and charged the wounded wolf, hacking down, the women hacking away alongside me. The wolf I'd kicked off, seeing its packmate fall in a pool of blood, gave a low whine, turned, and slipped into the cave. Once I was sure the felled wolf was good and dead, I called everyone off, bent to pull my own machete free, and handed the other back to Wang Ho-hot. Zhang Yue had already picked up the shoe, terror in her eyes. "It's Tiedan's shoe." With the shoe confirmed as his, I looked toward the cave mouth and said decisively, "Come on. Hurry after them. Wolves run in packs. The rest should be in the cave." With that, I grabbed a torch and ran in, everyone right behind me. The moment we entered, I heard wolves growling low ahead. Unsure how many there were, I slowed my steps and waited for the main group to catch up before pressing deeper. The cave was vast inside, dotted everywhere with stalagmites large and small. Rounding a few stone columns, I saw ahead 4 wolves circling one pillar, and clinging to that pillar was a person, face pressed to the stone, arms and legs locked tight around it. By the build, unmistakably a child. Zhang Yue gave a startled cry. "Taidan!" The child clutching the pillar heard her, turned his head, and cried out, "Ma, save me." Zhang Yue was about to rush forward. I blocked her in a single step. "You tired of living? He's fine for now, isn't he? We just need numbers to scare them off." She came back to her senses and shouted toward the pillar. "Taidan, hold on tight. Don't let go. We'll save you in a moment." I roared and whirled my torch until it whooshed through the air, closing on the wolf pack step by step. The others took their cue and pressed forward, shouting and yelling. Seeing so many people closing in, the four wolves did indeed start to back away. I quickly called everyone to clear the path to the cave mouth behind them. The pack edged toward the opening, fangs bared and wary, and as we drove them little by little to the mouth and they saw no one barring it, they gave a few low growls and slipped out. With the wolves gone, I let out a breath. Zhang Yue ran to the base of the pillar, reaching up and calling, "Taidan, don't be afraid. Ma's here. Come down. Ma will catch you." Taidan had long since spent his strength, holding on by sheer will to survive. At the sound of his mother's voice, his hands lost all their grip and he went limp, dropping straight off the pillar. From that height, Zhang Yue couldn't catch him alone. I quickly threw aside what I was holding, stepped over, and caught him with her. The impact jarred my arms with pain, but we caught him all the same. Zhang Yue snatched Taidan up, ran her hands all over him, and finding nothing but scrapes, burst into tearful curses and gave his backside a few hard smacks. "You rotten brat. You scared me half to death. Told you not to be willful and go up the mountain." Zhang Yue was equal parts terrified and furious. Taidan, badly frightened himself, clung to her and bawled. Just then, a stretch of mournful wolf howls drifted in from outside the cave. My heart clenched, and I cursed at her, "Stop hitting him. If you want to hit him, do it at home. This smell of blood will draw more beasts. Down the mountain, now." Only then did Zhang Yue stop, haul Taidan onto her back, and start back with us. Coming out of the cave, there were no other wolves outside but that one carcass. I called everyone to head down, but the women all halted in their tracks as they passed the wolf's body. "Come on, what are you standing around for?" I frowned. Wang Hohat ventured, "Chief, this is meat. Why not take it back?" The words spoke for the whole crowd. In times like these, grain was precious, and a wolf taken home meant a decent share for every household. "Bullshit," I said, furious. "This wolf's bled all over the place. The smell will bring other beasts down on us in no time. You may not value your lives, but I value mine. Move." And I led the way down first. The crowd snapped out of it. I was right. However badly they craved meat, it wasn't worth their lives. Seeing me get well ahead, they tucked away their hunger for the meat and followed. At the foot of the mountain, everyone breathed easier. I had the group put out the bonfire, then led them back to the village. On the way, seeing Zhang Yue staggering under the child on her back, I went over and took Taidan off her, giving his backside a pat. "Up you come, brat. The chief will carry you." Taidan didn't dare make a sound and obediently climbed on. By now, Zhang Yue had no strength left at all. She couldn't even get a thank you out and dropped flat onto the ground. She'd been running since daylight with nothing in her belly, kept upright by worry for Taidan alone, and now that the tension drained away, she simply collapsed. I had Wang Hohat and Lu Yufang support her, and the group made it back to the village without further trouble. Looking at the exhausted women, I called out, "Everyone's worked hard tonight, willing to brave the mountains at midnight, dangerous as it was, to help out for the village. Thank you, all of you. I promised earlier, everyone who came to help gets a meal of meat tonight. Now go home and bring all the pots you've got, and we'll eat meat at my place together." The words struck like a thunderclap on flat ground. The crowd froze for an instant, then broke into cheers. The whole way back, they'd been thinking of that wolf carcass on the mountain, brooding that since we'd met no other beasts on the way home, they might have been eating wolf meat by now if not for my orders, so there was a bit of resentment in their hearts. But the moment they heard I was treating them to meat, that resentment vanished like smoke, and they scrambled home for their pots. I led Zhang Yue, Wang Hohat, and Lu Yufang back to my place, set Taidan down, went into the inner room to exchange for 20 caddies of pork and several sacks of flour, and brought them out onto the stove counter. "Auntie, tonight we're making dumplings. You and Lu Yufang start on the dough first. Make plenty, and if it's not enough, I've got more, so don't skimp." Wang Hohat stared dumbly at the meat and flour on the counter, murmuring, "My heavens, this slab of meat's got to be 20-some caddies, and all this flour too. Am I dreaming?" Lu Yufeng and Zhang Yue were just as stunned, the three of them staring at the ingredients without blinking, afraid they'd vanish if they so much as shut their eyes. Wang Hohot swallowed and forced out the words. Are we mincing all of this into filling? I'd say a caddy's plenty. What she was thinking was, you spendthrift old codger, Chun Tianqua. This is meat. Wouldn't it be better to keep it and eat it slowly, just the two of us? I went over and gave her a pat. Less butting in on the master's decisions. Just do as you're told. That said, I flopped down on the long bench. Get on with it, you lot. I'll rest a bit. I'm worn out today. Put in her place. Wang Hohot tucked away her little schemes and started directing the other two. Zhang Yue, I know you're tired, but you saw how everyone helped you today. You've got to remember what we did for you, especially the chief. Zhang Yue nodded over and over. Yes, yes, I'll remember everyone's kindness my whole life. From now on, whatever any of you need, just say the word, and I'll help with all I've got. In short order, the 20 caddies of meat were minced into filling under a ring of hungry eyes. Wang Hohot, eyeing that huge platter of meat, ached as if her heart were bleeding. She stole a glance at me resting with my eyes shut and said to the others, you all saw it. The chief put out this whole big platter of meat. Each of you go home and bring back some wild greens too. Meat filling with a little wild greens mixed in. Won't that smell heavenly? Sister Wang's right. I'll go get some now. Me too. That suited me fine. Pure meat dumplings get cloying if you eat too many. I was just praising her good sense when the system chimed in suddenly. Host, take note. The village under your charge has lost one member. 1 year is deducted from the host's lifespan. Cherish life. Treasure your villagers. Hearing that clearly, I bolted up off the bench with a start, paying no mind to the strange looks around me, and hurriedly called up the panel, the lifespan line, which had read 45, 55, now read 45, 54. I couldn't keep my composure. Someone in the village dies, and it docks my lifespan directly. How am I supposed to play this game? In an ancient famine year, dying of hunger or sickness was the most ordinary thing in the world, and the old, the weak, the women, and the children had the lowest odds of survival to begin with. 1 death, 1 year gone, 9 more deaths, and I'm done for. I couldn't sit still any longer and shouted out the door. Wang Hohot, get in here. She set down her work and came in. Chief, what is it? Someone in the village has died. Take some people and knock on every door. Find out whose household it is. Wang Hohot's face changed. Huh? Who died? Chief, how do you know? I was on edge. An immortal told me. Go quick, no quibbling. Hearing my impatience, she didn't dare ask more, called a few people, and ran out. The village wasn't large, and with that big voice of hers the households were soon roused. After a round of checking, Wang Hohot found that old Granny Chin's place at the East Inn got no answer. There were only 2 people in that home, the aged Granny Chun and her little 8-year-old granddaughter. After a long while of knocking with no response, she decisively had people break down the door. Inside, they found Granny Chin already dead and stiff on the bed, with the little granddaughter curled up beside her, still breathing but impossible to wake no matter what. Wang Hohot scooped up the little girl and ran back to my place. Chief, someone really did die? It's Granny Chun at the East End. Come quick and look. This is her granddaughter, Xiao Xiao. She's barely got a breath left. Hearing there was someone else about to die, I rushed over and took the child at once, checking under her nose for breath, still there. Looking at the little girl, gaunt to the bone, I was frantic. You can't die on me, or that's another year off my life. I carried her to the bed and asked Wang Hohot, how did Granny Chun die? And what happened to Xiao Xiao? Wang Hohot sighed. How else? Starved to death. Granny Chun was thin as a skeleton, and what was boiling in her pot was tree bark. This Xiao Xiao's got hardly an ounce of flesh on her either. Hi. Hearing it was hunger, I told her to fetch a bowl of egg drop soup. Wang Hohot did, but seeing she'd cracked only half an egg into the bowl, I nearly went over and kicked her. Put a couple more in. Can't you see the child's at death's door from hunger? She flinched, hurriedly cracked 2 more in, mixed it up, and brought it over. Inwardly, she felt hard done by. These eggs are so precious, and that girl looks past saving. Why waste them? But she didn't dare turn her resentment on me, and briskly carried the soup to the bedside. I lifted Xiao Xiao up and tried to wake her. She didn't respond to any amount of shaking, so I took the soup, meaning to pry her mouth open and feed it to her by force. The bowl had barely reached her lips when her lips stirred and her mouth fell open by instinct. Overjoyed, I fed it in little sip by little sip, as long as she can swallow. Little ancestor, whatever you do, don't die. At first, she swallowed in instinctive little gulps. A few mouthfuls down, she seemed to gain some awareness and began swallowing in big gulps. Easy. Drink slowly. There's more if it's not enough. The crowd of women paused their work, and watching me tend so carefully to Xiao Chow as she drank, warmth rose in their hearts. They were all women, born with a mother's instinct, and in times like these how many would treat an outsider this way? A few of the soft-hearted ones were already secretly wiping their eyes. The bowl of soup was soon finished, and color returned to Xiao Cao's pallid face, her breathing steadying too. I let out a long breath and laid her back on the bed, only then noticing the cluster of women staring blankly at me. What are you all crowding around for? Not hungry? Go boil the dumplings, quick. Only then did the group disperse. I called Wang Hohat over again. What's the situation in the village now? Is anyone else on the brink of starving? I checked when I was knocking on doors. Plenty are going hungry, but not to the point of starving to death. Xiao Cao's granny was sickly all along, couldn't work the fields, so the food these past while was probably all what Xiao Cao brought back. I nodded, set up 2 more big pots, and cooked 2 big pots of porridge. When it's done, call each household to come ladle out 2 bowls to take home. There I went being a spendthrift again, and Wang Hohat got anxious. Chief, this won't do. Give it all to them, and what will you eat? I went over and gave her a kick. Shut it. My grain, I give it to whoever I please. If you're so stuffed you want to mouth off, then get back home and go on starving, and don't come to my place again. Wang Hohat went white with fright and flung her arms around me, a sob in her voice. Chief, I was wrong. Don't send me away. I'll never talk out of turn again. My temper cooled a few degrees, and I pushed her off, my tone softening. Enough. You're decent at the work, so I'll let it go this time. Go on, get busy. Only then did she break into a smile through her tears and bustle off, swaying, to set people to the task. The commotion on this side was no small thing, and a good many villagers had gathered outside my house, smelling the dumplings cooking. A few of the desperately hungry tried to slip into the courtyard to catch a meal, only to be spotted by the sharp-eyed Zhang Yui. Having just received a great kindness from me, she wasn't about to let these people get away with it. Hands on her hips, she named a few of them and cursed. You lot. Earlier when I begged you to help find my son, you wouldn't lift a finger, and now you want to sponge off the chief? Not a chance. Get lost. Most of those she named slunk off, but one old woman hung around and wouldn't leave. Knowing how shrewish Zhang Yui was, she didn't dare take her on, and instead turned to curse Wang Xiao, who was tending the fire in the inner room. Wang Xiao, you plague bringer. Jinxing my son to death wasn't enough. Now you ignore me too, sneaking off alone into another man's house to eat your fill in secret. Are you even human? At the sound of her mother-in-law's voice, Wang Xiao's face went white. As the cursing grew uglier, she gritted her teeth and ran out to the courtyard to drag the old woman home. Seeing her come out, her mother-in-law not only wouldn't let up with her mouth, but snatched up a stick of firewood and laid into her with it. Wang Xiao didn't fight back, taking the blows and abuse. I'll beat you to death, you broomstar who jinxed my son. Beat you to death, you unfilial little slut. Right in the thick of her beating, the firewood was suddenly wrenched from her hand, and a hard slap landed across her face. The old woman dropped to the ground from the blow, clutched her cheek, and made out that it was me, then burst into curses. You son of a bitch, Chun Laosher, seducing my daughter-in-law, and now you dare hit me. Before she could finish, another slap landed on her left cheek. Old woman, say one more word and see what happens. You think I won't have someone string you up and flog you? 2 slaps in a row, and she settled down, a chill creeping through her as she looked at me. Was this still that timid, wooden Chun Laosher? One look into my eyes, and that vicious glare sent her scrambling backward. In her youth, she'd heard the old folks tell of how mountain spirits could seize and occupy a person's body to come out and do harm. This Chun Laosher's eyes were so fierce, not a trace of his former self in them. The more she thought, the more frightened she grew. Heedless of the pain in her face, she rolled over, scrambled up, and kowtowed to me again and again. Spare me, Great immortal, don't eat me. I'm old, my flesh is rank and tough, no good to eat. She left me dumbfounded. Great immortal? Who's she talking to? Once I caught on, I made a rough guess. The old crone had sensed I was different from the original owner, and being a superstitious ancient, had taken me for a mountain spirit. So I just played along. Now that you know to be afraid, get back home, and no more running about. Let me catch you beating your daughter-in-law again, and humph. With that I bared my teeth at her, nearly scaring the soul out of her. She gave a yelp and turned to bolt for home. Mortified by her mother-in-law's whole scene, Wang Xiu flushed crimson, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and said to me, "Thank you, Chief. I'll head home too." And she made to run off. I called her back. "What are you running for? It wasn't your fault. Besides, I've still got something to tell you." She stopped, lowered her head, and waited for instructions. I led her out of the courtyard, and seeing the crowd peering in at my gate, I cleared my throat. "Tonight, everyone who gets to come into my courtyard for dumplings put in the work. Help me, help the village. The rest of you didn't lift a hand, so naturally there's none for you." Hearing there were dumplings to be had inside, the crowd stirred, and hearing there was no share for them, it stung like a thorn in the heart. "However," I went on, "you all just saw it too. Granny Chin starved to death in her own home, and as the chief of this village, it grieves me deeply. So that no one else in this village starves to death, I've made up my mind. From now on, as long as you work for me, I'll see you fed." The crowd boiled over at once. "Chief, I work hard. Just give me food, and I'll do any job there is." "Chief, you give the word, and whatever you want done, I'll do it." I pressed my hands down for quiet. "In a bit, I'll have Wang Xiu take you to help set Granny Chin's affairs in order, and tomorrow, everyone help find a place to bury her. Tonight, I've cooked porridge, 2 bowls per household. Once you've finished tidying up over there, come collect it." The crowd let out a cheer, heaped praise on me, and all went off to Granny Chin's place to help with the funeral arrangements. With everything finally seen to, I returned to the courtyard, where the dumplings were already cooked. I gave a grand wave of my hand. "Dig in." The crowd of women crouched joyfully on the ground and set to eating. Wang Hoha ladled out a brimming bowl and brought it over to me. I picked up a dumpling for a taste. Not half bad. These wild green dumplings really do taste good. There's a fresh fragrance to them. The greens are a touch bitter, though, and you went light on the salt, so it's bland. Compared to my picking and choosing over here, everyone else was wolfing it down. In their eyes, these dumplings were the best thing they'd eaten in their whole lives, every bite filling their mouths with the savor of meat, so good they could have swallowed their own tongues along with it. Right in the midst of the merry eating, I noticed Zhang Yui, head bowed, holding Tai Dan and huddled alone by the fire. Tai Dan too kept his head down sensibly, not looking at the crowd gobbling dumplings. I carried my bowl over, crouched down, and looked at her with a teasing grin. "Keeping yourself in line, I see." Zhang Yui looked up at the dumplings in my bowl, swallowed, then forced her gaze away with effort, and said in a small voice, "Chief, could Tiden have one? Tomorrow. No, from now on. I'll do as you say, work hard, do whatever you tell me to." "Oh, you really mean it. Whatever I tell you to do." "I do. I'll do everything you say," she nodded over and over. I lifted Tiden straight out of her arms, gave his backside a light kick, and said with a teasing curse, "You little brat, run off into the mountains again, and I'll break your legs. Now get over there and eat your dumplings." Tiedan's whole face lit up with delight. "Big brother Chief, I really get to eat dumplings." A kid barely knee-high calling me big brother made the corner of my mouth twitch. This damn generational ranking. I gave him another kick. "Quit jabbering. Eat as much as you want." Taidan was overjoyed. He kowtowed to me and went scampering off to eat dumplings. Seeing that I'd not only agreed, but was letting him eat his fill, Zhang Yue moved to kowtow to me as well. I caught her in one motion. "Hey now, auntie, what are you doing? Kowtowing to me is going to shave years off my life." No, that's not what I meant." Not daring to kneel again, she hastily waved her hands. Looking at this pretty young wife in her early 30s, so flustered, I handed her the bowl of dumplings from my hand. "Eat up. Don't bother working for me tomorrow. Have your fill. There's something I want to talk to you about tonight." Zhang Yue stared blankly at the dumplings, a tangle of emotions inside. She'd caught my meaning. Her cheeks went hot, smelling the dumplings' aroma and catching sight of Tide Ann eating big mouthfuls in the distance. She let out a long sigh. Times like these, just staying alive is hard enough. It's rare for anyone to take a fancy to me, so I'll say yes. Having made up her mind, she too began to eat heartily, and once the steaming dumplings were down her belly, that trace of grievance vanished like smoke. She stole a glance at me, and there was even a flicker of anticipation in it. The night deepened. The whole crowd at my place was holding their bellies, stuffed full. If I hadn't stopped them out of fear they'd make themselves sick, they'd likely have drained even the soup in the pot. I had people divide the cooked porridge among the others, told them everyone was to come to my place tomorrow, and sent them off. Wang Hohat had slipped home once partway through, a bowl of dumplings hidden in her arms. I pretended not to see. I knew she was bringing them to her daughter, so naturally I said nothing. When she came back and saw everyone gone, but Zhang Yue still hanging around, she was about to toss off a few mocking words, but one look at the expression on my face, and she got it at once. The chief had designs on Zhang Yue. She gave a ha-ha and turned to head home. Once everyone had left, Zhang Yue came up to me, head bowed, and said softly, "Chief, everyone's gone now, so I rubbed the head of a yawning Tide Ann. This little guy's sleepy. Take him home first, and come back once he's asleep. I've still got some matters to see to." Zhang Yue blushed, answered, and made to take Tide Ann away. In the courtyard, I brought out a bowl of dumplings. "Take these, for Arya." She actually had several hidden in her arms already. Seeing me ladle out another bowl, her nose stung and she nearly cried. I quickly pushed the bowl into her hands. "Take it. Quick, whatever you want to say, save it for when you're back." Cradling the dumplings, she held back her tears and led Tide Ann out of the courtyard. Back inside, I looked at Xiao Xiao sleeping soundly on the bed and felt her forehead. Good, no fever. I opened the panel and stared blankly at the lifespan line, lost in thought. Even if I can feed the whole village, with all these calamities, natural and man-made, there's no telling who'll meet with disaster. However hard I work, the pace of birth can't keep up with the number of deaths. I looked over the system's prompts again, and when I came to that line, for each person added to the village, the host constitution is strengthened and a random reward is granted. I smack my forehead. It says so plainly, just add people to the village and there's a reward. Why have I kept fixating on fathering them myself? With that realized, my brow smoothed and my mood lifted considerably. For this village to survive, to add mouths and grow, what it took was never me alone. It was drawing outsiders in and binding the village folk into a single rope. After waiting a while longer, Zhang Yue's figure appeared at the door. What came next I won't recount in detail. The raw sores on her feet were still seeping blood. I took some salt from the stove counter and sprinkled it into a basin of water. Lightly salted water keeps the inflammation down. Soak them a good while, or they'll easily fester and abscess. Watching me do this, a thread of being touched rose in Zhang Yue's heart. He may be a bit on in years, but having someone who knows to care for your warmth and cold is rather nice too. Villager Zhang Yue has pledged allegiance. Physique +1. Afterward, Zhang Yue, bracing against the wall, slowly settled onto a stool, threw me a sulky, doleful look, and softly tossed off another teasing remark about the generational ranking. I gave a low chuckle. Now that's where the fun is. She shot me a wide-eyed glare, got up, and made to head home. I stopped her. No rush to leave. I've still got something to discuss. Zhang Yue pulled her clothes tight around her and said in alarm, "Tomorrow night, all right?" What are you thinking? I've got proper business to ask you about." I said it with a perfectly straight face. Seeing her expression ease a touch, I went on. "What other relatives have you got on your maiden family's side?" "My ma and pa, plus an older brother, a younger brother, and a younger sister." "Are they married?" "My older brother is. He's got 2 kids." I nodded. "If you went back and told them, 'Come to our village, I'll see them fed,' would they come?" Zhang Yue instinctively went to agree, but the words reached her lips and she swallowed them back, her face full of difficulty. I frowned. "What? Fed and they still won't come?" Zhang Yue smiled bitterly. "My ma and pa prize the family's land above all. Asking them to give up the land and throw in with our village, they likely won't be willing. Besides, so many people. How many days could you keep them fed?" I raised an eyebrow. Oh ho, who do you think you're looking down on? I can not only feed them, I can feed them full. But let me say this up front. Once they come over, they live as people of my Luoyin village and die as ghosts of Luoyin village. Press your thumbprint, and there's no door for backing out. Zhang Yue recalled my ruthlessness in dealing with the thugs that day and gave a shiver. I understand. I'll go to my maiden family tomorrow and speak with them. There are eggs in the carrying basket. Take a dozen or so with you. Let them see my sincerity, too. At the prospect of taking so many eggs, her face broke into a delighted smile. Rest easy, Chief. I'll set out first thing tomorrow morning. Having seen Zhang Yue off, weariness crept up on me. Xiao Qiao slept soundly on the only bed in the room, so there was nothing for it but to lay out a pallet on the floor. The next day, I was woken by a timid little voice. Uncle Chief. I opened my eyes to see Xiao Qiao standing by the bed, looking at me uneasily. You're up? Are you hungry? I'll boil you some eggs. Xiao Qiao didn't answer, her face all confusion. Uncle Chief, how did I get here? Is this your home? For a moment, I didn't know how to answer, and got up muttering to myself. You're too weak. Let me boil you some eggs first. She shook her head. Thank you, Uncle Chief, but I still have to find food for Granny. I'll be going now. With that, she made to run out, but her body was too frail. She'd barely taken 2 steps before nearly falling, and I caught her in one grab. My head was starting to spin. Seeing her so set on going home, I didn't know what to say. As luck would have it, Wang Hohot came in by the wall, and I quickly called to her. This girl insists on going home. You talk to her. Wang Hohot scooped Xiao Qiao up. Xiao Qiao, be good. Don't fuss. Your granny has already passed on. Where did Granny go? Why didn't she take Xiao Qiao? Granny was old. She's gone to a place you can't go to yet. Xiao Qiao seemed to understand. Did Granny die, like Grandpa, Papa, and Mama? Wang Hohot fell silent. Over at the stove boiling eggs, my hand gave a slight tremble. Xiao Qiao lowered her head, a few teardrops falling on the dirt by her feet, her shoulders shaking, and murmured, Now there's only Xiao Qiao left, all alone. Heart aching, Wang Hohot gathered her into her arms and gently patted her back. I went over and ruffled her head. Don't be afraid, Xiao Qiao, Uncle Chief is here. She seemed not to hear, burying her head in Wang Hohot's arms and weeping quietly. I said to Wang Hohot, from now on Xiao Qiao lives at your place. Take good care of her, and I'll cover meals for you both. Wang Hohot was both surprised and delighted, and asked cautiously, Then can my chunny come eat too? Come together, all of you. Wang Hohot hurriedly pulled Xiao Qiao to her side. Come, let's kowtow to the chief together. He's saving our lives. Xiao Qiao stopped crying and knelt obediently, and the two of them kowtowed with great reverence. I helped them up and said to Xiao Qiao, Don't be sad anymore. From now on the whole village is your family. Anyone bullies you, tell Uncle Chief, and I'll deal with them. Xiao Qiao nodded, then asked, Can I go see Granny? I had people lay Granny out properly last night. Eat a little something in a bit, and then we'll go to the burial. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao no longer clamored to go home, and sat obediently on a stool, red-eyed, gazing off toward the east end of the village in a daze. Seeing me about to boil eggs, Wang Hohot hurried over. Chief, you must have worn yourself out last night. I'll boil them. You rest. I was glad to have someone wait on me, and sat down to the side by the fire. It was already late autumn. Mornings and evenings carried a chill, and my coarse cloth single layer didn't keep out the cold. Wang Hohot put the half pot of porridge she'd deliberately saved from last night onto the stove to reheat. Terrified I'd magnanimously hand this potful off to Zhang Yue too. She'd run over first thing to keep an eye on it. Thinking of Zhang Yue, she dropped a hint as if in passing. Chief, don't fault me for speaking out of turn, but that Zhang Yue has a pair of foxy, seductive eyes. You'd best keep your dealings with her few. Over time, I worry it'll wear down your health. I patted her with a laugh. With her it wears me down, but with you it doesn't? Fine, then I'll keep my dealings with you few from now on too. Wang Hohot panicked. That won't do at all. She still wanted meat every meal. Chief, that's not what I meant. I stretched. All right, rest easy, my old frame's plenty sturdy. I guarantee you'll be expecting by next month. Wang Hohot's heart bloomed with joy. If I could bear him a child, would I ever have to worry about going hungry? Beaming, she set to cooking the porridge, and once it was done went home to call her daughter Chunny over to eat. While we were eating here, the villagers gathered at my door one after another. Hearing the clamor outside, I finished my porridge and stepped out of the courtyard. The moment the crowd saw me, they all quieted down. I said to Wang Hohat behind me, "Go check whether everyone's here." She did a count and came back. Except for Zhang Yui's household. It's Taidan who came, bringing his little sister. Every other family has someone here. I sent Zhang Yui off on an errand. I walked to the front of the crowd and said loudly, "I said it last night. From now on I'll cover everyone's meals, but it's not for nothing. You've got to work." Someone in the crowd called out, "Chief, the droughts killed the crops in the fields. There's no work for us to do. Winter's nearly here. We've got to hurry into the mountains to dig wild greens, or we won't make it through the cold." I pressed my hands down. Someone just hit on the key point. It's far too dry. Food I can take care of. You needn't worry about that. Right now the most pressing thing is water. I paused. The little stream at the village entrance has dried up. My well bottomed out yesterday too. What about your wells? Mine's the same. Drew up nothing but muddy water yesterday. Mine's bottomed out too. Learning the situation was much the same all around, I went on. So the urgent task is to solve the water problem. The reason I gathered everyone today is to dig a reservoir, so that even when the wells run dry, there'll still be water to drink. The crowd nodded, and someone asked again, "Then where's the water going to come from?" I pointed at Taidan, who had his little sister with him. Last night, this little brat snuck off into the mountains, and the place we found him was a karst cave. It was too dark to look closely at the time, but I heard the sound of water. There's likely an underground river. Once the reservoir's dug, I'll take you to channel water in. Hearing there was a water source, no one raised any more objections. I added, "One last thing. Whoever comes to work, I'll provide 2 meals of thick porridge a day." The crowd broke into an uproar, faces full of delight. "Chief, as thick as yesterday's?" "Guaranteed, just as thick." The crowd cheered. "Thank you, Chief. Last night's porridge was so good. My family added water and still got a whole big potful out of it." Looking at the villagers brimming with drive, I nodded with satisfaction and instructed Wang Hohat, "You arrange for a few people to bury Xiao Cao's granny. Everyone else digs the reservoir on that patch of empty ground behind my house. And remember, dig it big." Having arranged the village's affairs, I set out for the county to sell that ginseng root from last night for cash. It was midday by the time I caught sight of the county walls. 2 soldiers at the city gate stopped me, demanding 2 coppers as an entry fee. Luckily, the original owner had a few dozen coppers saved up. I paid and went in. One look at the scattered shops along the road told me how far this great Jing dynasty had fallen, the people this destitute, and the emperor still bent on warfare every day. The common folk had been in dire straits to begin with, and now with the drought on top of it, the city too was full of ragged, sallow-faced, gaunt beggars. I asked a peddler and learned where the city's largest apothecary was, but I was in no hurry to go there. First, I wandered casually into a small clinic. The moment I opened my mouth to buy 50-year ginseng, the proprietor looked me up and down and cursed. "Go on. Off with you. A poor wretch like you, buying ginseng? That kind of fine thing runs 500 taels at the least. Can you afford it?" Cursed at, I took no offense and walked out grinning. The price was now clear to me. Only then did I follow the directions to that largest apothecary. An apprentice led me into the hall. Seeing the proprietor, I wasted no words and reached into my shirt, in truth pulling the ginseng from the system's storage space. The proprietor's eyes lit up. He took it and examined it carefully. "Not bad, 50 years at the least. What price are you looking for?" I held up 5 fingers. 500 taels. The proprietor's teacup nearly slipped from his grip. "What are you thinking? I'd like to sell it for 500 taels too. If I don't run into a good buyer, it'll sit on my hands for years. 300 tops." 490. 310. After a round of fierce haggling, I contentedly took 400 taels of silver and made to leave grinning. The instant I turned, I slammed face first into a wall. Knocked into a stagger, I was just wondering where a wall had come from behind me when the wall spoke. "Doctor, my sister's sick. Please, save her." I looked toward the voice and sucked in a cold breath. Good grief. This had to be over 2 meters, his build like a brown bear risen up on its hind legs. Hard to imagine there were people this tall, even in ancient times. The proprietor was startled too and stammered, Your sister? What's wrong with her? The towering man repeated, Doctor, my sister's sick. Please, save her. I understand. Where is your sister? The proprietor asked. He turned around, and only then did I see he had a woman on his back. Earlier he'd been facing us, and the woman was so thin and small that no one had noticed. The proprietor also realized this big fellow was a bit simple. Have you got money to see the doctor? What's money? He shot back, blank-eyed. The proprietor pointed at the door. No money. Then please leave. I can't treat her. The big fellow gave a heavy stamp forward. Doctor, my sister's sick. You save her quick. That stamp, and I felt the very ground shudder. What strength! Overawed by the display, the proprietor signaled the apprentice with his eyes to drive him out. But the apprentice, a small lad of only 17 or 18, hardly dared. And so the several of them were at a standstill. My eyes rolled. Big fellow, where are you from? Do you have a home? He shook his head. No home. I eat too much. Nobody wants me except my sister. My heart leapt with joy, and I said to the proprietor, All right, I'll cover the cost. Treat her, quick. The proprietor was of course glad to, and had him lay his sister on the sick bed. After examining and treating her, he said to me, She's far too weak, and she's caught a chill besides. I'll prepare a few doses to drive out the cold. That's all. Only, this girl looks to have gone a long while without eating. She's badly depleted and needs good nourishing. Fine, prepare the medicine. I nodded, then turned to ask the big fellow, What's your name? Dainyu, he boomed. I patted his chest with a laugh. You ought to be called Dashyong, Big Bear. Dainyu didn't get it, just grinned at me foolishly. If you've nowhere to go, how about coming back to my village? I'll cover your meals from now on. Good. Food, I'll go. He nodded with a goofy grin, then turned earnest. But if I go to the village, what about my sister? No, I don't want the food. I want to be together with my sister. Your sister comes back too. What's one more mouth to feed? Only then did Dainyu split into a foolish grin. After another hour or so, the woman had taken her medicine. I paid and left with the brother and sister. The woman, now lucid after the medicine, lay pale-faced on Dainyu's back. What's your name? I asked, testing. My name is Lu Yufong. Many thanks to this elder brother for the rescue, she said weakly. I'd been worried she might be simple too, but hearing her speak, I waved it off with a smile. A small matter. Your brother just agreed to come back to my village with me. I'll cover both your meals from now on. Are you willing to come? Lu Yufong propped herself up, somewhat hesitant. Elder brother, you likely don't know my brother's appetite. We'd best not go. I laughed aloud. There's no one under heaven I can't afford to keep. Come on, let's find a stall to eat. I'd like to see just how much he can put away. There happened to be a flatbread stall by the roadside. Hey there, give me 20 flatbreads. The stallkeeper took one look at Dainyu's mountainous build and froze a beat before answering. I picked one up and looked. Millet mixed with coarse grain, griddle-baked, and it smelled good. One bite, decent flavor, just a touch choking. Seeing something simmering in the big pot, I asked, What soup is that? Mutton offal soup. Just made today. Care to try it, sir? I looked at the milky, bubbling soup. A bowl for each of us to start. Seeing that Dainyu had drool soaking a patch of his chest, I was puzzled. Eat, what are you staring for? Dainyu grinned foolishly and asked Lu Yufong, Sis, can I eat? Lu Yufong was swallowing hard too and asked me tentatively, Elder brother, you're really giving us this to eat? I pressed the flatbreads into their hands. Eat your fill, as much as it takes. With his sister's permission, Dainyu set to with both arms swinging, and I was dumbfounded. I'd truly never seen anyone eat like this. In the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, only one flatbread was left on the table. Dainyu reached for it, and Lu Yufong slapped his hand. Dainyu, stop eating. She looked at me worriedly. Elder brother, my brother doesn't usually eat this much. Snapping out of my shock, I waved a hand. It's fine, let him eat. Then I called to the stallkeeper. Hey there, 20 more. No, make it 50 more, and 5 bowls of mutton offal soup. The stallkeeper, having just watched Dainyu sweep through 17 or 18 flatbreads, was both stunned and uneasy. Sir, this is a small margin little business, that is to say. I caught his meaning, fished out a tael of silver, and slapped it on the table. Rest easy, this gent's not short on coin. Only then did the stall-keeper put on a smile and bring out 50 more. A cup of tea's time later, I left with the well-fed brother and sister, leaving behind a stall-keeper dazed in the face. 80 flatbreads. That brute put away a full 80 flatbreads. He's hardly human. After that, I took the pair through the market to buy some daily necessities and bought myself a new set of clothes. I'd meant to buy a set for each of them too, but Daniu was too large for anything to fit, and Lu Yufeng felt that, with her brother having just eaten so much, she couldn't bear to let me spend more, so I didn't press it. I also bought a dozen odd bolts of coarse cloth from the cloth shop before heading out. Daniu was strong, but he had only 2 hands, and he was already festooned with bundles big and small, with no hand free to carry the cloth. So I went over to where livestock was sold and spent 10 taels on a mule and a flatbed cart, loaded everything onto the cart, and lay myself down on it in comfort, calling to the brother and sister to head home. Lu Yufeng absolutely refused to ride the cart. In the end, I had to put on a stern, mock-angry face before she'd sit beside me. For the first time in his life, Daniu had eaten his fill, with energy to burn all over him. He led up front, hauling the reins and walking so fast that I had the feeling the mule behind him was being dragged along to keep up. The trip out had taken most of a day. With these 2 beasts of burden clearing the way, the trip back reached the village entrance in 3 hours. The moment we entered the village, the system chimed. 2 new villagers added, Lu Daniu and Lu Yufeng. Reward: host lifespan plus 2 months, physique plus 2. I cursed the system inwardly for its stinginess. 1 death docks me a year, but adding 1 only gives a month. Cursed though I did, a lifespan boost was a lifespan boost. I trusted that with my efforts, the people in this village would grow more and more numerous. Back home, I had Daniu carry the goods inside while I took the brother and sister around to the back of the house. The several dozen women had already dug out a large pit on the empty ground. I walked to the edge, satisfied. Not bad. Dug this deep in a single day? That's enough for today. Continue tomorrow. Now everyone go cook your meals. The crowd of women cheered, gathered their things, and followed me back to the courtyard. The instant they saw the mule and flatbed cart outside, there was another round of astonished cries. In times like these, people couldn't even feed themselves, let alone keep livestock. They heaped flattery on me, which I quite enjoyed, and I assigned Lu Yufeng to feed the mule from then on. Learning that the brother and sister were henceforth village folk, the women warmly greeted Lu Yufeng as well. The courtyard was too small to hold so many people, so Wang Hohat had people set up a stove and light a fire outside. I went into the inner room to exchange for several more sacks of rice to fill the rice jar, and only then noticed that Zhang Yui was already busy in the courtyard. I beckoned her over. Auntie Yui, are your family willing to come? Zhang Yui approached, somewhat ill at ease. My ma and pa aren't willing. They said there's no way your household could have that much grain, that you must be trying to lure them over by trickery. The rest she didn't say aloud. I was unbothered. It's fine, then let them go hungry a while longer. Zhang Yui rubbed her hands, not daring to look at me, a trace of fear in her voice. Chief, those 10 eggs, my mother took them. I said no eggs if they wouldn't come to the village, but I couldn't win them away from her. I said teasingly, it's fine, just 10 eggs, and she's your mother after all. Let her have them. But you'll have to put in some effort tonight. Zhang Yui had fretted over this matter the whole day, dreading that I'd blame her and stop covering meals for her and her 2 children. Only now did she breathe easy, and she said with a coquettish pout, You're as strong as an ox. What effort would you need from me? I gave a low chuckle. It was true I was strong now. With a few points of physique added, I felt I had the strength of 5 grown men. Fine, go cook first. We'll talk tonight. Wang Hohat, beside us, had been pricking up her ears to eavesdrop from the moment Zhang Yui was called over. Hearing that she'd actually carried 10 eggs back to her maiden family from me, she burned with anger inside. This woman really is no good. Barely hooked the chief, and already raking things off to outsiders. No, I've got to stand guard for the chief. If this little tramp tries to come over tonight, I'm keeping watch no matter what. Seeing Wang Hohat's eyes kept darting our way, I went over and pointed at the Lu siblings. These 2 are village folk from now on. After the meal in a bit, take them to stay at Xiao Cao's place. And Daniu eats a tremendous amount. Cook him a separate pot. Don't let him go hungry. Wang Hohot nodded but didn't leave. She leaned in and said in a low voice, "Tonight, I'm staying here at your place." I looked at her with a grin. "What about your daughter? She's got Xiao Qiao to keep her company. I'm the one who's going to bear you a child. If I don't stay, how's that going to happen?" I laughed at that. "You said it yourself. No running off when the time comes." Having sent Wang Hohot off, and seeing it was still early, I'd lost a whole day today. But couldn't waste the search function now that its cooldown had refreshed. I called to Dainyu. "Come on, follow your big brother into the mountains for a look around." Dainyu was crouched playing with mud alongside a band of bare-bottomed little kids. He came running over with a foolish grin. "Big brother, want me to carry you?" I patted his back to signal him up. "Your big brother doesn't need carrying yet. Let's go." The moment we entered the mountains, I knew I'd struck gold this time. Dainyu led the way up front, the machete like a toy in his hands. Any tree in the path, thick or thin, he felt. All I had to do was follow behind and touch each tree in turn, and the system's chime for selling sounded one after another without pause. I cursed myself inwardly for forgetting today to get a few good blades from the blacksmith. Otherwise, Dainyu could have cut trees even faster. Dainyu seemed to have boundless strength. In just 1 hour, I'd taken in 5,000 points. He hadn't so much as broken a sweat, while I, on the contrary, was drenched. After calling him to a halt, I exchanged a few bottles of mineral water from the system, gulped one down, and handed him the rest. Dainyu didn't even ask where the bottles came from. Copying me, he unscrewed the cap and drained it in one go. That's the one good thing about a simpleton. However incomprehensible a thing is, he won't pester you about it. Even exposing the system in front of him, I needn't worry. Water drunk, I looked up to find that without realizing it, we'd walked to the cave where Taidan had been found the night before. The wolf carcass outside the cave was gone. There were drag marks on the ground, taken off by some other beast, most likely. I lit a torch and led Dainyu into the cave. Following the sound of water, and behind the many stone columns we found an underground river. Dainyu was about to plunge his head in for a big drink when I stopped him. The water looked clear, but no telling whether leeches or parasites lurked in it. In my past life, I'd seen no shortage of videos of parasites burrowing into people's brains. At the level of medicine here, getting infested meant waiting to die. I'd at last picked up a great treasure. I couldn't have him lost over something so muddle-headed. Water source found, the two of us left the cave. The sky was darkening, and I called Dainyu to head down. Just as we reached the foot of the mountain, Dainyu suddenly stopped, a flicker of excitement crossing his foolish face. Puzzled by this expression on him, I asked, "What is it?" "Big brother, there's a pack of big dogs up ahead. I want to eat dog meat." Excited, he plunged into the patch of woods to the side. I was just wondering where big dogs would come from in these woods when a chorus of wolf howls came from within. Damn it, we'd run into a wolf pack, and this fool was charging right in to deliver himself. No time to think it over. I hurried toward the sound. Just as I rounded a big tree, the scene before me stopped me cold. Dainyu had a wolf's upper and lower jaws gripped in his two bare hands, and without any visible effort, he tore that wolf clean in two. One thought was left in my head, tearing a wolf apart barehanded. This brute is more beast than the beasts. Before I could recover, Dainyu had already swung his wild haymakers and beaten the remaining 5 or 6 wolves to death alive. The biggest one came off worst. First its spine kicked in two, then its neck clamped in one hand while the other hand wrenched its head clean off. Watching his blood-drenched, savage figure, I didn't dare go near for a good while. When he struck, his eyes were full of killing intent, not a trace of the dim-witted fool left in them. Only once he'd killed every wolf did he notice me standing there dumbstruck, and he split into a grin. "Big brother, all the big dogs are dead. Can I eat their meat?" Seeing him back to his dim-witted self, I went over. Wolf carcasses littered the ground, a rank stench assailing the nose. I frowned. "This meat doesn't taste good. Skin them, and back home I'll get you better meat." At the mention of better food, Dainyu nodded eagerly, took the knife, and set to skinning with brisk efficiency. Curious, I asked, "Dainyu, have you done this work before?" When Pa was alive, he often took me up the mountain to hunt, and this work was all mine to do. Later Sis said Pa had gone to a very far-off place and would never come back, and stopped letting me go up the mountain, afraid I'd get lost. It dawned on me. No wonder he's grown this hulking. If not for being raised on mountain game, what ordinary household could keep a brute with this appetite fed? Once Dainyu had finished skinning, I tried touching the carcasses. A single wolf carcass could actually sell for 1,000 points, and the biggest one ran as high as 2,000. Touching the pelts next, apart from two that were badly damaged, the rest, intact, could sell for 200 each. Pelts can be sewn into clothing, so naturally, I didn't sell those. After selling all the skinned wolf carcasses to the system, my points broke past 20,000. System shop points have passed 20,000. The live poultry exchange page and the cooked food exchange page are now unlocked. The system had upgraded. I hurriedly opened the shop, and the once single-page shop had gained 2 more pages, with even the rice page having added some new items. Seeing all the various seasonings, my eyes lit up. These past couple of days my mouth had gone bland as anything, and with seasonings I could finally make some variety. The cooked food page had a fairly complete range of braised delicacies, too. On the spot I exchanged for 4 roast chickens, tossed 3 to Dainyu, and cradled 1 to gnaw on myself. Dainyu, never minding the blood on his hands, gnawed with a chicken in each hand, jaws wide, chewing bones and all to bits and swallowing them down, his eating savage. I'd barely finished a small half of mine when he'd polished off both of his. He licked his fingers and carefully tucked the remaining one into his shirt, saving it for tonight. Chicken's good. This one's for sis, he grinned foolishly. Seeing that, simple as he was, he cared so for his sister, I exchanged for a whole braised pork knuckle and handed it to him. For that heart of yours, eat freely from now on. I've got meat to spare here. Dainyu drooled at the smell of the knuckle. Big brother, you're so good. The two of us gnawed meat as we walked back toward the village, reaching home just as night fell. Seeing her brother covered in blood, Lu Yufeng ran over worriedly, looking him over left and right. What happened? Are you hurt? Dainyu flung the wolf pelts bundled on his back to the ground. It's nothing. Ran into some big dogs and I beat them all to death. When the crowd waiting for the meal saw the wolf pelts on the ground, 5 or 6 at the least, they all sucked in a cold breath. This many wolves, Dainyu really killed them? Of all the mountain beasts, wolves are the craftiest, killing this many at once. I clapped Dainyu on the shoulder. Dainyu killed them all. We'd just come down the mountain when we ran into this wolf pack. These beasts hold grudges worst of all. I reckon they came to avenge that wolf from last night. Another collective gasp went through the crowd. If these had crept into the village, how many would they have bitten to death? Their eyes toward Dainyu changed entirely. Where before they'd thought him a foolish simpleton, now their hearts held a measure of gratitude. Having confirmed her brother was unhurt, Lu Yufeng crouched to inspect the wolf pelts, then rose and said to me, Chief, these wolf pelts make wonderfully warm padded coats and boots. Leave them to me. I guarantee not a scrap goes to waste. You know how. I do. My parents taught me how to treat hides while they were still alive. Then take them. Make your brother a padded coat first, then a pair of boots for me. The rest, do as you see fit. That said, I remembered the dozen-odd bolts of cloth I'd bought back from the county, and instructed Wang Hohat as well. I bought some cloth. Find a few people who are good with their hands to make clothes. Do the elderly and the children first. It's getting colder, don't let them freeze. Hearing this, several of the older villagers hurried to praise me. Shit has always had a good heart. I could tell you'd amount to something even as a little one. Sure too. We've got 1 foot in the grave already. No need to make anything for us. A white-haired old woman, her back bent, came up to me to dissuade me. The words were sincere, but in my eyes those few old-timers were precious treasures, to be honored like ancestors. Their lives and deaths were tied to my own lifespan, and besides, even if anyone was to die, I had to get the village's population up first. I clasped the old woman's hand. Granny Wong, there's plenty of cloth left at home. Never mind talk of dying. You all have to live well. The good days for this village are still to come. Seeing Granny Wong moved to streaming old tears, I comforted her a few more words, then asked Zhang Yue whether the food was ready. Ready long ago. Everyone's been waiting for you to come back to eat. I gave a grand wave of my hand. Dig in. Cheers thundered up at once, inside the courtyard and out, and groups crowded around each pot, eating with gusto. Dainyu pulled that roast chicken from his shirt and held it out to Lu Yufang. Sis, for you. Lu Yufang's jaw dropped, and once she'd recovered, she scolded. Dainyu, where did you get a chicken? I'm not eating it. This has to go to the chief. Inwardly, she fretted at her foolish brother. The chief's household is still drinking thin porridge, and here you are with a chicken from who knows where. If it's to be given to anyone, it should be the chief. We've finally got a place to land. We can't go offending people. I laughed and pushed the chicken back. I gave Dainyu that chicken. The silly boy couldn't bear to eat it and saved it specially for you. Take it and eat. Only then did Lu Yufang realize she'd wronged her brother. She stretched up on her toes, barely reaching his face, her eyes full of guilt. I'm sorry, sis misunderstood you. You eat the chicken after all. Dainyu scratched his head with a foolish grin. You eat it, sis. The chief gave me lots of meat. I've already eaten my fill. Now I want rice. The people all around stared at that roast chicken, drooling. I swept my gaze over them. None of you covet it now. Whoever's got the skill to kill as many wolves as Dainyu. In my place, there's all the meat you can eat too. The words weren't loud, but they carried clearly into every ear. The crowd lowered their heads obediently and turned their attention back to the white rice porridge in their hands. True enough, with porridge this thick, what's there to be dissatisfied about? Wang Hohat brought over, right on cue, the pot of rice cooked specially for Dainyu. The moment Dainyu saw the white rice, his eyes lit up, and he dug in, wolfing it down. This little interlude passed, I went back inside. My own meal had naturally been cooked separately by Wang Hohat. Braised meat, scrambled eggs, wild green egg drop soup, and dry white rice. Wang Hohat and Zhang Yue dished up their food and made to withdraw on their own initiative. I laughed. Look at the two of you, so tactful. Never mind that. Go fetch your children and come eat inside together. The two brightened and hurried off to call their children. I seized the chance to exchange a roast chicken and a portion of sauced beef from the storage space and set them on the table. When the two women came in with their respective children and Xiao Qiao, the sight of the extra roast chicken and sauced beef on the table left them all dumbstruck. They'd been craving the chicken in Lu Yufang's hands earlier too. Only, having eaten their fill meal after meal these past couple of days, their self-control was a cut above the folk outside. Yet even so, they couldn't help swallowing now. I rapped the table. Don't stand there like fools. Sit and eat. The few of them sat, wanting the chicken but not daring to reach for it. Having just eaten a chicken, I wasn't hungry. I ladled myself a bowl of wild green egg drop soup and ate slowly with the sauced beef on the side. Seeing no one touch the chicken after a good while, I picked it up, tore it into several pieces with a few quick motions, and deliberately tore off a drumstick and put it in Xiao Cao's bowl, which held nothing but wild greens. Xiao Qiao, eating with her head down, saw the big drumstick appear in her bowl, shot me a quick glance, and buried her head even lower. I pushed the sauced beef in front of her. Don't just eat greens, have more meat. Xiao Qiao gave a feeble little Seeing how frightened of me she was, I put on a stern face and looked at Wang Hohat. Did you go and scare her with something you said? Wang Hohat, gnawing on a chicken foot, heard the displeasure in my tone and instantly dropped what was in her hand, waving her hands over and over. No, I didn't truly. Then she looked at Xiao Qiao in alarm. Xiao Qiao, Annie hasn't treated you badly. My chunny eats whatever you eat. Tell the chief, quick. Xiao Qiao spoke up hastily. Uncle Chief, Annie Wang's been very good to me. Don't scold her. Only then did I ease my expression and let everyone go on eating. I drank a mouthful of soup, and seeing Xiao Qiao with her head down again, taking small bites of plain rice, I thought it over. Xiao Qiao, how about I be your godfather? Xiao Qiao looked a bit dazed, her clear eyes gazing at me without a word for a good while. Wang Hohat let out an "io" and hurriedly pulled her up. Silly girl, still standing there in a daze. Quick, kowtow to your godfather. Xiao Qiao knelt in a daze and kowtowed, and when she lifted her head, she tested out a tentative godfather. Good girl, up you get. From now on you're my daughter. Xiao Cao's body went faintly still, and she murmured, I have a father now? And with that, tears burst from her eyes. Wang Hohat gathered her up and wiped her tears. Don't cry. This is such a good thing. You're blessed. Your Auntie Yue even wants Tai Dan and Arya to call him father. I waved my hands over and over. Hold it. It's not as if I can't father my own. Zhang Yue shot me a wide-eyed glare. and said in a low voice, "Sooner or later, I'll be bearing you children anyway. What's the harm in them calling you father?" Tiden goggled his round eyes like he'd discovered a new world. "What? Ma's going to bear big brother chief a child. Then this little brother I'd be calling. Do I call him little brother or nephew?" Wang Hohat snorted with laughter, and I slapped the table, flushing red. "From now on, the village rules are changed. I'm now of the same generation as Grandpa Chen. Anyone who won't acknowledge it, I'll see to it they get no food." Taidan grumbled with a long face. "I call Grandpa Chen Grandpa, and you're his generation, so any child you have, I'd have to call him nephew." Zhang Yue stuffed a piece of chicken into his mouth. "Even meat can't plug up that mouth of yours." Watching Wang Hohat choke back her laughter, the more I dwelt on it, the angrier I got. I picked up the half platter of roast chicken, pushed the door open, and went out, walked over to the several old folks sitting in a ring around the big pot, and set the chicken on a stool. "Grandpa Chun, Granny Wang, this is for you, eat up." The old folks looked at the golden, glistening roast chicken, every wrinkle creasing into a smile, and laid on the flattery. "That sure too is such a filial child." Seeing them stuffing it into their mouths, even though they could barely chew, I laughed. "There's something I forgot to mention. Before my father died, he told me his generation had gotten the family ranking wrong. Reckon properly, I'm actually of the same generation as you, Grandpa Chun." How could the old folks fail to grasp my intent? The old grow wily as sprites. Grandpa Chun craned his neck and swallowed a piece of chicken. "Now that you put it that way, it does ring a bell. The two of us are of one generation." Then he stood and bellowed to the courtyard within and without. "All of you listen up. My brother Shurtu is of my generation. From now on, don't go muddling the ranking and calling it wrong." Everyone knew Grandpa Chun was talking nonsense because he'd gotten a sweetener, but who cared? In times like these, whoever had grain and could fill your belly was your lord. What's calling him Grandpa, when they'd gladly call him ancestor? I picked up with a laugh. "Just call me Chief. Everyone, don't go aging me up on account of a high ranking." The crowd chimed in agreement. Back inside, Zhang Yue poked Tiedan's head and scolded under her breath. "Happy now?" The chicken right at your mouth flew off too. Taidan, Arya, and Chunny stared pitifully at the big drumstick in Xiao Cao's bowl. Seeing this, Xiao Cao picked up the drumstick. "You all have it. I don't like drumsticks." Chunny had just reached out when Wang Hohat smacked her hand back. "Wretched girl, who said you could eat it?" Chunny shrank her hand back, too wrong to dare make a sound. Seeing this, I went to the stove and with my back to them exchanged a dozen some braised drumsticks out of the system, then turned and set a big bowl of them on the table. "Eat all you want. Drumsticks I've got a plenty." Wang Hohat and Zhang Yue looked at the drumsticks, exchanged a glance, and saw the same astonishment in each other. They simply couldn't fathom where I was conjuring all this meat from. The children couldn't care less. Each grabbed one and started gnawing. The two women gave up trying to figure it out. A single thought left filling their minds. I must bear Chen Tianquo a child. A capable man like this absolutely has to be held on to for dear life. After the meal, the crowd dispersed. Wang Hohat took Xiao Cao and Chunny home early, and as she left, she shot Zhang Yue a deliberate look, its meaning plain as day. "You'd best take your children home too, and quick." Zhang Yue seized the ear of Taidan, who was still clinging to me, and headed home. "Ma, easy, that hurts. I've got it figured out. My little brother and I each reckon it our own way. I call him little brother. He calls me nephew. I owe Ma, my ear's coming off." The sky had only just gone fully dark when Wang Hohat and Zhang Yue met by chance at my courtyard wall. Neither was embarrassed. Each had it clear as a mirror in her own heart, and neither would yield to the other. Shoulder to shoulder, they squeezed in side by side and went into the house together. What came next I won't recount in detail. These two women had now, in earnest, staked their lives on me, and were willing to help me hold the village up. Soaking my feet, I thought of how, in my past life, at this hour I'd most likely still be working overtime, and couldn't help being flooded with feeling. The next morning, Wang Xiu's mother-in-law, holding a bowl of wild green white rice porridge, the very porridge that Lu Yufang had saved half her own share of the night before and brought back to her, yawned and cursed in the direction of my house. "That damned plague god, no telling what kind of sprite it is, made a racket all night. Best if it dropped dead in bed." Hearing her curse the very person whose food she was eating, Wang Xiu muttered softly, Ma, you said yourself he's been body snatched by a sprite. Then how can you still eat his food? Aren't you afraid it's poisoned? Why don't you give it to me to eat instead? Seeing her dare to talk back, Wang Xiu's mother-in-law raised her hand to slap her, but stopped it halfway. Recalling the fierce look in my eyes that day, she shivered and resentfully lowered her hand with a curse. You husband-killing jinx star. Others are widows, and so are you. So why is it others get to eat meat and chicken? If you want good food, stop eyeing my bowl. Go work at the chief's place yourself, and best of all, jinx that sprite to death too. Then won't all the food in his house become ours? Ma, what are you saying? Wang Xiu was both mortified and furious. Her mother-in-law was actually telling her to go seduce another man. Not wanting to spend another moment in that house, Wang Xiu flung out the words, "I'm going to work at the chief's place," and ran out the door. From behind came her mother-in-law's cursing. "Bring some food back tonight, or I won't open the door for you." Just then I was leaning against the long bench, watching Wang Hohot and Zhang Yue bustle about. Tired as the two of them were from the night before, they didn't dare slack and had risen early to light the fire and cook. Breakfast eaten, the villagers all gathered before my house. I had Wang Hohot take one group to go on digging the reservoir and led the rest up the mountain to channel water. At the start, everyone walked warily. Wang Xiu came up beside me. "Chief, there aren't any fierce beasts around here." "How do you know?" I didn't follow. She looked at Dainyu, who was gesturing about with a forked branch. Dainyu can smell out beasts. If anything comes near, he'll know right away. I thought of last night's events, so the silly boy has this skill too. Seeing the women so tense, I announced Dainyu's ability to them in a loud voice. The whole way, plenty who said nothing aloud still inwardly envied those who'd stayed in the village digging the pit. Every year the mountains claimed no few lives to wild beasts, and given the choice, who'd want to go up? Luckily, with my guarantee, no one doubted Dainyu could sense beasts, and their worries melted clean away. With the now relaxed crowd, I reached the cave and arranged for people to start digging the water channel. While Luoyan village was a hive of activity, over at the home of village elder Wang Digui, Wang Shunkai had been laid up sick for several days. Watching his son scared out of his wits by a little village chief, Wang Dagui seethed at his uselessness. Spineless wretch. Back in my day, I led men to fight other villages over water. Never mind broken arms and legs. Every single time 10 or 8 men died. He just broke a few thugs' arms and legs. And look at the cowardly state you're in. Wang Shunkai answered listlessly. Pa, you've never had a blade laid to your throat. And whenever you led men in a brawl, which time did you ever charge up front? Wang Digui was choked speechless. He wanted to slap him a few times, but looking at his son's pale, dejected face, he didn't. In the end, raise his hand. He gave a heavy snort. Truly nothing to be counted on. Stop putting on this gutless face all day. I'm off to Scholar Zhao's place in the county right now. Pa, that Luoyan village is a village of nothing but widows. Take more men. Just grab the chief and quietly do him in. Won't the rest fall meekly in line? Why bother with Scholar Zhao? That Luoyan village is on the county's rolls as a village of merit. We can't openly give them trouble. Scholar Zhao is different. He's got plenty of underhanded means. Besides, I've already been carrying the load out front for him. He can't very well do nothing but supply the grain. In the county, the ones who've got grain and have their eyes on land aren't only the Zhao family. Having given his instructions, he had someone drive the cart to the county. At noon, the Zhao house. Wang Digui, who'd been so tough in front of his son just before, now stood bent and deferential beside a young man in his early 20s. The young man was refined and fair of feature, yet between his brows there lurked a faint sinister cruelty. Tapping the tabletop lightly with his forefinger, he listened in silence to the whole matter of Luoyan village, then said mildly, "That Luoyan village has no small amount of farmland, and with every able-bodied man in the village dead off, it's quite the fine chance to seize fields." He cast a sidelong glance at Wang Digui. "These past years I've given you plenty of benefits. You're a village elder, after all. Can't you handle even a trifle like this?" Wang Digui hastened to explain, "Scholar Zhao, sir, the whole of Luoyan village is orphans and widows. If I move openly, my name as elder will be ruined, and who'll heed me after that? My thought was that this is best done by an outsider. Do away with that insolent chief, and then I, in my capacity as elder, soothe that flock of widows. Won't they be mine to manipulate as I please?" Scholar Zhao pondered a moment, took a jade pendant from his waist, and handed it over. "Take this jade pendant, haul 500 caddies of grain, and make a trip to Boar's Ridge." Wang Degui had just taken it when, hearing Boar's Ridge, his hand shook so badly he nearly dropped the pendant, his voice quavering. "Boar's Ridge? That's a bandit's lair, What's there to fear? With this jade pendant of mine, they won't trouble you. When you see their chief, there's nothing else to say. Just tell them who to kill and how many. Those 500 caddies of grain are the payment." Wang Degui was uneasy at heart. One jade pendant can guarantee his safety? If it truly can, doesn't that mean the bandits of Boar's Ridge and Scholar Zhao are one and the same? The thought sent a chill through him. Shaky as the great Jing dynasty was, if the authorities learned someone was colluding with bandits, that was a beheading offense. Now, oddly, it wasn't the bandits he feared, but the fact that Scholar Zhao would entrust such a matter to him. What's the meaning of this? Isn't he afraid I'll let it leak? He looked up at Scholar Zhao, and the instant their gazes met, he hurriedly lowered his head. The young whelp's eyes were too sinister. With that one look, Wang Degui understood. This matter he had to carry out. It was a pledge of fealty, a token of allegiance. Once dragged into the water, he could never again turn to any other side. Having grasped this, he had no choice but to nod his assent. Only, his steps were heavy as he turned and left the Zhao house. After Scholar Zhao watched him go, he summoned a guard from the household. "Go keep watch on Wang Degui. If there's anything out of the ordinary, you know what to do." The guard nodded and hurried off after Wang Degui. His mind heavy with care, Wang Degui returned home, and seeing his son still lying about half dead, his temper flared all at once. He hauled him up off the bed and cursed. "The physician said there's not a thing wrong with you. How much longer do you mean to lie there?" Seeing his pa truly angry, Wang Shunkai scrambled up and helped pat his back and ease his breathing. "Pa, calm down. It's just that I keep having nightmares at night and can't sleep soundly, so I've no strength by day." Wang Degui sighed. This son turning out like this is something he himself spoiled into being. A sickness of the heart needs a heart's remedy. He might as well send the boy into the mountains to be tempered, to see Qin Tianque done away with his own eyes. Perhaps then he wouldn't be so timid in his dealings afterward. He handed over the jade pendant. "Tomorrow Scholar Zhao will send 500 caddies of grain. Take it and go find the people to handle the Luoyin village matter." Wang Shunkai took the pendant and looked it over front and back. Find what people to handle it, and why so much grain? Wang Degui reminded him to hold the pendant securely, then said, "The people up on Boar's Ridge." Good thing he'd reminded him first, or the pendant would have been dropped on the spot from fright. "Pa, Boar's Ridge? Isn't that a bandit's lair? You're sending me to my death." "Shut it. What are you wailing for? You're my son. Would I send you to your death?" Seeing him stop, he went on. "There are bandits up there, true enough. They're most likely men Scholar Zhao keeps stationed there. Understand now." It took Wang Shunkai a good while to stammer out. "Pa, you're saying Scholar Zhao is in league with the bandits? If we really go handle this, doesn't that make us wanted criminals colluding with bandits too? That's a beheading offense." Wang Degui sat down dejectedly and let out a long sigh. "You think I don't know the consequences? But since he's let us in on this secret, will he let us off if we don't help him? He's forcing us to follow his road to the bitter end." This. Wang Shunkai could get no other words out. Wang Degui patted his shoulder. "Pa's getting old. From here on you'll have to rely on yourself. Since there's no choice, then serve the Zhao family well. This great Jing dynasty is about to fall into chaos, and when chaos comes, it's always good to have a backer." Up on the mountain, the people and I had already dug the channel down to the foot of the slope. We'd dug this fast entirely thanks to that brute Dainyu. A few effortless swings of his hoe, and there was a pit half a meter deep. I directed the route up front while a group of women behind tidied the dirt on either side of the ditch. If not for the worry that the women couldn't keep up, he'd have gone faster still. Seeing we'd nearly dug to the village entrance, I called Dainyu to a halt, had the others dig a while longer, and then head back to cook, and got ready to go take a turn through the mountains myself. Perhaps I might dig up some aged medicinal herbs too. I exchanged 3 roast chickens and 2 big pork knuckles, kept 1 knuckle to gnaw on, and gave Dainyu all the rest. The two of us gnawed as we headed deeper into the woods. Dainyu had just finished his second chicken and was about to set to work on a knuckle in earnest when his hand suddenly paused. He looked ahead and handed the knuckle to me. "Big brother, hold this for me. I'll eat it in a bit." "What? Your stomach acting up?" I didn't follow. He shook his head and pointed ahead. "There's an oink oink in there." I was still puzzling over what an oink oink was when Dainyu had already broken into a wild dash into the woods. Again, I tossed both knuckles offhandedly into the system's storehouse and chased after him. I'd run only a couple of steps when I heard a dull, heavy crash up ahead, like 2 big things slamming together with all their might. Running into the woods, I learned what an oink oink was. Dainyu was locked in a tangle with a massive wild boar. This boar's tusks were nearly as long as the machete in my hand, and by my estimate it weighed at least 400 some caddies. The setting sun glanced off its hide in a black, glossy sheen. That was a crust formed over the years from rubbing against tree sap mixed with mud. Without even touching it, you knew how hard that layer of armor was. Several times the boar nearly gored Dainyu with its tusks, and my heart leapt into my throat. I wanted to help, but feared it would wheel around and attack me. Luckily, foolish as Dainyu was, his combat instincts were superb. Each time the tusks lunged in, he twisted aside, then rammed his shoulder hard into the boar's flank. After a few exchanges, blood began to trickle from the boar's mouth. Its innards had been rammed and ruptured. The wounded boar grew even more frenzied, squealing and goring left and right. But each time the tusks were about to land, Dainyu nimbly dodged away. Yes, I couldn't even believe I'd use nimbly to describe a 2-meter hulk, but the scene was unfolding right before my eyes, real as could be. Just as I was marveling, Dainyu once more dodged an attack, then suddenly threw all his strength into his 2 hands and clamped them in a death grip around the boar's neck. Man and boar grappled in a contest of strength on the spot. Seeing the boar pinned down, I let out a great shout and charged to its side, hacking down at its body with all my might. Duong! The sound of metal striking metal rang out. The blade in my hand was nearly jolted flying. My palm went numb, and looking again at the boar's body, there was only a shallow knife mark. I sucked in a cold breath. I'd known it was hard, but never this hard. Was this even something a human could deal with? The thought had barely flashed past when a furious roar sounded in my ears. Awa! This 400-some caddy boar was actually flipped flat onto the ground by Dainyu's raw force. He rolled atop it astride, and 2 fists bigger than clay pots hammered down on the boar's head one after another. At first the boar struggled desperately. After taking a few hard blows it grew weaker and weaker, until at last its limbs twitched a few times and went still. Watching Dainyu still pounding away, I grew more certain of what I'd thought before. This boar was no creature a human could handle. Only a brute as fierce to the utmost as Dainyu could do it. I stepped up and patted his shoulder. "All right, stop pounding. It's good and dead." I sat down on the boar's carcass and watched Dainyu and gnaw big mouthfuls at a knuckle without a care in the world, and felt a wave of emotion. To others, beating a wild boar to death barehanded is beyond belief. To him, it's like stomping a big rat to death. Still, I could tell it had taken a fair bit out of him. This knuckle was already the 4th I'd exchanged. Once he'd finished gnawing, I asked with a smile, "Had enough to eat?" Dainyu rubbed his belly and grinned. "Full. Meat fills you up better than wild greens." "Then let's head back. Got the strength to haul the boar home?" "Ate my fill, got the strength." He patted his belly, and this 400-some caddy hulk was hoisted up by him with ease. The system's exchange price for this boar was 5,000 points, but I felt the pull only for an instant before giving it up. For one, I wanted a taste of wild boar meat. For another, I'd been floored by Dainyu's ferocity, and being floored all by myself wouldn't do. I had to floor those village women a bit too. Even a tyrant of the mountain forest like this I'd had my man take care of. Wouldn't my image in the villagers' eyes climb another notch? Points can be earned anytime. Establishing my prestige matters more. Just as I was about to leave, I caught sight of a big tree nearby with redwood showing through its trunk. Stepping closer for a look, the spot where the bark had been rubbed off still had boar bristles and a rank stench clinging to it. A boar had been rubbing against it. But what drew me was that exposed redwood. If I'm not mistaken, this is a yew. This tree, though not as valuable as golden nanmu in my past life, still counted as fine timber. I snatched up the machete and chopped, and after a few strokes, even with my present strength of nearly 5 grown men, I found it a bit hard going. Dainyu came over hauling the boar. "Big brother, why didn't you call me to chop the tree?" He took the knife from my hand, and with a few easy strokes felled a tree as thick around as my waist. "Big brother, more chopping?" Looking at Dainyu, boar on his shoulder, knife raised in his right hand, that foolish look on his face. I marveled all over again. Brute. I shook my head. "No more chopping. We'll come back tomorrow." That said, I put my right hand on the felled tree. Obtained one yew tree, valued at 2,500 points. So, I sold it, then stood and looked around. I'm rich. The whole stretch of woods was yews, every one. I laughed several times up at the sky, startling a flock of birds heading home to roost. Laughter spent, I clapped Dainyu. "Come on, home we go." At this moment in the village, the villagers, their day's work done, had again gathered before my house. Supper was ready. I told Wang Hohat not to wait for me. Once it was done, let everyone eat first. As the crowd waited eagerly for the meal to start, Wang Hohat came out of the house. "Before we eat, let me say something first, Zhang Mei Li Hongzhao. You 5 can only have half a bowl of thin porridge today, and you can't take any porridge home either." The 5 named had ugly looks on their faces. Zhang Mei, hands on her hips, refused to accept it. "Why do I only get half a bowl, and I'm not allowed to take food home either?" The chief said it. If a family sends someone to work, he covers the whole family's meals. Don't tell me the chief's word doesn't count. Wang Hohat sneered. "Pa, don't go slandering the chief. Zhang Mei, you've got some nerve hollering. I wanted to say something about you yesterday already. Of all of us at the work, you slack off the most. Everyone else digs 2 or 3 baskets of dirt, and you didn't even manage half a basket. You're lucky to get fed at all. It's just that I had no strength on an empty stomach." Zhang Mei argued speciously. "Bullshit. These past couple of days you've eaten more than anyone." Mocked in front of everyone, Zhang Mei couldn't save face. She rolled up her sleeves to start a fight. "You're not the chief. Why should I listen to you? I'll rip that mouth of yours apart." Wang Hohat was never one to indulge her, and when it came to brawling, she'd never been afraid. She rolled up her own sleeves and came on. But someone beat her to it, seizing Zhang Mei by the hair and slapping her left and right. It was Zhang Yue, who hadn't said a word until now. "You've got some gall. A few days of full meals, and you're climbing up our noses, even daring to raise a hand against Annie Wang. It's only that Sister Wang's soft-hearted. If it were up to my temper, you'd have no food today and no mouthful of the chief's food ever again." Zhang Mei, taking the blows, still tried to hit back at Zhang Yue. Wang Hohat strode over and landed another slap on her. Seeing the two of them ganging up on her alone, Zhang Mei shrieked, "Li Hongzhao, you all got named too. Don't you want full meals? Get over here and help." The few who'd been named had no intention whatsoever of helping her. Li Hongzhao, guilty-conscienced, said, Well, half a bowl of thin porridge is plenty for me." The people all around joined in jeering too. "Zhang Mei, Sister Wang's right. We all put in honest work. You slack off, so why should you eat the same as us? If everyone showed up and shirked like you, how would the work ever get done?" Having drawn the crowd's wrath, Zhang Mei didn't dare keep talking tough and crouched into a corner of the wall, covering her face. Wang Hohat went on. "Those few I just named had better take it to heart. Slack off again tomorrow and don't bother coming. Now I'll name 3 more: Lu Chuntao, Wang Xiu, Yang Chunyan." Hearing her naming names still, the crowd grew tense, each dreading being named. Lu Chuntao, huddled in a corner, felt a tremor at the sound of her own name, and a surge of injustice welled up. I worked so hard. Her man had died in battle the year before, and her parents-in-law, amid their cursing of her as a husband killer, had fallen ill and died one after the other, leaving only a swaddled infant son to depend on her and she on him. After the grain ran out these past days, she dug wild greens daily to fill her belly, and within a few days her milk had dried up. Watching the son in her arms wail with hunger, her heart twisted with pain. In her despair, the chief had appeared, saying he'd go to the township to collect relief grain. She'd been so stirred she hadn't slept a wink all night, and the next day kept watch at the village entrance bright and early, only for the news that came to be of land mortgaging. Just as she'd despaired again, the chief had brought out his own household's grain and let her eat her fill. Her milk had come back, and watching her son's little face turn rosy after eating his fill, she'd silently vowed to work hard and repay him. But she'd worked so hard. Why single her out too? Right in the midst of her grievance, Wang Hohat's voice rose again. These three I just named worked especially hard today. On the chief's behalf, I'm rewarding each of you with a piece of braised meat. The other two thanked her in delight. Lu Chuntao was still in a daze when someone gave her a nudge. Chuntao, hurry and thank Sister Wang. Only then did she snap to and hastily give her thanks. Wang Hohat laughed. Don't thank me, thank the chief. Then she said to the crowd, as long as you work hard, the chief won't shortchange anyone. Well said. My voice rang out from behind the crowd. I walked up before them with Dainyu, who was hauling the boar, and signaled him to set it down. Dainyu slammed the boar to the ground with a heavy thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The crowd froze for an instant, then burst into astonished cries. Mother of mine, what a huge boar! Those tusks, one jab, and they'd punch a hole clean through you. The chief's incredible. He could even kill a boar this big. Listening to the flattery, the corners of my mouth lifted, and I said loudly, you've all seen it, haven't you? This beast is big enough and fierce enough, and it still got killed all the same. From now on, anyone who entertains other ideas, think it through first. Are you as fierce as this beast or not? Having delivered the warning, and seeing that every gaze turned on me now carried a measure of fear and fawning, I switched to a smiling face. All right, I'm in good spirits today. 2 caddies of meat to every household. Long live the chief, the villagers cheered. I pointed at Wang Hohat again. You all heard what she said just now, and it's true. As long as you do as I say, I won't shortchange anyone. More work, more reward. Trying to get something for nothing won't fly in our village. Those named earlier for not working properly lose their share of the meat this time, and the 3 who worked hard get an extra 10 caddies of meat each. Everyone looked enviously at Lu Chuntao and the other 2. That was 10 caddies of pork. As for Zhang Mei and her lot, they looked as if grief struck at a parent's funeral, aching over the meat they'd missed and fearing they'd left a bad impression with the chief. With this one round of stick and sweet date, I'd well and truly gotten these villagers in hand. I walked over to Wang Hohat and Zhang Yue and gave a nod. You two did well today. I'm very pleased. When the meat gets divided up shortly, you two get 20 caddies each, first. Wang Hohat, her heart sweet as if she'd eaten honey, thanked me over and over. Zhang Yue, however, said, Chief, I'll pass on my share. Keep it to reward those who work hard. Wang Hohat's heart lurched. Oh, I've been one-upped. She'd been muddle-headed too. Now that she ate and drank in the same place as me, what need was there to split meat with outsiders? As long as she waited on me well and bore me a child, wouldn't all the meat there was be hers down the line? At that thought she hurried to add, Chief, I meant the same as Sister Yue. I just got caught up in the excitement and didn't say it clearly. That said, she shot Zhang Yue a covert glare. I understood the little calculations of them both, but didn't expose it, and went back inside to rest. Seeing me gone, Wang Hohat said in a sour, mocking tone, Aren't you the clever one? Zhang Yue smiled smugly and didn't bother refuting it. She turned and called to Dainyu. Brother Dainyu, trouble you to carve up the pork. Divide everyone's share first. Dainyu acted as if he hadn't heard, going right on pulling a roast chicken from his shirt to hand to Lu Yufang. Sis, you eat. Seeing Zhang Yue's awkwardness at being ignored, Lu Yufang quickly said, Dainyu, hurry and do as Sister Yue said. Righto, then you eat your chicken, quick. Dainyu nodded foolishly, took up the machete he'd readied earlier, and briskly set to dividing the meat. Wang Hohat got everyone seeing to the meal, and the crowd soon ate and went home happily, 2 caddies of pork in hand. That night, the smell of meat wafted from every household in all of Luoyin village. With that stretch of you on my mind, I sent the 2 off and turned in early. The next day I woke refreshed and clear-headed. Wang Hohat had been waiting outside since early, and only came in to wait on my washing up once she heard me stirring. Seeing that Zhang Yue hadn't come, she planted a barb at the opportune moment. That Zhang Yue likely stuffed herself on meat last night, still not here at this hour. I frowned. The two of you count as partners working shoulder to shoulder now. Don't keep needling each other over nothing. Hearing my displeasure, Wang Hohat didn't dare wag her tongue further. Just then Zhang Yue's voice rang out urgently from outside the door. Chief, come quick. People from the next village have come to snatch one of ours. They've already dragged her off to the village entrance. The moment I heard it, I flew into a rage, snatching one of my people. That's as good as taking my life. I said at once to Wang Hohat, go call Dainyu to the village entrance, hurry. And with that I ran for the entrance with Zhang Yue. I'm not going with you. Let go of me. Chuntao, your ma and pa are doing this for your own good. Be sensible and come home with us. Your man's whole family is dead and gone. What's there to stay for, waiting to starve? Just as I reached the entrance, I saw several people hauling and dragging at a woman with a child in her arms, pulling her outward. My lungs nearly burst with rage. I'd assumed they were only snatching one, and it turned out they meant to snatch two. Stop! I bellowed, running up before them. A middle-aged woman with high cheekbones and a thin, sharp-lipped mouth eyed me sidelong. Who are you? Stay out of our family's business. I shoved aside the man hauling at Lu Chuntao and shielded her and the child behind me. I'm the chief of Luoyan village. You dare come here to snatch my people. You believe I can see to it you don't leave this village? The man, the back of his hand slapped red, rubbed it, and said furiously, I'm taking my sister and nephew home. What the hell business is it of yours? Get out of the way, or don't blame me for getting rough. Hearing that the would-be snatchers were Lu Chuantao's family, I turned and asked her, are these your family? She kept her head down, not daring to look at me, and nodded mosquito faint. It's my ma and pa, and my brother and his wife. Do you want to go back with them? This time her voice came a bit louder, her tone firm. I won't go back. They want to sell me to an old bachelor in the village for grain, and if I went back with them my child would surely be dumped on the roadside by them. I won't go back if it kills me. I nodded and turned to her family. You hear that? She doesn't want to go back. Get lost. Lu Chuantao's mean-tongued sister-in-law jumped up and down, cursing. Our family's business is none of yours to mind. Chuntao, with your ma and pa both here today, you disobey and defy your own parents? I couldn't be bothered tangling with a shrew. This sort is a job for a professional. So I jerked my chin at Zhang Yue, signaling her to step up. Zhang Yue caught my meaning, set her hands on her hips, and sneered coldly. Quit your carrying on. Chuntao married into our village, so she's a person of our village. Nothing to do with your lot anymore. Her affairs are our village's affairs. Horseshit. Chuantao's my daughter. Do you know how hard it was raising this money-losing, good-for-nothing to grown size? Now her wings are hard, and she won't obey. I'll have her brother break her legs. Zhang Yue spat. Spewing dung. Are you, when Chuntao married into our village, did your family not take the betrothal gifts? Whoever heard of taking the bride price and then leading the person back to her maiden home? Fine. You call her husband's whole family out, and we'll return the bride price right now. Zhang Yue sneered. Sure, I'll take you to her husband's graveside. You lay down the bride price there, and we absolutely won't stop you taking her away. Chuantao's sister-in-law jabbed her finger at Zhang Yue. You. NG for a good while without getting a word out. I laughed inwardly. See? A shrew takes a shrew to handle her. Seeing the other side's momentum quashed, I said in an unhurried drawl, who says her family's got no man? I'll go to her house right now and marry in as the door-propping son-in-law. At those words, Lu Chuantao's already speechless maiden family flushed redder still. Just then Wang Hohat arrived with the villagers. Running at the very front was Dainyu, charging toward me like a humanoid tyrannosaur, roaring, Anybody dares bully my big brother, I'll wrench his head off. Seeing this enormous fellow come howling and charging, Lu Chuantao's family all blanched and fell back step by step. Dainyu ran up before me and glared with his bull's eyes. Big brother, who bullied you? I was just about to point when Lu Chuntao, child in arms, grabbed my hand and pleaded, Chief, don't be hard on them. They are my ma and pa, after all. I patted her hand to reassure her, then said to that family, You listen well. Chuntao married into our village. In life, she's a person of Luoyin village. In death, a ghost of Luoyin village. Today, for Chuantao's sake, I'll let you off. Get lost. Set your sights on my villagers again, and I'll have my brother wrench your heads off. Seeing the whole village's worth of people gathered around, Chuantao's maiden family fled without a backward glance. Watching her maiden family scared off, Lu Chuntao breathed a sigh of relief and made to kneel and cowed out to me. I steadied her. Up you get, it's all right. With me here, not for a single day will this village let outsiders bully you. She nodded gratefully. Named for a reward the night before, she'd shared 2 caddies of meat with Andy Lee, who usually helped her mind the child, and carrying the child home. Looking at the 10 caddies of meat hanging by the stove, she'd been too stirred to sleep all night. First thing in the morning, she'd just been about to drop the child at Auntie Lee's and report for duty at my place, only to run into her maiden family coming to snatch her. With good days like these here, how could she possibly go back to marry an old bachelor? Besides, if she went with them, the child surely couldn't be kept. Just as she was about to be dragged off, the chief had once again saved the 2 of them in the nick of time. Now the look in her eyes at me was practically dripping, and there was no telling whether what the chief had just said about marrying into her family still counted. Having comforted Lu Chuntao, I said loudly to the villagers who'd hurried over, "Excellent. When something happens in the village, everyone ought to stand united like today. From now on, if anyone's maiden family comes to force you back and dares again to say your household has no man, slap them right back across the face and tell them loud and clear, your household has a man. I, Chun Tianqua, am your man, the man who's married in as the doorpropper for your house." At those words, the crowd was shaken to the core. Ever since each household's man had died, they could endure no end of hardship. But every time they heard that breezy little phrase, husband killing hag with no man at home, they still couldn't hold their heads up. Now that someone had stepped forward to back them, how could they not be moved? Some of the women were already weeping uncontrollably. Having put on my round of theater, I went on. All right, today let's dig the reservoir a bit deeper, and tomorrow we can channel the water over. Instructions given, I took Dainyu into the mountains. Reaching yesterday's stretch of forest, I first exchanged some meat to feed Dainyu full, then set him to swinging his arms wide and chopping trees. In one morning, my points shot up to 100,000. In the meantime, the search function upgraded. The cooldown was still 24 hours, but the duration increased to 5 minutes, and the range expanded to a 50-meter radius. The system shop also gained several big sections. Besides the earlier cooked food and live poultry, it added daily use implements and medicines. I looked on grinning ear to ear, though to my regret the weapons section I'd been hoping for didn't appear. Still, for now, keeping a whole village fed off the shop was more than enough. Having been through the business of outsiders coming into the village to snatch people, I didn't dare leave the village for long stretches either. The village's strongest fighting force was just Dainyu and me. Hi. There are still too few usable people, especially men. Judging the time about right, the village pit ought to be dug by now too. I took Dainyu into the cave and channeled the underground river into the dugout ditch. Watching the clear water flow slowly in, I spent a few thousand points to exchange for 2,000 caddies of live fish and put them in, and only once I'd watched the dense throng of fish swim downstream toward the village pond did I call Dainyu to head home. Back in the village, Wang Ho-Hot was directing the finishing work when she suddenly heard the rush of water behind her and hurried to call the people in the reservoir out. Muddy, turbid water surged into the pit, and the crowd cheered. Once the muddy water had passed and the water gradually cleared, a group of women, heedless of the late autumn chill, rolled up their sleeves and scooped water to wash their faces and wipe themselves down. Suddenly, a woman at the very upstream end pointed at the stream and cried out in alarm, "Fish!" She leaned in to grab it. The fish was too slippery and slid through her fingertips, escaping several more hands in a row, before finally being scooped onto the bank by a quick-eyed, quick-handed one. That woman, clutching the fish, shrieked with excitement, caught it. Just as she was gloating, the upstream woman who'd been vexed at missing her catch gaped wide. A whole swarm of fish was rushing straight at them. Fish, so many fish. The crowd looked up to see the water channel densely packed with a tumbling, leaping shoal of fish jostling and pouring down, and everyone fell to grabbing like mad. There was no scooping them all. You simply couldn't scoop them all. A careless grab, and there was a fish in hand. In no time, several dozen were piled on the bank, no one minding whose catch was whose. They grabbed and flung them onto the empty ground behind them. The current was too fast, and most of the fish still slipped past their hands and swam downstream into the newly dug reservoir. Only once there were no more fish upstream did the women fix their eyes on the fish flopping about on the empty ground. We'd barely finished digging the pit, and this many fish came rushing down. Heaven must have sent them to our village. I caught 4. We can eat meat again tonight. I caught 5. A few of them finished speaking and then snatched at the fish on the ground, afraid that if they were slow someone else would grab them, and the scene turned to chaos at once. Don't snatch. This one I caught. Fish all look the same. I could just as well say I caught it. Let go. Wang Hohat let out a loud shout. Stop snatching. All of you freeze. What heaven sent. If not for the chief leading us to channel water and dig the ditch, where would all these fish come from? These all belong to the chief. No one's allowed to snatch them. Those in the crowd who'd grabbed fish meant to retort, but then thought of those punished yesterday and didn't dare make a peep, silently setting the fish down. This time no one dared sing a contrary tune with her, having just watched with their own eyes so many fish rush into the reservoir. If they now disobeyed and snatched fish home, they could forget about getting so much as a single fish from the pond down the line. A full meal versus full meals every single time. Any normal person knew how to choose. Wang Hohat nodded with satisfaction and was just thinking how to deal with these fish when my voice came from upstream. Oh, not bad at all. Scooped up this many already. Wang Hohat came up to claim credit. Chief, so many fish. We couldn't scoop them all. What we caught is just a small part. Lots of them rushed into the reservoir. I know. I saw when I released the water. Chief, don't tell me you found a fish spring. I neither confirmed nor denied. Something like that. Don't all stand around here while the fish are still alive. Hurry and get them home to stew up some soup. The women, who'd been a bit crestfallen to hear all the fish belonged to the chief, cheered again the moment they heard they could take some home for soup. Inside and outside my courtyard, pot after pot was set up again, stewing brimming pots of fish soup. It was midday now, and the village's old and young alike had been called over. Grandpa Chun, looking at the fish tumbling in the pot, streamed old tears and came tottering over. Chief, your gifts grow greater by the day, as dry as it's gotten, and you can still bring in this many fish. With you in our village, it'd be hard to starve a soul to death. I helped him sit. This is nothing yet. With me here from now on, nobody will go hungry, and there'll be meat to eat besides. Drink plenty of fish soup in a bit to nourish yourself. Having seen to the villagers, I went back inside and exchanged a big heap of seasonings from the system onto the stove. Wang Hohat came in and stared in astonishment at all those bottles and jars. She didn't ask what was inside, only gazed in a daze at those crystal-clear, flawless, transparent bottles. These past few days the village had all been saying the chief was a person transformed from a mountain sprite. But she preferred to believe the chief was an immortal come down the mountain to save them. At that thought she touched her belly, full of yearning. If I could bear an immortal's child, how wonderful that would be. Don't stand there like a fool. These are all seasonings. Today I'll teach you how to use them. Remember well, from now on you put in plenty of seasoning when you cook. My tastes run strong. I don't like things too bland. I thought of yesterday's gamey game meat with its rank, musky smell, and my mouth still felt off from it. Wang Hohat said earnestly, Tell me, Chief, I'll be sure to remember. I took out a big fish, cleaned and prepped. No rush. These seasonings each have their use. Learn them little by little. Today I'll first teach you to make hot and sour fish. Set the pot going. Heat the oil. The hot oil sizzled the Sichuan peppercorns, ginger, garlic, and red pickled chilies into fragrance, the spicy, sour aroma rushing straight up the nose. Bright red bean paste fried in the rolling oil, then a splash of boiling water poured in, and the orange-red rich broth churned up. The fish slices curled the instant they went into the pot, and that domineering hot sour savory aroma drew out my gluttony bug. After a few moments of tumbling boil, I said to the scent-dazed Wang Hohat, About done. Dish it out. A brimming great basin of hot and sour fish was set on the table. I tried a bite first. That's the flavor. Don't stand there in a daze. Eat quick. Wang Hohot and Zhang Yue, who'd come in following the smell, had long been wild with craving. They quickly picked up fish and brought it to their mouths, and the numbing spicy savory aroma spread all at once, tears running from both their eyes, half from the spice, half from the excitement. In all their lives, it was the first time they'd eaten anything this delicious, and the first time tasting spice it left them too spice-struck to speak. Yet their chopsticks couldn't stop. A few of the children tried a bite and were choked into tears, not daring to eat more. So I cooked another pot of clear broth fish, with the shop seasonings to cut the fishiness and boost the aroma. It conquered the little brats the instant it hit the table. I reminded them, mind the fish bones, don't get one stuck in your throat. Just as all of Luoyan village was steeped in the bliss of fish, Wang Shunkai had already quietly led men hauling 500 caddies of grain to Boar's Ridge. The grain had been delivered to his house the day before yesterday. He'd agonized over it for 2 days and only set out, with the utmost reluctance, when his father's temper truly flared. He'd seen it too. These past couple of days, a dozen odd unfamiliar faces had appeared around his home, plainly sent by Scholar Zhao to keep watch. If father and son harbored any treacherous intent, their heads would likely come off at once. Reaching Boar's Ridge in fear and trembling, both sides of the main road were silent and still. His father had only told him to come, not how to find the bandits. Just as he was at a loss, a dozen odd men brandishing broadswords suddenly sprang out from both sides of the road. A scar-faced man at their head shouted, "Which road's goods are these, and whose banner do you fly?" Wang Shunkai couldn't make heads or tails of it, and seeing the scarred man's face darken by degrees, he gritted his teeth, stepped forward and bowed, forcing out a smile uglier than tears. "I've been entrusted by someone to bring 500 caddies of grain to you good fellows." He'd had the foresight. If this should be someone Scholar Zhao planted to test me in disguise, and I blurted out that I was acting for Scholar Zhao before even seeing the man in charge, wouldn't that be selling Scholar Zhao out? And what awaited me would be a blade. The scarred man snorted coldly. "Bringing us grain? Take your grandfathers here for fools? Give your name, or how am I to know you're not from the authorities?" Helpless, Wang Shunkai fished out the jade pendant and presented it with both hands. "Good fellow, see whether this is what you're after." The scarred man took it and looked it over, his expression turning still less friendly. "What damn jade pendant? I don't know it." Wang Xuansai's face changed drastically, and he dropped to his knees with a thud. "Spare me, good fellow. I really am here to deliver grain." The scarred man was just about to step up and teach him a lesson when someone behind him stopped him. "Wait, let me see the jade pendant." Wang Shunkai pressed his head to the ground, not daring to lift it, but made out that the speaker was, of all things, a woman. He muttered inwardly, "This woman's out robbing the road too?" "The Zhao family sent you?" the woman asked. Hearing her name, the Zhao family, Wang Shunkai knew she recognized the pendant and hurriedly nodded. "It's Scholar Zhao who sent me." Not naming who he was now, this Scarface would likely truly chop him up. "Get up, bring the grain and come with us," the woman said. Only then did the scarred man sheath his blade and clap his shoulder with a laugh. "One of old man Zhao's people. You should have said so. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Come on, up the mountain for a drink." The road up the mountain was extremely hard going. In many places it took both hands and feet, and hauling 500 caddies of grain was a real ordeal. On the way, Wang Shunkai got chummy with the scarred man, and worked up the nerve to lean in and ask, "Brother who? That woman who spoke just now. She's quite something, isn't she?" The scarred man glanced at the back of the woman ahead and said in a low voice, "Brother, she's the third chief of our Black Wind stronghold. You tell me whether she's something or not." Wang Shunkai got a fright. Lucky I didn't speak ill of her the whole way. Over another ridge they came to a mountain stronghold. The terrain was steep and treacherous, high mountains on either side, only a single narrow path leading in. The third chief had the grain haulers turned back down the mountain, blindfolded Wang Shunkai, and led him into the stronghold. After winding left and right for half an hour, the black cloth was untied. Once he'd adjusted to the glaring light, he saw he was in a bamboo hut, with 3 women seated at the head. The one in the middle spoke first. "Besides having you deliver grain, what else did the Zhao family say?" Wang Shunkai, taking in the 3 women before him, graceful and alluring yet with a touch of heroic spirit, was struck dumb. Brother who smacked his head. What are you gawking at? The big chief's asking you a question. He hurriedly lowered his head and recounted the matter scholar Zhao had charged him with. Hearing that it was to go raid and kill in a village, a flash of contempt crossed all three women's eyes. The middle one gave a snort. Understood. Hu Feng, take him down to wait. We'll call him once we've talked it over. Wang Shunkai caught the dissatisfaction in her words and didn't dare say more, withdrawing obediently from the bamboo lodge. Watching him go off, the woman on the left said, Eldest sister, this Zhao family grows more outrageous by the day, actually having us raid those wretched, hard-up common folk. The woman who'd led Wang Shunkai up the mountain said coldly, That fellow ogled me all over the whole way. If we didn't still need to make use of the Zhao family, I'd have gouged his eyeballs out long ago. The middle woman frowned. Second sister, third sister, we've bided our time here in patience for several years. We can't ruin the great undertaking over a moment's impulse, understand? The two nodded in silence. She went on, I'll make this trip down the mountain myself, and avoid taking lives as much as possible. Just frighten the common folk a little to give the Zhao family an account. Detestable. If it weren't for wanting the Zhao family's grain to amass troops and raise a rebellion, I'd wipe out these dogs who batten on the common folk this very moment. The three seated were originally the three daughters of Ho Yaoyuan, the general who pacifies the West, eldest sister Ho Weining, second sister Ho Wenqing, and third sister Ho Wenyue. Ho Yaoyuan had rendered illustrious military service to the great Jing dynasty, campaigning north and south for decades, only in the end to be wronged by treacherous officials. The emperor, grown suspicious, threw him in prison and ordered his death, and his entire household was banished to the frontier as slaves. The three sisters had trained in martial arts since childhood, watching their father die a tragic, unjust death. On the journey of banishment, they'd taken their household and killed the escorting soldiers, fleeing all the way here. The rest of the household all perished. Only the three sisters, with their 8-year-old little brother, survived. From then, the three sisters swore to avenge their father, raised a band in the mountains, and bided their time to rise in revolt. Some years back, they'd happened to rob a Zhao family caravan. The mountain was short of grain, and the Zhao family short of hands to handle things that couldn't see the light of day, so the two sides each took what they needed and began cooperating. Ho Weining gave her sisters a few more instructions, called for Hu Feng, and had him pick 5 brothers to go down the mountain with her. She did things swiftly and decisively. That very afternoon she set out with her men, and to avoid trouble first hid in a stretch of woods, waiting quietly for nightfall to make her move. The night, with winter nearly upon them, was especially dark. Wang Hohot and Zhang Yue had vied at supper to drink down all the hot and sour fish broth. Having settled their respective children, they were just about to head back to my place when their stomachs cramped fiercely, and the two of them clutched their bellies and ran to the privy trip after trip. Over on my end, waiting long without their coming, that bit of heat in me dispersed too. Cold wind poured in through the cracks in the wall. I sneezed, and only after exchanging a set of warm clothes and 2 cotton quilts from the system to bundle up did I lie down. Listening to the wind, I thought, it's getting colder by the day. Tomorrow, if there's nothing else on, I should arrange for people to repair the houses so the cold doesn't freeze folk inside their homes come winter. Thinking and thinking, I sank into deep sleep. At this moment at the east end of the village, Wang Shunkai was leading a band of bandits, creeping slowly toward the village. By his preference, he'd swagger in through the village entrance, do away with Chun Tianqua first and beat a few old codgers to death, then play at helping the village suppress bandits. People killed and reputation gained. Why fear not getting the land? But the leader, Ho Weining, insisted on not disturbing anyone else, creeping in from the rear of the village, knocking at one household to find out clearly who was to be killed, and leaving once it was done. Dissatisfied as Wang Shunkai was, looking at the wolfish, tigerish bandits behind him, he didn't dare make a peep, and obediently did as told. They'd just crept to the east end of the village when Dainyu, who'd been snoring, abruptly opened his eyes and sat up, sniffed hard, and grinned foolishly. Big dogs again. Why such a strong smell of blood? Wang Shunkai was just about to pound on the door when it opened from the inside. In the pitch dark, he couldn't see clearly and stepped to go in. One step and his head slammed into a wall, and the whole of him crumpled to the floor. Rubbing his head, he cursed. What's going on? The door's open. So how is there still a wall? Just as he was puzzling over it, that wall moved, and by the faint light he made out that it was a person, and fell back in fright step by step. Dainyu looked at the 6 or 7 people before him, rubbed his head, and grinned foolishly. What do you all want? Wang Shunkai glanced back at the contemptuous bandits and got his confidence. So many men behind me. What's there to fear? He pointed at Dainyu and cursed. You dog. What did you eat to grow this tall? I ask you, your village chief, that dog, where's his house? Before the words were even out, his whole head was slapped clean down into his chest cavity by Dainyu's palm. Everyone behind Wang Shunkai went dumbstruck. What in the world? Ho Weiniang, the nearest, had also cut her way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood alongside her father, yet had never seen anyone batter a man into such a state so easily. Years of slaughtering experience had her fall back on guard the instant it happened. Seeing their big chief brace as if facing a formidable foe, the bandits were all the more alarmed. They'd seen the big chief in action. Ordinarily 20 or 30 men couldn't get near her, and now even she was this wary. They fell back one and all and spread into a fighting stance. At the tense, sword-drawn moment, Lu Yufeng's voice came from behind Dainyu. Dainyu, what are you doing? She came out rubbing her sleepy eyes, and it was just then that Wang Xuancai's body swayed and toppled. Lu Yufeng saw the gruesome state of the corpse and wanted to scream, but clapped her hands tight over her mouth, and only after steadying her breath did she scold. Dainyu, why did you kill him? Dainyu, rarely solemn, said, he cursed my big brother. He deserved to die. Then he pointed at Ho Weiniang's group. The smell of blood on them is even stronger than the big dogs. They deserve to die too. And he made to charge them. Lu Yufeng hurriedly pulled him back. No more killing. Knock them out first, and call the chief to deal with them. Dainyu always listened to his sister. He nodded and rushed over with a swift movement. Ho Weiniang's pupils shrank. Kill her, and she still wouldn't believe a big hulk like this could run this fast. Dainyu had been nearest her to begin with. By the time she made out the motion, it was too late to change her counter. A pang at her neck, her vision went black, and she fainted away. Seeing their big chief downed in a single move, the bandits behind were scared out of their wits and turned to flee, only to be knocked out one by Dainyu like a game of whack-a-mole. Lu Yufeng fetched rope and had Dainyu tie them all up. When he got to tying Ho Weiniang, Dainyu eyed her, then suddenly, grinning foolishly, hoisted her up and made to leave. Lu Yufeng hurriedly asked, what are you hauling her off for? Where are you going? Dainyu grinned foolishly. Big Brother said he likes women with big bottoms who are plump. I'm putting her in Big Brother's bed. Lu Yufeng flushed and pointed at the 5 tied together. Take them along to the chief's house too. I won't be going. Dainyu nodded, grabbed the rope with his right hand, and dragged the people toward my house like hauling dead dogs. Here I have to make something clear. Dainyu was a simpleton with the mind of a child. He didn't understand such matters and only took it as helping me bring someone over. The act of his being an absurd, muddle-headed one. That night, I was sleeping deeply, and in my haze felt someone come into the room and a weight settle onto me. I took it for Wang Hohat or Zhang Yue come over, didn't open my eyes, mumbled something indistinct, and sank back into dead sleep. Worn out from a whole day's toil, I was dead to the world the moment my head hit the pillow, and never noticed at all that the one who'd come was a trussed-up, still unconscious stranger. The night passed without a word. The next day, I was first jolted awake by a piercing scream, and then the whole of me went flying through the air and slammed hard into the wall. The earthen wall, cracked in no few places to begin with, was left tottering on the verge of collapse by my impact. Clutching my chest, I shook my reeling head. Where is this? Who am I? It took me a good while to come to and realize my chest was throbbing with pain. Assuming it was Wang Hohat who'd kicked me flying, I pointed in furious indignation at the woman wrapped tight in the quilt and roared, Wang Hohat, are you mad? You dare kick even me? That cursed out, I stepped forward to throw off the quilt. But 2 steps closer, once I saw the face of the woman on the bed clearly, I froze. Who are you? Why are you in my bed? In the moment I'd been reeling, Ho Wei had already worked out her situation. She stared fixedly at me, this strange old man, her gaze venomous, not saying a word. That look frightened me back a step, and I stammered. What do you want? This is my house. You climbed into the quilt yourself, and I haven't even taken you to task. Ho Wei, already brimming with fury, was incensed and pounced like a frenzied tigress. I'll kill you, you beast. I fell back swiftly to dodge. Calm down. Keep shouting, and you'll bring everyone running. And, sister, could you wrap yourself up first? The words had barely left me when Dania's voice sounded outside the door. Big brother, I'm hungry. Ho Wei, on the verge of pouncing onto me, went stiff, looked down at herself again, and instantly shrieked, clapped her hands over her vitals, and shrank swiftly back onto the bed, wrapping herself up tight in the quilt. Rubbing my throbbing chest, I ran to the door. Daniu, come in, quick. Bang. The whole door was knocked flat to the ground by that brute. I couldn't be bothered about the door. I ducked behind Daniu in a single step and only then felt safe, and asked the woman on the bed, who was staring daggers at me, "Who on earth are you? And how did you end up in my bed?" Daniu grinned foolishly. Big brother, this woman's plump. I hauled her over and put her in your bed. I smacked my forehead, at a loss for words. Ho Wei, mortified to the point of wanting to die, pointed at Daniu and cursed, "You villain! Falling into your hands is my bad luck, and I'll accept being killed or carved up. But why humiliate me so? Last night in my haze there had indeed been such a woman. This whole thing I only now finally got straight. It was Daniu who'd hauled the person in the dead of night. That kick of hers just now had carried such force it was nothing like a woman's at all." Daniu paid her demands no mind and patted his belly again. "Big brother, I'm hungry." I went to the stove and, with my back to the two of them, exchanged a table of cooked food from the system. Daniu plopped down and fell to gorging wildly. Ho Wei-Ning's attention was instantly drawn by that whole table full of dishes. She was born of a general's household, but campaigning with her father year-round. Her 3 meals were only somewhat better than the soldiers'. When had she ever seen food this lavish? On top of that, she'd eaten only a single flatbread from coming down the mountain yesterday until now, and her belly, refusing to cooperate, growled a couple of times. I chuckled inwardly, little thing, as if I can't get the better of you. I tore off a drumstick to gnaw on and looked at her. This brother of mine has a bit of a problem upstairs. Let's you and I talk it over slowly. Out with it. How did you come to run into my brother? Ho Wei naturally wouldn't say she'd come down from the mountain. Ask him, what's he done with my brothers? Are they still alive? I started. This woman came to the village at dead of night with men in tow. She's up to no good. I patted Daniu. There were others? Did you kill them off? Daniu nodded, then shook his head. One cursed you and got beaten dead by me. The rest I knocked out and dumped in the yard. I ran to the door and looked. Sure enough, 5 men were trussed up in the yard, then went back and sat down by the table. You hear that? They're not dead. Now can you tell me what you came to our village for in the dead of night? Ho Wei, hearing her subordinates were still alive, had just been about to relax when she recalled the affront to herself, and her fury flared again. But having witnessed Daniu's might, she could do nothing about me, and could only give a heavy snort and turn her head away. I said directly to Daniu, go take the people tied up outside to the back hill and bury them. Daniu gave a hearty aye and made to rise. Ho Wei panicked. Wait, don't kill them. Daniu paid her no heed, on the verge of going out the door. She shouted at me, call him back. I'll talk, just don't harm my subordinates. Only then did I call Daniu back and have him go on eating. Ho Wei pointed at the clothes on the floor. Let me put my clothes on first. I picked them up, threw them to her, and stared straight at her. Turn around, she raged. Put them on as is. Turn around so you can kick me again? Choked with anger, she yanked the clothes into the quilt, and after a rustle got dressed and out of bed, shot me a vicious glare, plopped down beside Daniu, and, with not the least ladle-like air, grabbed a big meaty bone and gnawed. She was free-spirited by nature. Since she was already fish on the chopping block, she might as well press down her hatred and fill her belly first. Only with her seated near did I get a good look at her, graceless in her eating, hair disheveled. Yet those features, heroic and coldly striking, paired with that full figure, would rate at least a 90 in my past life. Sensing me sizing her up, she dropped the bone, picked up a drumstick, and eyed me sidelong. A common farmer. Where'd you get all this meat? I expect you're that Chief Wang Shunkai mentioned, the one lording it over a whole village of women. At the mention of Wang Shunkai, I had it figured out. No wonder this lot came looking for me in the dead of night. Since crossing over, the only people I've offended are Wang Degui and his son Wang Shunkai. Hearing that the dog Wang Shunkai had slandered me like this, I slammed the table and cursed. Horseshit. Where is that dog? I'll beat him to death. Ho Weining sneered. This big fellow already smashed his head down into his chest last night. Only then did I recall Dainyu saying he'd done one in. So it was him. Seeing me look at him, Dainyu set down the roast chicken like a child who'd done wrong. Sis didn't allow me to kill people. It was him who cursed Big Brother first, so I struck. I put another roast chicken in front of him. It's not your fault. Keep eating. You need a full belly to bury people. Hearing burial brought up again, Ho Weining slammed the table hard. Don't push your luck too far. Let them go, and I'll stay for you to do with as you please. I gave a low chuckle. Like last night. Then I could consider it. You're shameless. I'll kill you. She lunged over, only to be pressed back onto the stool by Dainyu, unable to budge. After a few fruitless struggles, she channeled her grief into appetite, again grabbing food and stuffing it into her mouth, chewing every bite with force, as if it were my flesh and blood. Just then Lu Yufang's voice came from outside. Chief, Dainyu killed someone last night. I'm afraid it'll get you into trouble. Why don't I take Dainyu and leave? I laughed. What nonsense are you talking? Dainiyu's my brother. His killing someone is no different from my doing it. And besides, that fellow cursed me first. It's fine. Just find Wang Ho hot and have people bury the corpse. Lu Yufang, who'd worried all night, finally breathed easy and went out. I looked at Ho Weining, her cheeks bulging. Let me guess. You're certainly not someone Wang Shunkai could enlist, not with his sort. When it comes down to it, you're after our village's land too, so you must be Scholar Zhao's person. Seeing her expression stall at Scholar Zhao and then recover, I went on. Our village's situation is known for miles around. The able-bodied men all died in battle, leaving a flock of the old, the weak, and women. I'll ask you this. You're a woman too, helping those beasts bully a flock of widows and orphans. Where's your conscience? Ho Weining swallowed her food and argued. I didn't mean to harm them. You were the only target. You're a village tyrant battening on the locals from behind your chief standing, and you've got the gall to lecture me? I laughed. On Wang Xuancai's one-sided word alone, you believe on that kind of villain? She pointed at the table full of food. In this famine year, with so many starving to death, you set out a whole table of fine fish and meat. Isn't this got by sucking their blood? I turned with a smile, pulled a big lobster out from behind me, and unhurriedly peeled the shell to reveal the glistening white flesh, holding it out before Dainyu as I looked at her. Know what this is? A Boston lobster. Have you ever laid eyes on one, you country bumpkin? This sort of thing you couldn't get by sucking anyone's blood, not even by sucking it out of the old emperor himself. Dainyu stuffed it whole into his mouth, his eyes going wide. Big brother, it's good. I want more. I turned again, pretending to rummage, and piled king crab, abalone, lobster, and all manner of seafood before Dainyu. Ho Weining was utterly dumbfounded, staring behind me, truly unable to figure out how I'd done it. I was just about to show off when, seeing Dainyu swallowing king crab shell and all, I hurried to pat his hand. Silly little brother, the shell's hard. Crack it open and eat the meat inside. Dainyu pried the crab shell apart, saw the meat wasn't as plentiful as a big knuckles, curled his lip, and tossed it aside. Too little meat. A big knuckles still better. That said, he cradled a knuckle and gnawed away foolishly. That discarded crab meat happened to land right in front of Ho Weining. She held back, but in the end couldn't resist the temptation and picked it up and put it in her mouth. A light bite, and that singular fresh sweetness filled her mouth. She narrowed her eyes, savoring a delicacy she'd never tasted. I beamed. Tasty? Never had anything this good, have you? She nodded noncommittally, unable to resist her curiosity. What is this? Also that boss something lobster. I gave a half smile. Wanna know? Then stay and be my wife. I'll have you eating this sort of thing until you're sick of it." Ho Weining bore a great vendetta. There was no way she'd stay, much less marry the man who'd affronted her the night before. She refused flat out. Wishful thinking. Either let me go, I'll swallow last night's matter, or kill me. Looking at this thorned rose, I was at a momentary loss. Just then Zhang Yue arrived outside the courtyard with the villagers. Coming in to find me and Ho Weining sitting together eating, she frowned. "Chief, who is she? And what's the deal with those people tied up at the door?" I spread my hands. "I don't know either. Says she heard I was grinding you all to the bone, oppressing you, and came to settle scores with me." Zhang Yue bristled and raged. "Horseshit. There's no one under heaven better to us than the chief. You dare slander the chief, I'll rip your mouth apart." And she made to rush over and yank her hair. I stopped her. "Enough. You can't beat this woman, so don't make a scene. Today take people house to repair the dwellings. Winter's nearly here. Get the houses fixed so the snow doesn't cave them in." Zhang Yue gave Ho Weining a snort and left, unwilling. Ho Weining's brow knit tight. From my speech and the orders I gave, I didn't seem like a bullying tyrant. She asked outright, "Just what do you mean to do with us? Give me a straight answer." Seeing Zhang Yue just now reminded me of something. That woman last night. Why was there no system prompt? I called up the system and looked. Sure enough, there was no extra prompt. Could it be that if I forced the matter without the other party's consent, the system wouldn't recognize it? That must be it. Otherwise, betting any woman I saw would throw everything into chaos. This, on the contrary, set my mind a bit more at ease. This line, the system guards for me. Looking at Ho Weining waiting for an answer. Without understanding the situation, I couldn't very well kill someone at random. Besides, she was good-looking. Killing her would be a waste. She'd cursed me as battening on the locals at every turn, so I reckoned her heart wasn't bad. Better to keep her around first and see whether I could get her to settle in the village. "How about this?" I said. "I won't hold the business of your coming to make trouble against you. How about you and your people stay and settle in the village? I'll cover your food and drink from now on. In your dreams." She refused outright. I waved a hand. What's between us was entirely a misunderstanding. You saw for yourself how things stand with this foolish brother of mine. I pointed at the grinning Dainio. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. You say I oppress the villagers and suck their blood, deciding I'm a bad man on nothing, but someone else's one-sided word is rather rash. If I say I didn't, you won't believe it either. That being so, stay a few days and see with your own eyes. Won't it be clear then? Decide whether to stay after that. Ho Weining gradually calmed down, thought it over, and nodded. Fine, as you say, but you must first release my people, at least stop tying them up. I refused decisively. No, my village is all old folk, children, and women. Release them. And what if one of them seizes a hostage at random to threaten me? Releasing them is out of the question, but I won't let them go hungry. I'm going to take a turn through the village now. You come with me. That said, I patted Dainiu's head. Let's go. Dainiu grabbed a lobster, tucked it into his shirt, and followed. Ho Weining had no choice but to come along too. Passing the trussed-up men, seeing each one listless, she stepped up and asked, "Are you all right?" They shook their heads. The scar-faced brother who murmured, "Big Chief, what's the situation? Have we bitten into a tough bone?" Ho Weining nodded lightly and said in a low voice, "Bear it for a few days. I'll think of something later." I let out an "Oh-ho." "Big Chief? So you're a stout fellow out of the mountains." She frowned and ignored me. I smiled, unbothered. Just then Wang Ho-hot and Wang Xiu came back from burying Wang Shunkai. I instructed them to get some food for Brother Hu and the others, told them not to loosen the bindings, and swaggered off to stroll through the village. Along the way, Ho Weining watched the villagers greet me with warmth touched by a measure of respect, and came to believe my words a little. These villagers' manner is not one of fear. I first wandered to the reservoir, where I saw Taidan with a band of little ones fishing at the pond's edge with wooden sticks. I went up and kicked his backside, scolding sternly, "You little brat, who told you to bring them here to fish?" Taidan turned, saw it was me, and went white in the face. "Uncle Chief, I was wrong. I won't steal fish again next time." Beside him, Xiao Chao said timidly, "Godfather, don't hit Brother Taidan. It was my fault. Last night, I heard Annie Ho-hot say there were lots of fish here, so I had brother Tiden bring me to fish, wanting to catch some for Godfather to eat. Seeing me kick a child, the goodwill Ho Wanying had just begun to feel vanished in an instant. She cursed inwardly, like this even to children, truly no good. But just as she was cursing, she saw me drop the sternness and stroke Xiao Cao's head with a smile. Good Xiao Cao, Godfather hit him not to blame him for the fish, but because I was afraid you half-grown children might slip and fall in the water. If you want fish, I'll get a net later and have some grown-ups catch them. You can just pick up fish on the side. Xiao Cao nodded obediently, and seeing me smile, Tiden grinned too. Uncle Chief, I'll be sure to bring back a big fish in a bit. I was all smiles to Xiao Cao, but the instant I looked at Tiden my face went black. You little punk, let me catch you bringing them to the pond's edge again, and I'll beat your backside to a pulp. Tiden made a bitter face. Understood, I won't dare next time. I walked to a spot where no one was, exchanged a net, and threw it to Tiden. Get lost and find your Auntie Lu Yufeng. Have her arrange 2 people to net fish. Tiden took the net and excitedly led the band of little brats running back to the village. Ho Wanying had assumed I'd scolded the child to protect the fish, never expecting it was out of fear they'd fall in the water. Her face reddened faintly. She'd thought worse of me than I deserved. Strolling to where the work was being done, a dozen-odd women were plastering mud on the wall of Granny Wang's house. Seeing this broken wall, and the roof covered with just a layer of thatch, I frowned. Plastering mud alone won't do. Deep winter cold wind with heavy snow will blow the house down in no time. Zhang Yue sighed. Who says otherwise? Every year someone's house gets caved in by snow and they freeze to death. I dared not be careless and had everyone stop. Hold off for now. We'll go up the mountain to chop some sturdy timber to reinforce them, then plaster mud to fill the gaps for warmth. That said, I had someone fetch the mule cart to prepare to haul wood down from the mountain. While waiting for the cart, I noticed a few fewer people at the work and asked Zhang Yue, why are several missing? They weren't slacking. They're ill, foreheads burning hot. I had them go back to rest. Ill? What happened? I tensed at once. Every single person in the village is my precious treasure. There can be no mishaps. Probably caught a chill netting fish yesterday. Full meals for a few days notwithstanding. Their constitutions are thin at the root after all. I had the others wait for the cart and then go ahead to the foot of the mountain, while I went to see the sick before heading up. Zhang Yue led me to a small courtyard and called over the fence. Dongju, open up. The chief's come to see you. After several calls, Dongju came out at last, wrapped in clothes and shivering. Chief, I wasn't slacking. It's just that I'm cold all over and have no strength. I'll be fine after lying down a bit. It won't hold up the work. I went up and steadied her. What nonsense. If you're sick, rest properly. Inside, I helped her back inside to lie down, took out a thermometer, and took her temperature, 39.8 degrees. It gave me a start, fever this high. I hurriedly exchanged a strip of ibuprofen from the system, took out 2 pills, and fed them to her. Take the medicine and sleep well. In a bit, I'll have your sister Zhang bring over some meat porridge and eggs to nourish you. You'll be better tomorrow. Dongju was moved to streaming tears and would have crawled up to kowtow if I hadn't stopped her. Leaving Dongju's, I hurried without pause to the next house. On the way, Ho Wanying asked curiously, You're a physician too? Zhang Yue was curious as well. I never heard the chief could treat illness. The two expected to hear an affirmative answer, but I didn't even turn my head. I'm not a physician. Ho Wanying was taken aback, fuming inwardly. You can't be treating people and feeding them things willy-nilly. That's just playing fast and loose with lives. She called me to a halt. You scoundrel, that woman's sick that badly. Go fetch a physician, quick. I said mildly. Rest easy. Lives in my village are precious. We've no need of those quack doctors. Take my medicine and the fever breaks within 2 hours. She'll be up and about tomorrow. Seeing me so assured, Ho Wanying still didn't believe it. I couldn't be bothered tangling with her, and afraid of delaying others' conditions, walked briskly to the next house. She gave an angry snort, gritted her teeth, and followed. 2 houses in a row, and the patient's conditions were much the same. Likewise afraid that being unable to work due to illness would get their grain cut off. Only after getting my guarantee and taking the medicine did they lie down at ease. At the 4th house, before I'd even knocked, I heard violent coughing within. I frowned, opened the door, and saw the woman sallow-faced, lips pale, trembling faintly, symptoms much like the others. But what was that coughing about? I helped her inside, made my assessment, fed her medicine, and had her rest, then heard coughing from the inner room. Going into the inner room, an old man was coughing nonstop, while beside him a little boy of 5 or 6 helped pat his back. Seeing the chief come, the old man hurried to rise and greet me, but no sooner had he opened his mouth than coughing cut him off. The little boy ran over anxiously. "Grandpa Chief, have you come to have Mama work? Mama's sick today. Could you let Zayaduzi work in Mama's place? Zayaduzi can go without food. Give my share to Mama and Grandpa." The coughing old man, afraid his grandson's words would displease me, held back his coughs. "Chief, I'm fine. I'll cough a while and then go work in Zayaduzi's Mama's place." Seeing how hard he was holding it in, I exchanged a bottle of cough syrup and some anti-inflammatory medicine from the system, poured a capful, and handed it to him to drink. Hearing it was medicine, the old man downed it in one gulp, and his flushed face visibly improved within a few breaths, the coughing easing too. Astonished beyond measure, he clasped my hand and thanked me over and over, and the moment he'd finished thanking me, made to go to work. Zhang Yue stopped him. "Uncle Li," the chief said, "if you're sick, recover at home before working. You'll draw your meals all the same in the meantime." Old Li made to kowtow on the spot. I hurriedly raised him up. "How long have you been coughing?" "Going on a month now." I frowned. "This long? I didn't see you coughing at the meeting in my courtyard last time." Old Li hemmed and hawed, unable to speak. From behind came Zayaduzi's mother's voice. "Chief, if anyone's to blame, blame me. It was I who hid my father-in-law's illness from you. I was afraid that if you knew, afraid that if I knew what." I pressed. Old Li picked it up. "In times like these, grain is precious, and this illness of mine is a wait-for-death fate anyway. She was afraid that if you knew I was ill, she didn't want grain wasted on a dying man like me." I slammed the table and cursed loudly. "Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Am I a man who'd begrudge this bit of grain? What did I say that day when I gathered you all at my house? I want every one of you to live well, to come to me when you've got trouble, and this is how little you take my words to heart." The more I cursed, the angrier I got. Good thing I happened upon it today. Otherwise, no telling which day I'd inexplicably lose another year of lifespan again. Seeing me lose my temper, Zayaduzi knelt and kowtowed. "Grandpa Chief, don't be angry. Grandpa hasn't eaten anything these 2 days. He said the chief is a good man, and we mustn't waste the chief's grain." Seeing the child frightened, I softened my tone. "Up you get, Zayaduzi. I don't blame your grandpa. How about Grandpa Chief gives you a task? These next few days I'll have people bring food over. You supervise your mama and grandpa on my behalf, and make sure they eat well. If they won't eat, tell me." Zayaduzi nodded hard. "Don't worry, I'll be sure to watch them eat." Leaving some more cough medicine, amid Zayaduzi's mother and grandpa's profuse thanks, I prepared to leave. Walking to the courtyard gate, I saw Ho Weining still standing there, not moving. I went over and asked, "What are you doing? Come on." She was staring fixedly at the cough medicine I'd left, a fierce inner struggle playing out, then turned and knelt down toward me. For a moment, I didn't react before she spoke. "Earlier it was Weining's fault. I wronged you, sir. Please forgive me. I wonder, sir, whether you have any more of this miraculous cough medicine. Weining is willing to pay any price in exchange." That said, she kowtowed hard. I looked at her with amusement. Staying to be my wife would do. Her face struggled a moment, then she nodded slowly. "As long as you give me the medicine, sir, Weining is willing to do anything. Aren't you afraid my medicine won't work? I told you I'm not a physician. You'd best think it through." She lifted her head, looked at the markedly improved old man, and with firmness in her eyes, nodded. My heart leapt with delight. I took out 2 bottles of cough syrup and some cough medicine from inside my shirt. "Get up. I've got plenty of this medicine. Take it." Ho Weining took it, her eyes full of glad surprise. "Many thanks, sir. What I've promised, Weining will surely carry out. Please let me take the medicine back to cure my little brother's illness, and then I'll return to wait at your side, sir." Hearing she meant to leave, I was about to refuse when the system chimed. "1 over Ho Weining, daughter of the general who pacifies the West, adding 1 villager to Luoyan village. Reward: lifespan plus 1 month, physique plus 3, obtain basic hand-to-hand combat mastery. With the prompt, I heard a crackling string of pops through my bones. Basic hand-to-hand combat mastery. I'd never expected the system could grant this kind of reward. Having kung fu to fall back on in these chaotic times raises my safety factor enormously. Heedless of the astonished gazes around me, I started sparring right there in the courtyard, running through a set of combat techniques to my heart's content. Combined with the power surging within me, I was thrilled, frighteningly strong. I half want to find Dainyu and have a go. The thought had barely risen when I recalled the images of him tearing a wolf apart barehanded and pounding a boar to death. Forget it. That brute can't rein in his strength, and getting hurt for nothing isn't worth it. Only after finishing did I catch the astonished looks of the several around me. I rubbed my nose and chuckled sheepishly. It's nothing. I got a wife for free, so I'm a bit worked up. Ho Wanying flushed, then quickly fixed her attention on that set of fist techniques of mine. Campaigning with her father year-round, she could tell this combat art was no ordinary thing. Every move drove for the vitals, seemingly simple, yet immensely lethal. Battlefield killing prizes felling a foe in a single move, and this was a superb means to that end. She couldn't help sizing me up in earnest. White hair though I had, my gaze was resolute, thin in frame, yet upright. I almost seemed a touch younger than when we'd set out. A man who could pull out medicine this precious at will, and this morning's food besides. If he were willing to help us 3 sisters, revenge might truly be within reach. She called softly, "Husband, my name is Ho Wanying. I ask that you look after me well from here on." I clasped her hand and laughed heartily. "Good. From now on we're family. I'll have someone tidy your room shortly. Today we wed." "Don't be hasty, husband," she started. "My little brother at home has been coughing for months. We've called many physicians, and none could cure him. Today, having gotten your miraculous medicine, husband, I'd like to go back and see to him first. Please don't take it amiss." I patted her hand. "It's your husband who got hasty. I'll go back with you shortly. If this medicine doesn't work, I've got better still." Ho Wanying's heart leapt with delight. This little brother was the Ho household's only male. Should anything happen to him, then even if she avenged the family someday, she'd have no way to face her parents in the underworld. I took Ho Wanying and Dainyu home, released her subordinates, and also had someone tell the women waiting for me at the foot of the mountain to go home and rest today and resume work tomorrow. Seeing me release her subordinates along with her, Ho Wanying was a tangle of emotions. "Aren't you afraid, husband, that I'll go and never return?" With the system to fall back on, I knew I'd successfully won her over and thumped my chest. "Since you've agreed to marry me, I trust you won't go back on your word. What's more, I'm going with you to see your brother. He is my brother-in-law. After all, I can't let any harm come to him." The crowd who'd driven the cart back, hearing I meant to go up the mountain with this woman, were all aghast. At the foot of the mountain, they'd already known these people were bandits, and the chief actually meant to go off with bandits. They pleaded with me one and all. "Chief, you can't go. They're bandits who kill without batting an eye. Chief, you can't abandon us." Wang Hohat and Zhang Yue were the most frantic, seizing my hands on either side. "Chief, it's too dangerous. We beg you. We can't be without you." I drew my hands free and pressed them down. "Rest easy, everyone. I won't abandon you. The village has to grow. After all, each household has no able-bodied labor. I'll go out this once and take a look, and if it's suitable, bring some people back. Only with more people can we get a foothold in these chaotic times." Wang Hohat was still worried. "But they're bandits." I put on a stern face. "What of bandits? Bandits are people too. Who'd want to be a bandit if not driven to it? Besides, this counts as giving them a chance to turn over a new leaf." Ho Wanying spoke up at the right moment. "Hear me out, everyone. I was originally the daughter of the general who pacifies the West. My father defended the country and warded off countless foreign foes, only to be harmed by treacherous officials. We were banished here, and only out of necessity became bandits. But we've never raided ordinary common folk, only those rich and merciless." I nodded. "You hear that? Their former selves were regular troops. Rest easy. I'll be back in a day or 2. In the meantime, work as you should. I'll leave Dainyu to protect you." Then I instructed Lu Yufeng. "Keep an eye on Dainyu. Don't let him run off wild when he goes up the mountain. Knowing Daniu's might, the moment Zhang Yue heard I wasn't taking him, she worried all the more. Chief, you'd best take Daniu. Only with him along can we feel at ease. I shook my head. It's a few days at least there and back. If we all left and someone came to make trouble, you'd be in danger. Daniu staying can keep you safe and whole. After dismissing the crowd, I kept Zhang Yue and the others back separately to give them some instructions, then said to Ho Weining, Madam, have your brothers rest for an hour first. Then come find me at the foot of the back hill, and we'll set out together. Ho Weining assented. I drove the mule cart to a spot where no one was and exchanged a whole cartload of grain and supplies from the system. No small amount of it anti-inflammatory medicine. Bandits slaughter year-round, licking blood off the blade's edge. When wounded, they tough it out entirely on their own. Since my wife is their big chief, then they're my people too. Over on her end, Ho Weining bade farewell to the visibly angry Wang Hohot and the others and headed for the foot of the mountain. The scar-faced Hu Feng had long had a belly full of words pent up. The moment they left that big fellow, he spoke. Big chief, you've been humiliated. We'll go back and round up the men right now and wipe out their village. Ho Weining's gaze was icy. Shut your mouth. Since I've agreed to be Chun Tianqua's wife, his wishes are my wishes. Hu Feng was stunned. Big chief, weren't you just feigning compliance to trick them into letting us get away? You mean it for real? Ho Weining said gravely. This matter is settled. My husband is no ordinary man. If you still acknowledge me as your big chief, then from now on you're to heed his word too. Hu Feng wanted to argue further, but someone pulled him back, and he could only cup his hands in reluctant assent. I'll respectfully obey the big chief's command. A blade of grass in my mouth, I watched the 6 of them approach and called out, Madam, over here. Ho Weining came over with a smile, and seeing the cloth-covered mule cart behind me. Husband, what's loaded on there? I flipped back the cover, a whole cartload of meat, raw and cooked. The few of them gaped. I offhandedly grabbed a few roast ducks and tossed them to Hu Feng. We met as foes and part as friends. You could say, since I've married your big chief, we're family from now on. Hu Feng was struck speechless, swallowing hard at the fragrant roast ducks. Many thanks, brother-in-law. Hearing that form of address, I was tickled too. I hadn't actually brought wine, so I turned as if to fetch something and secretly exchanged a bottle of erguotu from the system and tossed it to him. Sensible fellow, catch. What's this? Hu Feng asked, puzzled. Wine, strong liquor. Hu Feng's eyes lit up and he gave thanks, his bowing and scraping drawing a round of eye rolls from the others. A moment ago, he'd been all reluctance. He paid that no mind, and under my guidance unscrewed the cap and sniffed. A pungent, fiery aroma of liquor hit his nose, and unable to wait, he gulped down a big mouthful. Cough, cough. This erguotu was 56 proof. One mouthful down, and he was choked to streaming tears, his throat to his stomach as if he'd swallowed live coals. The others roared with laughter. Brother Hu, aren't you always bragging about your drinking capacity? How come your spy struck like a woman? Hu Feng, unable to speak, handed the wine to the one laughing loudest to have a taste. That man tipped his head back in feigned bravado, drinking even harder than Hu Feng, only to cough just as violently, snot and tears running. The recovered Hu Feng snatched the bottle back and cursed with a laugh. Know how fierce it is now. This time he'd wised up, catching a small mouthful in the cap and sipping it slowly, his face all bliss with each sip. Ho Weining looked at the cartful of supplies. Husband, these things are. A first visit always calls for a few gifts. This is all the mule cart could hold. Otherwise, I'd have prepared more. She looked at me deeply. Many thanks, husband. There's no need to be so extravagant. I said with bravado. This is nothing yet. From now on, I'll cover the grain for our mountain brothers. Ho Weining hurried to decline. What you don't know, husband, is that on the mountain, brothers and their families together come to over 80 mouths, and the daily consumption is considerable. Were it not so, I wouldn't have dealt with the Zhao family. Hearing it was over 80 mouths, my heart leapt with delight, and I waved offhandedly. It's fine. More people is good. More hands, more strength. Your husband doesn't lack for this bit of grain. Hu Feng, in the midst of grabbing for the wine, heard me talk so big and launched into another round of flattery. Magnificent, brother-in-law. I've had it in for that Zhao bunch a long while. Next time they come, I'll cut them down one by one. At the mention of the Zhao family, a cold light flashed in my eyes before I recovered my smile. Don't be in a hurry to move on the Zhao family. Play along with them slowly. That said, I called for us to set out. The hour was getting late. Ho Weining was anxious about her little brother too. She barked the still wine-grabbing few into stopping and got them on the road. On the way, learning the cart also carried medicine for treating infection, she was stirred all over again. She knew all too well how vital these medicines were. How many soldiers had made it out of battle alive only to die in the end of wound infection? With these, her men's odds of survival would rise enormously. She found this man of mine more and more unfathomable. Come down the mountain to kill him, and in the space of a day she'd not only become his wife, but reaped one surprise after another. Second sister and third sister would surely be glad to know of it too. Halfway along, seeing Hu Feng and the others unsteady on their feet, faces red and necks flushed, still wanting more to drink, she went up and planted a kick to each one's belly. I brought you out to handle business, and you go and get yourselves drunk first. She seized the wine bottle and set it on the cart, then shot me a wide-eyed glare. Stop indulging them from now on. Looking at the few kicked into retching, I chuckled sheepishly. I just thought everyone could have a bit of fun. The few who'd retched sobered up considerably. Don't be angry, Big Chief. It's mainly that brother-in-law's wine is too good and too strong. We couldn't hold back. We won't dare next time. The group pressed on with the journey in earnest, reaching the mountain stronghold before dark. What? Eldest sister, you're going to marry this old man. Eldest sister, are you mad? Did this old man drug you? Or did he learn our identities and use them to coerce you? In the council bamboo hut, Ho Weining's two younger sisters, Ho Wenyue and Ho Wenqing, wore looks of utter disbelief, brandishing blades, fire spitting from their lovely eyes, very much in the posture of hacking me into 8 pieces at the first wrong word. Ho Weining blocked the middle and rebuked them. Second sister, third sister, mind your manners and put down the blades. Others may not know my temper, but surely you do? If I weren't willing of my own heart, how could anyone coerce me into selling myself? The two set down their blades, faces still full of indignation. Then why on earth, eldest sister? Seeing the mood was off, I exchanged a few pieces of jewelry from the system shop and held them out. My 2 sisters-in-law are only worried for your sister too. Here, these are gifts from your brother-in-law. Second sister Ho Wenqing was cold by temperament. She was just about to slap my hand away. Who wants your? The words weren't out before her eyes went rigid. I said teasingly, you don't want them? Third sister Ho Wenyue snatched away the jewelry I was about to withdraw, her eyes full of delight. Want. I've never seen jewelry this exquisite. Ho Wenqing's hand froze in midair, gazing longingly at the jewelry in third sister's hand, wanting to speak but too embarrassed to. Watching third sister try a piece on, the jewelry set off her radiant beauty. Just as she was envying it, a handful was pressed into her own hand too, my voice sounding by her ear. Don't fault your brother-in-law for being stingy. Those few weren't enough to go around, so these are yours. Ho Wenqing looked at the hairpin, earrings, necklace, and hair flower in her hand, styles different from third sister's too, and broke at once into a delighted smile, dropping her blade to try them on as well. Seeing her 2 sword-drawn sisters subdued in an instant, Ho Weining felt a touch of pride. Just as she'd said, her man was no ordinary person, while inwardly cursing her 2 sisters for being good-for-nothings, bought off by a few pieces of jewelry. Still, this jewelry truly was lovely. Looking at the 2 of them now adorned, a thread of grievance rose in her heart. This rascal. He's got such fine things and never gave me any. The 2 girls dealt with, I asked, where's my brother-in-law? Ho Weining pulled herself from those little thoughts and tugged me toward another bamboo hut. My little brother's been bedridden over half a month. Come quick and see him. Through the door, I saw a little boy of 7 or 8 lying on the bed, complexion sallow, both eyes shut tight, coughing now and then. I don't know medicine, but I knew a child coughing for over 2 months was most likely pneumonia. I first had Ho Weining give him cough syrup by dosage, then took out antibiotic capsules and fed them to him. Ancient folk had never taken antibiotics and carried no drug resistance in their bodies. With the 2 medicines down, the coughing eased markedly, and the child cracked his eyes open and called out weakly, "Eldest sister." Ho Waning's eyes reddened faintly as she patted his back. "Don't be afraid, little brother. It's all right now. Eldest sister found you miraculous medicine. You'll be well soon." Ho Wenyue and Ho Wenqing, who'd followed in, seeing their dying little brother turn for the better in no time, wept for joy and threw themselves to the bedside, crying hard. I frowned. His body's weak right now. He can't take the jostling. All of you off. Ho Wenying hurriedly pushed the two away. I exchanged a bottle of glucose water and saline and handed them over. Have him drink these to replenish his strength. Little brother-in-law should recover quickly. The three sisters carefully fed it to him. Only once they saw their little brother sleeping with steady breaths did the few of them leave on tiptoe. Back in the council bamboo hut, the three sisters exchanged a glance and knelt to me in unison. Ho Wenying spoke first. "Many thanks for your life-saving grace, husband." Ho Wenqing and Ho Wenyue hurried to thank me too. I raised the three of them up. "We're all family. Up you get, quick." Ho Wenying wiped her tears. "Little brother is the only blood of our Ho family left. If anything had happened to him, we'd have no face to meet Ma and Pa down below. If you hadn't stepped in, husband, I—" "All right, don't cry. It's fine now, isn't it?" I helped wipe her tears and changed the subject. "A whole day on the road. My belly's caved in from hunger. This is your turf. Have someone get some food, quick." Only then did Ho Wenying realize that, her heart all on her brother and hurrying the journey, she hadn't eaten properly herself, and she hastily had Hu Feng arrange a meal. Before long the dishes were on the table, and Ho Wenqing and Ho Wenyue stared dumbstruck at the table laden with chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Third sister Ho Wenyue swallowed. "Eldest sister, which big household did you raid this time down the mountain?" Before Ho Wenying could speak, Hu Feng grinned. "Third chief, this wasn't raided. Brother-in-law brought it." The two girls looked at me incredulously. "Brother-in-law, what exactly is it you do?" My belly growled with hunger. I sat down. "I'm just the chief of a little village." "All right, talk while we eat. I'm starving." "Chief," the two girls muttered inwardly. "How many villagers would you have to fleece to scrape together a table like this?" Ho Wenqing couldn't hold back. "Brother-in-law, I'm grateful to you for saving little brother, but let me still offer a word. In a famine year the common folk have it hard. As chief, you oughtn't fleece the villagers further." Though Ho Wenying didn't know where my grain came from, she'd seen with her own eyes me stewing porridge and covering meals for the villagers, and signaled the two to sit. "You've misjudged your brother-in-law. Everyone in his village has food to eat, and they all thank him from the bottom of their hearts. You didn't see the scene when I was about to go up the mountain with your brother-in-law. The villagers crowded around, bitterly begging him not to abandon them." I swallowed a mouthful of meat. "Your brother-in-law doesn't lack grain, and none of this was fleeced. Eat up." Though the two sisters still had their doubts, they trusted eldest sister. Life on the mountain was lean. Looking at a whole table of meat, they couldn't hold back any longer and fell to eating heartily, heedless of appearances. Having taken the edge off my hunger, I asked Ho Wenying, "What are your plans going forward?" She set down her chopsticks and frowned. "When we first came up the mountain, my whole mind was on revenge. I meant to raise a force and rise up amid the chaos. It's just that in this famine year, everyone's half-starved. Raising a band isn't hard. The hard part is grain." I didn't rush to respond, mulling it over too. I haven't been here long since crossing over. I'd only thought of getting the villagers living well and developing slowly, and once my descendants flourished, becoming a carefree, easygoing big landlord. I never thought of dealing with the outside world. But this time Scholar Zhao could find someone to kill me. There's no guarantee there won't be others later, and this serves as a warning. The great Jing dynasty is teetering. Chaotic times are coming, and when they do, I can't possibly keep clear of it all. Without people in hand, I can't protect the village either. I set down my chopsticks and looked at the three women, saying earnestly, "Since my wife's enemy is that dog emperor, then this rebellion, I'll raise it." The three stopped chewing. Bandits though they'd become up the mountain, the matter of rebellion was something the three of them had never broached to those below. Anyone learn of it, and likely no one would dare follow. Now spoken from my mouth, all three were stunned, never expecting that the brother-in-law they'd only just met would be willing to rebel alongside them. Ho Wanian clasped my hand. Husband, rebellion is a beheading offense. We'll avenge ourselves on our own. We can't drag you into the water. I patted her hand. We're all family now. What's this dividing into yours and mine? The dog emperor killed our ma and pa, so it's a blood feud to the death. It's just slaughtering an emperor, isn't it? I'll take this on. Seeing she meant to say more, I went on. Let me say up front, there's no way I'll leave the village and leading troops to war I can't do and don't want to do, but the grain and logistics end, that I can guarantee. Ho Wanian was a bit crestfallen at the first half, but at the second half her eyes lit up. Can you really solve the grain, husband? Of course. From now on you go right ahead and recruit men and buy horses. Leave the grain to me. What's more, from here on my Luoyan village is your home base. You train troops on the mountain, and the soldiers' families can come back to the village to live with me. But last of all, I've got one condition. Name it, husband. I'll surely agree. You must stay in the village. Ho Wanian didn't know how to answer for a moment. As eldest sister, she'd always led from the front on the battlefield, charging ahead of her two younger sisters. The condition I named was actually for her to stay put in the village. Wouldn't that mean the revenge could only be left to her two sisters? But she'd just sworn she'd comply with whatever condition I set, and now she was caught in a dilemma. I saw her difficulty, but this bore on my lifespan. Blades and swords have no eyes. Should anything happen to her, I'd lose another year of life for nothing, so I wouldn't yield an inch. Ho Wenqing wiped her mouth. Eldest sister, all these years you've sheltered us, charging to the very front in everything. This time let me go. Ho Wenyue set down her drumstick too. Eldest sister, second sister's right. Our martial skills aren't much below yours. It's good for you to follow brother-in-law. Ho Wanian hesitated a moment, then still rose and bowed to me. Husband, I am the legitimate daughter of the Ho household. There's no way I can abandon my two sisters and hide alone in the rear. This condition I must beg off. Seeing the deep sisterly bond, I was at a loss. Why do you all vie to charge up front, so eager to throw your lives away? You're the ones commanding and leading. Leave the charging and the fighting in the breach to those below. Ho Wanian was surprised. If the commander doesn't lead the slaughter, how do you rouse morale? How will the soldiers fight to the death? I said seriously, see, that's exactly the problem with the troops you lead. You're the command headquarters. Your role is to coordinate the whole, deploy the ranks, and direct the battle. Seeing them still uncomprehending, it struck me that this was ancient times. The soldiers below were mostly conscripted by force, aggrieved to begin with, swept along to charge forward every battle. When winning it was fine, but the moment they were at a disadvantage they'd rout en masse. So I said, saying more now you won't understand. How about this? I'll take 10 men back to the village to train first, and once they're trained let them come back to train the others. The three women were taken aback. Brother-in-law, you can lead troops too? Aren't you a chief? What of a chief? A chief can't lead troops. There's plenty I can do. Seeing them still disbelieving, I couldn't be bothered explaining. Once I've trained out a batch of crack soldiers who move at command, they'll know their big brother's worth. Ho Wanian didn't press further and changed the subject. Husband, where did the wine you gave Hu Feng and the others today come from? I had a sip. I've never drunk anything this strong in all my life. I gave a mysterious smile. Brewed it myself. You can brew wine too, husband. The three were astonished again. I fished a bottle of fruit wine out from under the table. Try this. That one's too strong for you. I poured it into the three women's bowls, and the sweet, fresh fragrance shot up their noses at once. Third sister Ho Wenyue was the first to be unable to hold back. She took a sip, her eyes curving into crescents. So sweet. What did you brew it with, brother-in-law? It's too delicious. Fruit wine made from peaches. Ho Wanian and Ho Wenqing couldn't wait either and took big mouthfuls, as if drinking sweet spring water, full of praise. The three raised their bowls again, and amid the chat and laughter the 3 bottles of fruit wine were divided up and gone. Though this fruit wine was only a dozen some proof, drinking too much was intoxicating all the same. The 3 women's cheeks flushed, their gazes hazy, plainly drunk. I asked the 3 where their rooms were, carried one on my back and tucked one under each arm, and sent them each back to their quarters. Last I put Ho Wanian to bed, and seeing her flushed all over, her figure full, What came next I won't recount in detail. She was already my wife. This is a matter between husband and wife. The next day, Ho Wanian gave me a peeved look. How is it always like this with you? I'm in a daze and just feel a bear pressing down on me. I laughed heartily. Fine. Next time I'll wait till you're sober so you can take it all in properly. She bashfully gave me a thump, then got up to dress. The two of us went out to find a crowd gathered outside, and thick-skinned as I am, my face reddened a bit too. Hu Feng waggled his eyebrows. Magnificent, brother-in-law. The crowd joined in the ribbing. Magnificent, brother-in-law. Seeing her two sisters among those ribbing, Ho Wanian was flustered and annoyed. What are you all crowding around for? Hu Feng laughed. The big chief found us a brother-in-law. The brothers all want to see which stout fellow could catch the big chief's eye. Ho Wanian was about to curse them off, but I stopped her and walked before the crowd. Many thanks to you all for looking after my wife in the past. Since you call me brother-in-law, today let's drink our fill. The crowd cheered. Many thanks, brother-in-law. Just as the crowd was cheering, in a corner a young man in his early 20s stared at me with a sinister look. The instant the crowd stirred I noticed him, but after one glance I withdrew my gaze and went on chatting with Hu Feng. That young man's look was caught by the three sisters too. Ho Wenqing came to eldest sister's side. Eldest sister, Lu Haoyang's acting off. Ho Wanian frowned toward him as he'd already turned to leave, nodded, and said nothing. Back when she'd just escaped danger with her sisters and little brother, they'd met Lu Haoyang on the road. Hearing of their plight, he'd joined the mountain without a word. When the stronghold was first set up, several bands of bandits around eyed them rapaciously, and several brushes with danger were weathered only because Lu Haoyang stepped forward to fight shoulder to shoulder, letting them slowly find their footing. At that, she sighed faintly. His feelings she understood, but affection isn't something to be exchanged for however many blades he'd taken in my place. She shook her head and took her two sisters to see their little brother. At the little brother's quarters, the auntie tending him was feeding him in small mouthfuls. The three sisters strode up. Little brother, how do you feel? The child shook his head. Eldest sister, second sister, third sister. I'm much better, hardly coughing, just hungry. Hungry is good. Eat more and you'll mend faster. The three laughed through their tears. Only once they saw their brother down a big bowl of meat porridge did the three sisters leave at ease. Following the clamor to the training ground, 5 tables had already been set out, each laden with meat. Bare-chested, I was loudly playing finger-guessing drinking games with Hu Feng. Ho Wenqing frowned. Eldest sister, grain scarce on the mountain. How can brother-in-law be this wasteful? Ho Wenyuan nodded too. Ho Wanian knew all this wine and meat was what I'd brought up the mountain, but felt it wasteful too. This was brought by your brother-in-law. Though it is indeed a bit wasteful, I'll have a word with him. Before she'd reached my side, Lu Haoyang, who'd been staring at me from the corner all along, walked to the table, snatched up a wine bowl, and smashed it on the ground, cursing. Chun, I don't know what means you used to force the big chief to take you in. But don't get smug. Don't you know how scarce grain is on this mountain? You brazenly say you'll cover everyone's food and drink. Is that taking the grain the big chief worked so hard to get and squandering it like this as your favors to people? The lively scene fell silent in an instant. I glanced at him, his eyes wide with rage, and asked Hu Feng, who's this dolt? Hu Feng said awkwardly, Brother Lu was among the earliest up the mountain. Don't take it to heart, brother-in-law. He too is thinking of the big chief. That said, he picked up a bowl, walked over, and slung an arm around his shoulder. We're all brothers, talk it out nicely. This food was got by brother-in-law, or we wouldn't have this treat ourselves. Lu Haoyang had assumed I was being generous with Ho Wanian's stores to buy people's hearts, never expecting that such lavish food was actually got by this old fellow. His face went through fits of green and white, unable to hold its composure. I cast him a sidelong glance, and seeing him at a loss for words, raised my bowl to the crowd again. Come, come, don't let it fall flat. Keep drinking. If there's not enough, I'll go get more. The crowd raised their bowls one after another, and the mood grew lively again. Having lost face, Lu Haoyang shoved Hu Feng off, walked up before me, and said loudly, The big chief's martial skill is superb, and the brothers all admire her. I expect your kung fu's no slouch either. Shall we have a bout? I hadn't meant to bother with him, but seeing him so aggressively pressing, I set down my bowl. You sure you want to fight me? Could it be you're afraid? He sneered. Afraid I'd come off the worse. Ho Weiniang stepped up to smooth things over. Haoyang, quit fooling around. You've had too much. Go back and rest. Lu Haoyang glared at me. Big Chief, I haven't drunk a drop. We brothers live a life of licking blood off the blade's edge. Since he means to be brother-in-law, just running his mouth and drinking I won't accept. I was amused. I walked over to Ho Weiniang and swept an arm around her waist. Does it matter whether you accept? Watching the woman he'd long pined for held in another's arms, Lu Haoyang's face went livid. He stripped off his shirt to bare a body of muscle and jabbed a finger at me. Come, settle it with your hands. I pulled Ho Weiniang aside and swung my arms. Fine. I've never traded blows with anyone yet. I'll try it out on you. Ho Weiniang had meant to stop it, but recalling that set of fist techniques I'd performed, she figured her husband must know some kung fu and said to Lu Haoyang, stop at the first touch. Don't hurt anyone. Hearing her so worried for me, the notion in Lu Haoyang, which had been merely to make me lose face, changed. He thought darkly, I'll use full strength in a bit, and best leave this old fellow some hidden injuries. Seeing him take his stance, I cocked an eyebrow and crooked a finger at him. Come on. Lu Haoyang's right foot pushed off the ground, and he charged like an arrow loosed from the string, his assault ferocious. Someone cheered at once. One look and the three sisters knew he'd gone all out, and made to step in and stop it, afraid I'd be hurt. But I'd already gained hand-to-hand mastery. An assault subtle and fierce in others' eyes was, in mine, riddled with openings. I angled my body slightly to dodge the heavy fist, my right hand clamping onto his throat like lightning, hoisted him into the air, and slammed his head down at the ground with force. Bang! A dull thud, and Lu Haoyang's head struck the dirt solidly, knocking him out cold in an instant. The whole ground fell deathly still. The crowd waiting to cheer gaped and froze. The three sisters, set to break up the fight, halted their steps too. And I'd held back even at that. Otherwise, with my strength of nearly 8 or 9 grown men, a full-force slam would have split his head open on the spot. From his look and the digs woven through his words, I'd have to be blind not to know this punk had designs on my woman, daring to covet my own woman. If the setting weren't wrong, I'd absolutely have smashed his head to a pulp with one slap. Hu Feng was the first to react, and paying no mind to the unconscious Lu Haoyang on the ground, ran behind me to knead my shoulders and press my legs, the very picture of a lackey. Magnificent, brother-in-law. On the mountain, apart from the big chief and the second chief, brother Lu's the best fighter. Never thought he'd go down in a single move. The crowd came to as well, raising their cups and roaring, magnificent, brother-in-law. Ho Wenyue turned into a little fangirl, her eyes full of adoration. Ho Weiniang had Lu Haoyang carried off to rest, then asked, that set of fist techniques of yours I watched, husband, it's formidable. Where did you learn it? Passed down in the family. Hearing it was a family inheritance, she knew this sort of martial art generally isn't taught to outsiders, and quenched the notion of having me teach the brothers below. She had her misgivings and didn't bring it up, but Hu Feng, fawning at my side, asked outright, brother-in-law, could you teach me this kung fu? I waved a hand. A small matter. I'll teach you later. Many thanks, brother-in-law. Hu Feng was overjoyed, kneading shoulders and pounding my back all the more eagerly. Seeing that brown-nosing could exchange for benefits, the others reached out one after another to give me a rub-down. Bare-chested, I looked at all these grubby hands and cursed with a laugh. Off, off, off. I like women, not men. We want to learn too, brother-in-law. Hu Feng's a blockhead. Teaching him's worse than teaching an ox. Teach me. Li Ergu, you're the blockhead. Come have a go. Hu Feng made to thrash the lad who'd trodden on him. I stopped him. We're all our own brothers. Don't harm the peace. Later I'll pick 10 brothers to come back to the village with me to learn first, and once they've got it they'll come back and teach those on the mountain. Hearing that everyone could learn this skill, the crowd cheered in unison and warmly dragged me into hard drinking. With 40 or 50 people present, even a small sip each would have toppled 10 of me. But I had the system. The moment wine entered my mouth, it was drawn into the system space. Everyone who came to toast, I drained it dry with bravado, drawing cheers all around. Ho Weiniang worried at first, But seeing me down a dozen some bowls without changing color, chatting and laughing as before, she didn't dissuade me. She knew I meant to use this to quickly build rapport with the men below and win their hearts. 2 hours on, of the several tables of drinkers, everyone but me was sprawled under the tables. Not just the little fangirl Ho Wonyue, but even the cold Ho Winching was full of admiration, leaning to eldest sister's ear. Eldest sister is brother-in-law the wine god Reincarnated. Drinking this much without the slightest trouble, you couldn't even drink that much water. Ho Weining didn't know how to answer. Your brother-in-law is no ordinary person. He can't be measured by common reckoning. That said, she came to my side and said gently, "Drinking so much, husband, any discomfort in your body?" I patted my belly, putting on a show. "What's this bit of wine? 10 more jars would be nothing." Ho Weining pursed her lips in a smile. Yes, yes, husband's the most formidable." Having praised me, she frowned again. "Husband, since that kung fu is a family inheritance, it can't be lightly taught to outsiders. If you're putting yourself out on my account, there's truly no need. When they wake, I'll tell them plainly." I waved a hand. "No matter. We mean to rise up. The more formidable those below, the better. More means of saving their own lives, and slaying the foe means fewer casualties too. Using this bit of family inheritance of mine to help my wife get her revenge counts as putting it to its fullest use. How could I begrudge it?" The three sisters' eyes reddened faintly, and Ho Weining was moved. "Your kindness to our Ho family is weighty as a mountain. Husband, Weining will never forget it as long as she lives." I brushed away her tears. Among family, we don't speak of such things. Just then, a dozen-odd women stood outside the training ground, several leading children. I asked, "What's the deal with them? Standing outside all this time and not coming in to eat?" Ho Weining explained. "Those are hapless women encountered over these years down the mountain. Seeing them pitiable, I brought them up, and some who took a liking to one of the brothers paired off with them. My eyes lit up. Bringing them back would add another year plus to my lifespan." I walked before the timid crowd, bent down, and scooped up a child with a runny nose. "I was so busy keeping the brothers company I forgot you. Hungry, aren't you? Come eat with brother-in-law." Carrying the child a few steps, I turned to find they hadn't followed, and frowned. "None of you hungry?" Ho Wenyue came over. "Brother-in-law, they all eat only after we've finished. The rule here is that whoever goes down the mountain to put in the effort and risk their lives earns the right to sit at the table." My face darkened. "I don't like this rule. It's changed. From now on, everyone eats together. What's this dividing into first and last?" The group of women still didn't move. Ho Weining spoke. "Do as your brother-in-law says. Even I'm to heed him from now on." With the big chief's word given, the crowd finally came in. Even so, they didn't rush to eat. They first helped the men, drunk and sprawling every which way, over to one side to prop them up properly before sitting down. Though the wine and food on the tables had been ravaged by a pack of fellows already, I prepared plenty, and there was still a fair amount left. Even leftovers and cold scraps were, in the eyes of these women long used to hard living, supreme delicacies. The women's table manners were decent enough. A few of the little brats were utterly all over the place, cramming food into their mouths like mad. I knew Ho Weining's character. She surely wouldn't treat these women and children badly, and if grain weren't truly so scarce on the mountain, she wouldn't have let them go this hungry. I said to her, "Once little brother-in-law's a bit better, you come back to the village with me and bring these women along. The mountain's too hard. Just let this crowd of rough fellows train here." Ho Weining nodded. "Everything as you arrange, husband." While the women ate over here, in a secluded bamboo hut, Lu Haoyang slowly came to, propping his head. A fierce pain shot through his skull. Never imagined this dog's skill was this superb, his strength this great. Recalling how he'd been hoisted effortlessly into the air just now, a wave of dread washed over him. Had that fellow not held back, his head would likely already be shattered. Yet beneath the dread, his eyes brimmed with venom. Listening to the laughter drifting from the training ground, he nearly ground his teeth to bits. Ho Weining, 3 years. I've kept faithful watch over you 3 years, and one day out, and you bring back some wild man you've hooked up with. I meant to play out a good show at your side, exchanging a true heart to win you back. Since you're like this, then don't blame me." Bearing the pain, he went to the window and gave a whistle. In a moment, a small brown bird flew over. He wrote a few words, tied them to the bird's leg, and the little bird spread its wings and shot into the high sky. Next, I just wait for father's side to send people. Before that, I've got to add a little something for that worthless woman. He dug a mud-sealed jar of wine out from under the bed, broke the seal, took a packet of powder from inside his shirt, sprinkled it all in, and carried it toward the training ground. Reaching the training ground, he saw exactly the women who were usually so meek and submissive now sitting at the table eating heartily, and his eyes filled with another surge of contempt and rage. Since when do a pack of worthless women get to sit at the table too? Seeing me chatting and laughing with the three women, Lu Haoyang put away his venom and came over with a heaped-on smile. Brother-in-law, it was I who was in the wrong just now. I never imagined your skill was so superb. I admire you utterly. I know you held back just now, brother-in-law, or this little life of mine would have been done for. I've specially brought fine wine I've stored a long while to make amends. Please do accept it. Looking at his hypocritical fake smile, I jeered inwardly. This dog who covets my wife. Does he not know how phony his own smile is? Just thrown down that hard, and now he's got the sense to bring me wine. He's absolutely up to no good. Still, you don't strike a smiling face with your hand, and I couldn't very well jeer at him again in front of the three sisters. They'd been on the mountain with him so long. My targeting him now would likely stir others' resentment. I put on an even more hypocritical smile. Haha, what's this, Brother Lu? Just now was your brother-in-law's fault too. I never thought you'd be so frail of body. One little exertion and I knocked you out. All my carelessness. Frail of body. Lu Haoyang's brow twitched wildly, his smile stiffening, and he laughed dryly. You're right, brother-in-law. My frame's too weak. I'll surely train hard at martial arts from now on to catch up to you. It's good for a young man to have a goal, but don't set it at a height you'll never reach in a lifetime. Let your brother-in-law give you a word or two of advice. A young man mustn't aim too high and grandly. He's got to keep his feet on the ground. Lu Haoyang wished he could strangle me on the spot, but he couldn't turn hostile now. Endure. Once I've tricked him into drinking this jar, I'll deal with him slowly in front of Ho Weining. Wearing a face full of humble receptiveness, he walked to the table. I've taken your teaching to heart, brother-in-law. Come, let me toast you a bowl. He poured a bowl of wine. I didn't rush to take it, and said with interest, Brother Lu, don't just use your mouth. Making amends should look like making amends. Drink 5 bowls yourself first. Lu Haoyang nearly ground his molars to bits, yet squeezed out a smile. You're right to chide me, brother-in-law. It was I who didn't know my manners. I deserve the penalty. That said, he took 5 empty bowls from another table, filled them, and drank them all down one after another. After the last bowl, he deliberately raised it high, mouth down, to show it was empty, and made a pleased gesture to me. I gave a faint smile, picked up the wine, tipped my head back, and drained it in one. The wine, the moment it entered my mouth, was drawn into the system storehouse. Just then, the system's prompt sounded in my mind. Host, take note. Drug components have been detected in the turbid wine just stored in the storehouse. It can induce nerve paralysis and limpness of the limbs. The dog really was up to no good. Seeing me drink all the wine down, Lu Haoyang suppressed his secret glee, then poured 3 more bowls and set them before the 3 sisters, his face all sincerity. Big chief, second chief, third chief, we've shared life and death all these years. Seeing the big chief find her ideal husband today, I'm glad from the bottom of my heart. A toast to you. That said, he downed a bowl himself first. Seeing him speak so sincerely, the 3 sisters, recalling years of camaraderie, raised their bowls to drink too. I hurriedly stopped them. Hey, my wife and sisters-in-law just drank too much. I'll drink these 3 on their behalf. On the day of the grand wedding you can toast them. It won't be too late. That said, before they could react, I snatched the 3 bowls left and right and drained them in one. Lu Haoyang, afraid that pressing further would rouse suspicion, couldn't say more. He thought to himself, an ordinary person goes limp all over from one small sip. Chun Tianqua's drunk 4 bowls, and it'll take hold any moment. At this dose he'll surely be out cold, and then I'll trick them into drinking the knockout drug. This wild man's no simple matter after all. If he hadn't taken the antidote beforehand, he'd have been exposed just now. Right as he was thinking it, I feigned grogginess, slurring, "How is my head so dizzy?" Before the words were out, my head lolled and I slumped onto the table. The three sisters' faces changed. They'd just watched with their own eyes as I drank dozens of bowls of strong liquor without a hitch. And now 4 bowls of Lu Haoyang's, and I'm drunk under. Something's wrong. Ho Wenyue was about to demand an explanation when, under the table, Ho Wenying nudged her. She caught on at once and shut her mouth. Seeing the three staring at him without a word, Lu Haoyang laughed dryly. Brother-in-law's a marvel at fists and feet, but his drinking won't do. Just this little, and he's drunk. Seeing the 3 women still staring at him, he grew a bit uneasy and filled their bowls again. Come, today it was little brother who gave offense to brother-in-law. This bowl's to make amends to you chiefs. Ho Wenying exchanged a glance with her sisters. We're all our own people. No need to say such things. The 3 drank the wine dry, and Ho Wenying quietly used the tip of her toe to flick a pebble from under the table at a wine bowl on the next table. A crisp crack, and the bowl beside them shattered. Lu Haoyang reflexively turned his head, and the 3 seized the chance to spit the wine in their mouths onto the floor. By the time he turned back, the 3 sisters had returned to normal. Lu Haoyang glanced at their empty bowls, sat up straight, and dropped the courtesy from his tone. Big Chief, 3 years. You should understand my feelings. Back when you 4 siblings drifted here, I heard your plight and resolutely went up the mountain with you. I've done all this, and I'm worth less than some old man you've known 2 days? You tell me, why on earth? The last words were nearly a roar, and the people eating all looked over, murmuring in low voices. What's gotten into Brother Lu? Who doesn't know his feelings for the big chief? Some fellow suddenly pops up and snatches her away. How could he not be angry? But ever since brother-in-law came, we all get to sit at the table to eat. I think brother-in-law's pretty good. Right? An older man knows how to treat a woman. Didn't you see how many bowls he downed for the big chief just now? With Lu Haoyang's sharp hearing, he caught every word and flew into a rage, snatching up a wine bowl and hurling it toward where they were talking. Damn it, a pack of worthless women. Get to one side and squat down. Who told you to sit at the table? The group of women blanched in fright and scattered to the corners, watching him in terror. Ho Wenying rebuked him loudly. Lu Haoyang, what do you mean to do? That cursed out. She feigned weakness, stumbling and slumping onto the table, her voice faint. You drugged the wine? Just what is it you want? Ha ha ha. What I want you don't know? Lu Haoyang gave a sinister laugh, jabbing his finger at the 3 sisters in turn. I want all 3 of you to serve me, to be my women. Have you heard that clearly? Ho Wenqing flew into a fury and was about to lash out, but her hand under the table was gripped tight by Ho Wenying. She came to her senses at once and held back 3rd sister, who was about to blow up too. Ho Wenying said calmly, We've braved death together time and again. I've always taken you for a brother dear as kin, never had any other thought. Who wants to be your brother? I want you to be my woman. Ho Wenqing raged. You've lost your mind. Affection can never be forced. Come to your senses. I'm perfectly clear-headed. Right now I just think I've been too foolish. Had I known, I'd have listened to my pa and simply tied you all up and hauled you back. Why bother bitterly waiting 3 years? Ho Wenying frowned. What do you mean by that? Lu Haoyang sneered. Just wait. My people are about to arrive any moment now. The words had barely fallen when footsteps sounded outside the grounds, accompanied by a voice. Haoyang, you should have done this long ago. 3 years wasted for nothing. Lu Haoyang brightened and went to meet the crowd coming in. Second uncle, I just wanted to take this woman by my own ability, didn't I? Her martial skills not bad. She'd make a fine asset for our Wild Wolf stronghold. The instant Ho Wenying heard Wild Wolf stronghold, her pupils shrank sharply, never imagining that the Lu Haoyang she'd lived with day and night was actually a man of the Wild Wolf stronghold. Then she made out that this second uncle was none other than Zhao Hu, second chief of the Wild Wolf stronghold, whom she'd crossed blades with, and raged. Lu Haoyang, the Wild Wolf stronghold, and we are mortal enemies. You actually betrayed us. Betrayed? Don't make me laugh. The Wild Wolf stronghold is my home. The big chief is my father. Ha ha ha. The crowd was struck dumb with shock. What are you saying? Year before last when we had it out with the Wild Wolf stronghold, You took a blade from me and Hu Feng at the risk of your life. Don't tell me that was all fake. Zhao Hu laughed heartily. What else? If my nephew here hadn't taken a fancy to you sisters and begged me to help him put on the act, you'd have been hauled back the very day you entered the mountains. The three sisters shook all over with rage. The din woke the soused Hu Feng. He braced against the wall to rise, mumbling, "What's all the noise? Magnificent, brother-in-law, drink more." Halfway through, he saw the crowd in the grounds, shook his head. "Brother Lu, you're awake? Your head all right?" Wobbling forward to sling an arm around his shoulder, he caught a kick from Lu Haoyang in the belly. Thud! Hu Feng went flying, clutching his stomach and retching up wine, his mind clearing considerably. What the hell did you kick me for? Only after cursing did he make out the people standing behind. Zhao Hu, you son of a bitch, how are you here? Lu Haoyang pointed at him. Today's business has nothing to do with you lot. If you don't want to die, sit tight to one side. Once I've dealt with Ho Weiniang, you come back to the Wild Wolf stronghold with me. Still brothers, same as before. Hu Feng was dumbfounded. What are you saying? They're the bastards of the Wild Wolf stronghold. Did you forget Li Quan and Wang Chong both died at Zhao Hu's hands? How are you with them? Lu Haoyang chuckled. Oh, those two. Blame their rotten luck. They overheard some things about me, so I had second uncle send them on their way. Hu Feng's eyes went wide with fury. Second uncle? Zhao Hu's your second uncle? Lu Haoyang, screw your ancestors. He rose and lunged, staggering over, only to take another kick to the chest, spitting a mouthful of blood and flying backward into the crowd of drunks behind. Those snoring away were flattened in a heap and woke in pain to curse. But the moment they saw Hu Feng spitting blood, they sobered at once, and someone spotted Zhao Hu's band in the grounds and cried out in alarm. It's bad. The Wild Wolf strongholds fought its way in. That single shout jolted everyone awake. They all scrambled up in disarray, staring in panic at the Wild Wolf stronghold men. Zhao Hu asked Lu Haoyang in a low voice. Nephew, what's the situation? Didn't you say you'd already laid them out? You didn't drug them? Lu Haoyang said disdainfully. That bunch of trash, apart from Hu Feng, are all soft-legged shrimp. They drank themselves under long ago. What need to drug them? I only drugged Ho Weiniang and the others. Fine. I came in a hurry this time and brought only 30 brothers. Whatever you mean to do, be quick. Don't let things drag and change. Understood. Lu Haoyang walked up before Ho Weiniang. Big Chief, I'll just ask you. Are you willing to come back with me and be my woman? Ho Weiniang snorted coldly. In your dreams, you despicable wretch. Had I known your scheming ran this deep, I never should have invited you up the mountain back then. Fine. After all these years, do I still not know you? In a bit, I'll have you kneeling and begging to be my woman. He glanced at Hu Feng and the terror-stricken women. I'll do away with a few of these useless ones first, then hand that pack of women to the brothers for a bit of fun. If you're still talking tough, aren't you the one who cares most about that sickly ghost of a brother? Once I drag him over and let you watch him tormented before your eyes, you'll surely agree, huh? The three sisters clenched their pearly teeth. Beyond fury, Ho Weiniang felt some anxiety. The Wild Wolf stronghold skills were strong to begin with. Her own people were so soused they were lucky to stand. How to fight? She could subdue Lu Haoyang by surprise, but with no one to pin down Zhao Hu's side. Once they seized her little brother as a hostage, she'd be just as helpless. Right as she was in difficulty, Hu Feng over there, having caught his breath and seeing Lu Haoyang humiliate Ho Weiniang so, bellowed, "Screw your grandma. Brothers, let's take them on." 40-odd men, eyes gone red, charged howling at Zhao Hu's band. Zhao Hu waved a big hand. Play with them a while, don't kill them. In case any are clever enough to want to come over to us. They'll be our own brothers later. The two sides grappled. The Wild Wolf men's sortied this time were all crack hands, while Ho Weiniang's people were limp-limbed, paralyzed by drink. The disparity was clear at a glance, and a dozen odd were knocked down the instant they clashed. Just as Zhao Hu and Lu Haoyang were smugly watching the Wild Wolf men go like tigers into a flock of sheep, the instep of Ho Weiniang's foot was suddenly stepped on by me, feigning unconsciousness. I sprang like a fierce tiger toward Zhao Hu, who stood in the grounds with his back to me, arms folded across his chest, the very picture of arrogance. From the corner of his eye, Lu Haoyang glimpsed the figure rushing at Zhao Hu and was about to call a warning, when he took a palm to the chest from Ho Weiniang, who'd gotten the signal. Seeing eldest sister make her move, Ho Wenqing and Ho Wenyue acted against Lu Haoyang too, decisively, one striking his lower abdomen, one viciously kicking his groin. Zhao Hu, mid-gloat, was just about to jeer when his hair at the back of his head was seized in someone's grip, his body pressed by an immense force and slammed hard at the ground. Bang! Zhao Hu's head was smashed open by my immense force, red and white spattering the ground. He died without so much as a grunt. By then, Lu Haoyang had also taken Ho Wenyue's kick to the privates, and his slaughtered pig scream echoed across the training ground. The fighters on both sides all stopped, watching him roll on the ground clutching his crotch. Seizing the crowd's daze, I shot toward the nearest few, every move driving for a lethal vital. In moments, 7 or 8 wild wolf men lay on the ground, necks wrenched broken or struck at the death point. Not one spared, everyone fell by a single blow from me. The nearest bandits fell back in terror, wanting to find the second chief for help, but looked toward Zhao Hu's spot. Seeing his gruesome death, they were all scared witless. The second chief is dead. The bandits who hadn't seen the body were spurred by that despairing cry to look, and confirming Zhao Hu was dead, their courage shattered. Who'd dare fight on? They all fled for their lives down the mountain. I shouted, "Block them! Don't let them get away!" Hu Feng snapped out of his shock and shouted too, "Brothers, magnificent brother-in-law, butcher these dog whelps." As he spoke, I downed 4 or 5 more in a row. Hu Feng and the others washed with their blood surging, strength seemingly flooding back into them, and they charged howling at the scattering bandits. A stick of incense later, 5 wild wolf men were taken alive, the rest all cut down except for Lu Haoyang, still rolling on the ground. I walked over to Lu Haoyang, grabbed him by the hair, and hoisted him up like lifting a little chick, slapping his face with my left hand and laughing. "Not bad, kid, an infiltration job. You really racked your brains over my wife." With each sentence a slap, a few in, his face was swollen into a pig's head. Pinned at the crotch, his face all pain, he still talked tough. "My pa is the big chief of the wild wolf stronghold. You dare touch me, and my pa will bring 200 brothers to wipe out your whole family." I smiled and snapped one of his fingers. "You really don't use your head. I killed your own second chief. Even if I let you go, would your pa let the matter rest?" Though I said it smiling, the pain on him made that smile feel chilling. He realized I'd developed a killing intent and hurried to beg for mercy. "Don't kill me. My second uncle and my pa are only sworn brothers, no blood tie. I'm his only son. Just spare me and I guarantee the wild wolf stronghold will never trouble you. Everyone, top to bottom, will heed the big chief's command." I didn't rush to decide, but bent and asked softly by his ear, "There shouldn't be just you one turncoat in this stronghold, eh?" Lu Haoyang's pupils shrank. He'd meant to feign begging for mercy, avoid dying for now, then find a chance to have his planted brothers free him, go back and flay me alive. Never expecting I'd seen through him at a glance, he was just about to argue speciously when a rag was stuffed into his mouth. I'd only meant to bluff him, but that flustered look told me there were indeed more moles on the mountain. I rose and walked before Hu Feng's group. "Brothers all right. Apart from the dozen-odd knocked down at the start being injured, the rest had no great hurt. Brother-in-law, we're tough. We're fine." I nodded, my tone abruptly sharp. "That dog Lu Haoyang just now gave it up. There are still accomplices mixed in among you." At those words, the place was in an uproar, every face aghast as they warily eyed those beside them. Hu Feng swept his gaze over the brothers he'd lived with day and night, suspicion in his eyes. He couldn't believe anyone else could be so wolf-hearted and dog-launched. Yet Lu Haoyang kneeling over there had taken a blade for him too before today, and it turned out to be all an act. He still held a thread of hope. "Brother-in-law, I just fear Lu Haoyang, the dog driven to a wall, is biting at random and wronging the brothers." My expression turned grave. "The reason I didn't bring him here to point them out is precisely that I figured these brothers, being men of the Jianghu, weren't masters of their own fate. Before, you had no choice. Now I'm giving you a chance. Step out yourselves, and you'll still be brothers afterward." Dead silence. Just as I was growing impatient, 6 people walked out of the crowd, heads bowed, not daring to look at the others. Zhang Datu, what's the meaning of this? Your wild wolf stronghold too? Dakue, how could it be you? Zhao Laosan, you son of a bitch. I took you for a brother and you sold us out. Amid the cursing, someone shoved at them in agitation. I waved a hand to stop it. The six walked before me and dropped to their knees. The fellow called Dakue, his face full of guilt, said, "It's come to this. I've nothing to say. Kill me or carve me. Do as you please." That said, he kowtowed once more toward Ho Weiniang. Ho Weiniang felt wretched inside too. Among these few, several had done no little for the stronghold over the years. There were more than 2 bandit gangs within 100 li around, and against other strongholds, these men had genuinely fought for their lives. I looked at Dakue. Stepping out, I respect you as men of metal. As I said, those who come forward willingly, as long as they're willing to stay, are still brothers. A thin, short man with a pinched, monkeyish face hurriedly kowtowed. Many thanks, brother-in-law. Many thanks, big chief. From now on I, Zhao Laosan, will surely repay you to my last drop. I cut him off. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I'm not finished. Before, you weren't your own masters, but after all you've lived together 3 years, if you've got brothers' blood on your hands, then I've got to give the dead brothers an account. Zhao Laosan's face changed drastically, his whole body trembling violently. The 5 kneeling, Dakue and the others, didn't change expression. Dakue said in a low voice, "Brother-in-law, though we came over with Lu Haoyang, it was mainly to ensure his safety. We did nothing else that harmed the brothers." The other 4 nodded over and over. I looked at the ever more violently trembling Zhao Laosan and sneered. "By the looks of it, Zhao Laosan, you've got brother's blood on your hands." "I don't. I never killed a brother." He kowtowed over and over. Zhang Data sneered. "Quit arguing. Though you didn't do it with your own hands." When Li Quan and Wang Chong had only noticed Lu Haoyang often went out alone and spotted nothing else, you embellished it and told Lu Haoyang they'd seen through his identity. That's why he schemed to have Zhao who kill the 2 of them. I advised you back then. Nobody had a feud. Lu Haoyang only wanted to court the big chief. There was no need to sow discord. And you cursed me, asking whether I meant to betray the wild wolf stronghold. Exposed. Zhao Laosan was scared out of his soul. Seeing the crowd's hostile looks, he gave a yell and made to flee. I kicked him into the crowd, and before he could get a word out, countless fists and feet rained down. A few screams and the breath went out of him. I had the few kneeling rise. "Will you stay or go?" Dakue and the others exchanged a glance and said with guilt, "If the brothers don't mind us, we're willing to stay." I nodded and said loudly to the crowd, "From this day on they're still our brothers. I don't want to hear any gossip from here on." Hu Feng took the lead and shouted, "Rest easy, brother-in-law. As long as these dogs take turns washing my stinky socks for a month, they're still my good boys." "Haha, and mine. Zhang Datu, need my shoulders for a month, and you're my good boy too." A pack of big fellows let the unpleasantness disperse amid the horsing around. Zhang Datu and Dakue and the others, eyes rimmed red, wore looks of heartfelt ease on their faces. They'd hidden it too wearily these years. Every kindness the brothers around them showed deepened their guilt, and now at last they could face them openly and above board. Having settled these men, I looked again at the 5 trussed-up wild wolf captives. Seeing me look over, their eyes were all fear, mouths gagged so they could only whimper for mercy. Population is productivity these days. Since they'd surrendered, naturally, I wouldn't kill men who'd yielded. I had someone pull the cloth from their mouths. The few drew a deep breath and didn't dare speak first. I said, "Brothers, before, different camps, slaughter was inevitable. Since you've surrendered, I won't make things hard for you. You heard my exchange with Dakue and the others just now. Those willing to stay are brothers. Those unwilling, once I've wiped out the wild wolf stronghold, are free to leave on your own." The few were taken aback. "Huh? He still means to wipe out the wild wolf stronghold. With just these people, the wild wolf stronghold still has nearly 200 brothers. But with a threat of survival before them, who'd court death, they were displaced refugees who couldn't survive to begin with. Following one master was as good as another." They nodded at once. "We're willing to stay. Please take us in, big chief." I chuckled, took a blade and stabbed it into the ground before them. I killed no few of your men earlier. If any among them were your brothers, and you want revenge, you can stab me right now. I'll count to 3. If you don't act by the time I'm done, the past is squared." That said, I counted. The few were all dumbfounded. Revenge or not aside. "You give us a blade. Then untie the ropes first." 3, 2, 1. Finishing the count, I laughed heartily. "Since you won't act, then we're all good brothers from now on." With that, I picked up the blade and cut each one's ropes in turn, signaling Hu Feng with my eyes to keep an eye out as I raised them up. Hu Feng caught on and quietly led people to stand behind the few. The few knew they'd be watched for a while, but keeping their lives was already far luckier than the men lying on the ground. Seeing me dissolve the crisis in such short order, Ho Weining's tightly knit brows eased somewhat, and she came to my side. "Husband, how do you mean to deal with Lu Haoyang next?" Ho Weining asked. Ho Wenqing came up too. "The Wild Wolf stronghold lost this many men at our place today. They surely won't take it lying down. Brother-in-law, how do we guard against them?" "Guard? Why guard? We strike first. Hold off on Lu Haoyang for now." Ho Weining was surprised. "All told, we can scrape together barely 50-some people. How do we attack first with so few? Besides, the Wild Wolf stronghold's terrain is complex. A rash assault might exhaust us all and still fail to break in." Ho Wenqing advised too. "Right. We'd best hold the stronghold's entrance, seize the favorable terrain, and defend ourselves." I shook my head. "Right now, they surely think we've already been taken by Lu Haoyang. It's precisely catching them off guard that lets us win by surprise." Mid-discussion, one of the 5 who'd surrendered suddenly spoke up. Reporting to the big chief, "The Wild Wolf stronghold actually doesn't know about today's events yet." I warmly called him before me to explain in detail. That man, looking at me, who'd just been slaughtering all around and was now all smiles, felt a chill and froze for a good while, not daring to speak. I urged, "What do you mean by that?" Only then did he stammer out, "We're usually not at the Wild Wolf stronghold. Lu Haoyang's pa, worried for his safety, had Zhao Hu lead us to garrison the neighboring hilltop long term. 2 hours ago we got Lu Haoyang's message, and only then did Zhao Hu bring us over. No wonder the Wild Wolf men arrived so fast after I knocked Lu Haoyang out." "How did Lu Haoyang notify you?" "We have specially raised flying birds to carry messages." I cocked an eyebrow. These bandits have something to them. If I too could send word by birds, I could grasp the outside situation from within the village. I asked quickly, "Is this bird hard to train?" Another among the surrendered bandits raised his hand. Reporting to brother-in-law, "It's not hard. I'm the one who trains the birds." Overjoyed, I crossed in a few steps to the frail man and clasped his hand. "Brother, you're a talent. From now on the bird raising is entrusted to you. What's your name?" "My name's Sun Xiaoshan. I won't claim much else, but raising birds I'm an expert. Leave it to me." He was flattered out of his wits. Asking around, I learned that in the whole Wild Wolf stronghold, he was the only one who could raise birds, and inwardly congratulated myself on sparing his life, or I'd have missed a talent. Afterward, I further learned that Zhao Hu sent a bird back to the Wild Wolf stronghold every 3 days to report, and it had been 2 days since the last, meaning this raid was entirely Lu Haoyang's spur-of-the-moment notion, and the Wild Wolf stronghold knew nothing of it. So we still had a day to prepare. I immediately discussed it with Ho Weining and sent someone to Luoyin village to call Dainyu. With that brute here, I had every confidence of taking the Wild Wolf stronghold. Ho Weining had crossed hands with Dainyu. With her strength, she too had been knocked out in a single move. He truly was a peerlessly strong helper. I called Hu Feng over. "Looks like you got beaten till you spat blood just now. Still up to it? Run an errand for me." Hu Feng thumped his chest. "No problem. I was beaten up from a young age. This little injury's nothing. It's just what?" He scratched his head awkwardly. "That brother of yours, brother-in-law, likely won't recognize me. What if he smacks my head down into my chest cavity?" I knew too that Dainyu wasn't quick-witted. I went to the bamboo hut and brought out a big cloth sack. Inside are 4 big pork knuckles and 3 roast chickens. Take them to him, and he'll know I sent you. When you get there, say his big brother's been beaten and have him come help." Hu Feng had just been beaten into retching, his belly empty. Hearing there were so many good things in the sack, he swallowed hard. I laughed. "Eat 1 roast chicken on the way. Leave the rest alone, or if Dainyu thrashes you, I won't step in." All right, many thanks, brother-in-law. I'll have Dania back before dark for sure. That said, Hu Feng ran off down the mountain. He jogged the whole way, ate half a roast chicken midway, and 4 hours later reached the entrance of Luoyin village. Ever since I'd left with Ho Weiniang, Wang Hohat had specially arranged for several of the village's bigger children to keep watch at the entrance. Zhang Yui's son Taidan was one of them. Taidan had seen Hu Feng before and had a deep impression of the scar on his face. Seeing him approach, he hurriedly called the children to run into the village, shouting as he ran, "Bad people are here. The bad people who took away Uncle Chief are here." Hu Feng cursed with a laugh. "You little brat. I'm one of your chief's people now too. Stop hollering nonsense." Taidan paid him no mind. The Uncle Chief who gave them good food had been taken away by these people, so they were bad people. Tiedan's shouts drew the villagers. Lu Yufeng and Daniyu were the first to run out. She remembered my parting instruction. Whatever happened, Daniyu was to protect the village. She pulled Daniyu over and asked Taidan, "What bad people?" "That one with the scar on his face. Uncle Chief was taken away by them." Taidan panted. Lu Yufeng looked toward the entrance, just as Hu Feng came jogging up. "Daniyu, stop him." Daniyu gave an eye, and like an iron tower strode out a few steps to block Hu Feng's way. "You can't come in. My sister told me to stop you." Hu Feng dared not underestimate him in the least, and hurried to explain. "Brother Daniyu, don't listen to that little brat's nonsense. I'm not a bad person. I'm your big brother's brother now too." Lu Yufeng walked over. "Where's our chief? Why are you back alone? Has something happened?" "Something did happen to the chief. It's him who sent me to find brother Daniyu." Hu Feng nodded. Before coming to Luoyin village, Lu Yufeng had traveled far and wide with her brother and had seen plenty of Jianghu swindlers. Flustered as she was, she quickly steadied herself. "How do I know you're not deceiving me?" The chief instructed before leaving. "Whatever happens, Daniyu cannot leave the village." Hu Feng hurriedly opened the cloth sack and held it out. "Brother-in-law had me give these to Daniyu. I really didn't deceive you." Lu Yufeng opened it doubtfully, and seeing several big pork knuckles and roast chickens, before she could speak, Daniyu spoke first. "Sis, he didn't deceive us. Only my big brother can conjure up these big pork knuckles." Hu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "Right, your big brother specially had me bring these for you to eat, and he said he's been beaten and wants you to go help." The moment Daniyu heard, he gave a roaring bellow. "Who dares beat my big brother? I'll wrench his head off." And he made to run out of the village. Lu Yufeng hurriedly shouted, "Daniyu, you don't know the way. Don't run off wild. Take him with you." Daniyu immediately turned and ran at Hu Feng. Hu Feng felt a savage giant bear charging at him, reflexively backed up a few steps, and before he could speak was tucked under Daniyu's arm and carried toward the entrance. By the time he reacted, as they were nearly out of the village, he remembered my instruction and shouted to the worried-faced Lu Yufeng. "Your chief said, whatever you do, don't leave the village. He'll be back in a couple of days." Wang Hohat and Zhang Yui, who'd rushed over, caught it just then and asked Lu Yufeng anxiously, "What happened to the chief? What's gone wrong?" Lu Yufeng shook her head. "That man said the chief was beaten and wants Daniyu to go help." The two grew more anxious hearing the chief was beaten. "He's not badly hurt, is he? Nothing can happen to him." Lu Yufeng reassured them. "Rest easy. It's not as if you don't know the chief's abilities. With Daniyu, going over he'll surely be fine. Let's heed the chief, stay put in the village, and wait for him to come back." The two could only nod, silently praying for the chief's safe return. At this moment, in the Wild Wolf stronghold, at the quarters of the big chief Lu Biao. This part I'll make short. Lu Biao was a brutal, lecherous bandit chief who'd for years forced the women around him to bear him sons, only ever without result, and vented all his frustrations on those women. The women and brothers he'd done to death over the years were no few. That night he was embracing a newly taken woman in his pleasures, while outside the mountain patrolling underlings murmured low, saying that in seeking a son, he tormented people daily, and that with the young chief away from the stronghold the big chief was anxious to continue the line. Their words full of dread of Lu Biao's tyranny, no one daring to let him catch half a word. This was the very picture of the unease gripping the Wild Wolf stronghold top to bottom. Meanwhile Daniyu, having charged for 2 hours with Hu Feng under his arm, finally reached the stronghold where I was. dumped on the ground. Hu Feng lay sprawled, retching violently. The whole way had nearly jolted him to death. For once he'd eaten 2 good meals, only to throw up twice and not a scrap of stores left in his belly. Heedless of Hu Feng's mood, Danyu hollered at the top of his big voice. "Big brother, I'm here. Where are you? Who beat you? I'll wrench his head off for you." It was nearly dark. Roosting birds had just shut their eyes when the bellow jolted them awake, and they flapped about in a flurry. Sun Xiaoshan, busy playing with his message birds, got a fright, cursing inwardly, what brute has a voice this big. I, leisurely sipping tea in the bamboo hut, was startled too, and a look of delight came over my face at once. I called to the 3 sisters, "Come, my brothers arrived. Gather them in quick." We set out at once. That said, I headed toward the bellowing. Danyu saw me, and seeing a crowd behind me, charged barbarically and lunged past me to the rear. "Was it you lot who beat my big brother? I'll wrench all your heads off." The courtyard wall in his way, a light slam, and it collapsed with a roar. The crowd blanched in fright and fell back. I stepped up and grabbed him around the waist. Even with my present strength of nearly 9 grown men, I was dragged along forward by him. I hurriedly shouted, "Danyu, stop. It wasn't they who beat me. They're our own people." Only then did the rampaging Danyu stop, and grinning foolishly, he steadied me where I hung off him. "Huh? Big brother, it wasn't them who beat you." I straightened up, feeling the gazes behind me, my face not holding up too well, dragged along in front of so many people. The brave, fierce image I'd built earlier had truly taken no small drop. I patted the dust off him. "I'm fine. It was a hard road. Thanks." "Did you eat the meat I had Hu Feng bring you?" Danyu shook his head. I frowned and looked at the pale-faced, tottering Hu Feng coming over. "Where's my brother's meat?" Hu Feng cried foul. "Brother-in-law, I didn't sneak any." The moment Brother Danyu heard you'd been beaten, he tucked me under his arm and ran the whole way. I was jolted into retching. I waved him off to go rest, and took Danyu back to the bamboo hut to exchange a big heap of meat again. "Eat up, full belly. Then come beat people up with your big brother." "Righto." The starved Danyu grabbed a big pork knuckle and gnawed. The 3 sisters came in after. "Husband, everyone's arranged." We set out once my brother's eaten his fill. A quarter hour later, Ho Winching and Ho Wenyue watched Danyu the way one watches a monster. A whole big table of meat, finished bones and all in that short while. That appetite had the 2 sisters, seeing it for the first time, clicking their tongues. Danyu gave a satisfied belch and rubbed his round belly. "Big brother, I'm full." "Good, move out." Arriving at the training ground, seeing everyone's faces uneasy, I frowned. "What's with the looks? It's just the Wild Wolf stronghold. What's there to fear?" Someone said in a low voice, "But the Wild Wolf stronghold's got the 5 Vajra warriors holding it down, each superb in skill, and they've got so many more men than us. Are we really fighting?" "Nonsense. Of course we're fighting. Or when they come pounding at the door, you'll go up and hold the line for me." I clapped Danyu on the shoulder. "This is my brother Danyu. With him here, never mind 200 men, even 500, and I'd dare go take them on." At this point Danyu stood holding the tormented, ruined Lu Haoyang in one hand, a foolish look on his face, yet with this hulk just standing there, his presence bore down on the crowd no little. I picked out Dakue and the others. "You know the Wild Wolf stronghold's terrain? Lead the way in a bit." Having few people has its own advantages. We creep in under cover of dark, strike straight at the dragon's lair, and take Lu Biao and those 5 Vajra in one fell swoop. The remaining underlings are then mud chickens and clay dogs. Dakue frowned. "Brother-in-law, the Wild Wolf stronghold has many hidden sentries, their positions rotating daily, and you have to give passwords too. The passwords change every day. Sneaking in quietly is very hard." I frowned. "A piddling little stronghold. Why all these tricks? Aren't bandits all rough louts who eat, drink, and drop straight to sleep?" As I said it, I glanced at Hu Feng and the others, making them rather awkward. Dakue went on. "It really was so before. But year before last a scholar came up the mountain, and after he came he planned several operations in a row, robbing several fat escort convoys. Lu Biao was very pleased and named him military strategist, and from then the stronghold ran by his planning." "What's that man called?" "Li Qing." I committed the name to memory and said loudly, "Brothers, when we act in a bit, anyone who looks like a scholar, take him alive. I'd like to see just what abilities this Li Qing has." Then I said to Ho Weining, "Since they're so heavily guarded, then it may have to be a forced entry." Ho Weining nodded. "Everything at your command, husband." I gave a grand wave of my hand. "Move out. Wipe out that pack of dog scum at the Wild Wolf stronghold." Hu Feng was the first to respond. The rest all wore worried faces. I didn't waste more words. After all, a pack of untrained bandits. I couldn't expect too much. Under cover of night, the group reached the foot of the Wild Wolf stronghold's mountain. Dakaway pointed at several concealed spots. "Those few positions are the foot of the mountain hidden sentries, but I'm not sure which exact ones are manned tonight." I was just considering whether to light torches and barge straight up with Dainyu, when Dainyu suddenly pointed at a hidden sentry in the distance. "Big brother, there are 2 people there. No one anywhere else." I looked that way. Pitch black. I could see nothing. "You sure?" I can smell the stink on them. Same as the big dogs." Dainyu nodded foolishly. So I had the terrain familiar Dakaway take 5 men and creep over. Dakaway hesitated. "Do we kill them?" I shook my head. "I'm not here to kill people. Just knock them out and keep them from sounding the alarm. Of course, if they fight you to the death, then don't go soft either." Dakaway breathed a sigh of relief. He still had some brothers on this side and didn't want to kill unless absolutely necessary. He led his men into the dark, and soon the branches at the hidden sentry shook. This was the prearranged signal, meaning success. Getting the signal, I led the crowd forward. The whole way, with Dainyu's help, Dakaway and the others pulled out 5 hidden sentries, in the course of which they got tonight's password out of one of them. Their side asks, "What's for dinner today?" Our side answers, "Big pork knuckle." Hearing this password, I at once despised this strategist. His cultural levels rather limited too. Still, the man was crafty, a piddling little stronghold laid out airtight. Likely he was a die-hard survivalist who feared death. Were it not for Dainyu, anyone wanting to attack up the mountain without a soul knowing would be all but impossible. The group reached the mountain gate smoothly. Dakaway came over. The right of the stronghold is a cliff, the left a sheer precipice. Only one road in and out. The gate patrol is very tight, hard to slip through. "Do you want me to just give the password, or?" I looked at the 3-meter-high gate in the distance, built of waist-thick timber, and nodded. "You take the brothers who originally defected from the Wild Wolf stronghold to the very front. We'll follow behind, and you give them the password." Sei Zhaohu and Lu Haoyang's side have already taken the woman they were after. It's too late tonight, so they won't return to the stronghold and are staying over there to make merry. And they've had you head back to the stronghold first on your own. Dakaway called the defected brothers forward, gave a few instructions, and then, no longer concealing himself, swaggered toward the gate. The moment he drew near, an underling inside the gate raised a torch and shouted, "Halt! Give the password." Dakaway squinted through the gap in the gate, saw it was an acquaintance, walked into the torchlight, and laughed. "Lao Ba, it's me, Dakaway." Inside, Lao Ba leaned in and saw it really was Dakaway. His wariness eased somewhat. "Brother Dakaway, why are you back? Weren't you off handling business with the young chief over there?" Dakaway chuckled. "The young chief got what he was after, didn't he? He and the second chief stayed over there to have their fun. We had nothing to do, so the second chief had us come back first." Lao Ba grinned. "The young chief got what he was after. That's great. The big chief's temper's been worse and worse lately. He'll surely be glad once the young chief's back, and the brothers won't have to live on edge every day." Dakaway urged. "All right, Lao Ba, open up quick. The brothers climbed all day, tired and hungry." Lao Ba nodded and made to open the gate, took a few steps, then stopped and turned back. Almost forgot the strategist's instruction. "Brother Dakaway, let's get the password squared away first, or if the strategist finds out, I'll catch a penalty again." Dakaway feigned impatience. Fine, password. Isn't it, what's for dinner today? Big pork knuckle. Good now? Open the gate, quick." Lao Ba didn't rush to open it, and said with a smile, "That's the outside password. Tonight's password inside the stronghold is Palace Jade Nectar Wine." Dakaway's smiling face froze in an instant, never expecting the stronghold's password differed from outside. Weren't they always the same before? fine sweat beaded on his brow. Just as he was flustered and at a loss for how to respond, he suddenly heard my voice from behind him. "Dakaway, what are you dawdling for?" Dakaway turned his head and said low, "The stronghold's password is different from the outside sentries. What do we do?" I frowned. This strategist really is a sly old devil running 2 passwords. I paused and asked, "What did he give?" Thinking I'd see if I could guess it right. "Palace, Jade Nectar Wine." I nearly cried out in shock. Mastering my agitation, I asked again, "What?" "Say that again." "Palace, Jade Nectar Wine." A monstrous wave surged up in my heart, and I blurted instinctively, "180 a cup." Dakaway confirmed. "I'm to answer 180 a cup." I came back from my shock. "Yes, answer quick." After Dakaway loudly gave the password, my palms clenched and my heartbeat quickened. I pricked up my ears for the reaction inside, both eager and afraid. Eager for someone who'd crossed over like me, yet afraid this transmigrator was hostile to me. What if he had some bizarre system too? Amid my wild thoughts, the gate swung slowly open. The password matched after all, a transmigrator. In a complicated mood, I followed Dakaway into the stronghold. Laoba saw a crowd of unfamiliar faces behind Dakaway's dozen-odd men and grew puzzled. "Brother Dakaway, those brothers behind. How come I've never seen them?" Dakaway laughed. "These are brothers from over there. All come over to the young chief. He had me bring them for the big chief to look over first. Come, take us to the big chief." Laoba's expression turned hesitant. "At this hour the big chief's busy at it with the missus. I really don't dare go. If I interrupt his good time, he could chop me up to feed the wolves." Dakaway waved a hand. "What are you afraid of? The young chief's been gone 3 years, and at one stroke brings the stronghold this many good hands. The big chief will be too glad for words. How would he blame you?" Laoba thought it over and figured it was so. Maybe the big chief, pleased, would even reward him a bite of meat, and led the way out front. I quickly stepped to his side. "It's Brother Ba, right?" Down at the foot of the mountain, I heard Brother Dakaway say that besides the valiant big chief and the 5 Vajra, our stronghold's got a strategist of both wits and courage. Little brother admires men of learning most. Where's the strategist now? Laoba chuckled. The strategist's got no taste for women. Finding the big chief's side too noisy, he lives alone in a bamboo lodge up the slope. As he spoke, he pointed at a bamboo lodge not far off. A fierce struggle went on inside me. I really wanted to take the 60-some people behind me straight over to seize the strategist, but that would inevitably alert Lu Biao. Forget it. Better to take Lu Biao first and get the stronghold under control. Block off the stronghold gate, and he won't get away. Of course, if he too had a system and could conjure an airplane, then there'd be no help for it. At that thought, I couldn't help laughing. If there really were such a heaven-defying system, who'd still skulk in this lousy place playing mountain bandit? Seeing me stare at the slope, Laoba added, "The strategist sleeps early and doesn't like being disturbed. You definitely won't get to see him tonight." I laughed it off and put him off. The group reached Lu Biao's quarters. Dakaway had said on the way that Lu Biao's bamboo lodge was at the very front, with the 5 Vajra's quarters arrayed behind. The original plan was to storm if we couldn't slip in, and behead if we did. Now that we'd walked here smoothly, the hearts everyone had been holding eased. Listening to the sounds coming from the bamboo lodge, I sneered. "In a bit, I'll first fright you limp, then chop off your dog head." Laoba hesitated over whether to knock and report. Dakaway gave him an encouraging look, and Laoba puffed out his chest. "This is me bringing good news. What's to fear?" He reached out and rapped lightly. The sounds inside paused a moment, and a curse came. "Don't stop. Keep going." Then Lu Biao bellowed at the door. "Who is it? Tired of living, daring to disturb me at this hour?" Laoba shivered in fright, then steeled himself. "Big Chief, it's Laoba." Before the words were out, the door was kicked open with a clang, and a naked big man charged out and laid into Laoba. "Teach you to be blind, daring to disturb me at this hour. I'll beat you to death and toss you to the back hill to feed the wolves. Big Chief, spare me, the young master's back." Hearing the plea, Lu Biao stayed his hand, and only then saw the dark mass of people behind Laoba, and started. "Who are you lot? Where's Haoyan?" I didn't answer and said to Dainyu, "Cover his mouth. Don't let him cry out." Dainyu nodded and lunged over. Lu Biao was just about to call for men when a palm leaf fan of a hand clamped tight onto his face, covering mouth and nose together. Lu Biao instinctively swung his fist at Dainyu. That mighty, heavy fist landed on Dainyu like a tickle. Dainyu, annoyed at his thrashing, hoisted him up one-handed. I stepped up and wrenched hard at his limb joints. A few cracks, bone-shattering. Lu Biao, taking this grievous injury and his mouth still covered, could only whimper muffled groans from his throat. The beaten-down Lao Ba watched, scared out of his soul, and before he could react was pinned and gagged by Da Kuei and the others. The woman inside called, "Big Chief, never mind that dog. Toss him to the wolves tomorrow. Come on back." I hadn't yet given the order when Ho Weining had already rushed in first. You." The two words barely out, and the sounds inside stopped, clearly knocked out by her. This woman's cry was shrill, but she'd been crying out wantonly all along before, so this shout drew no notice, and with the sounds rising and falling from the other bamboo lodges behind, it covered her voice all the more. Seeing Dainyu about to smother Lu Biao unconscious, I hurried to have him uncover his nose for air, turned to the prostrate Lao Ba, and said, "Brother Ba, you've seen how it is. Today the brothers came for Lu Biao's life. If you want to live, do as I say. Do it well, and you'll be a brother from here on. Understood?" Lao Ba, limbs pinned and mouth gagged, could only nod frantically. I signaled for his mouth to be freed. He gasped for air and said tremblingly, "Good fellow, let's talk it out. I'll heed you in everything. Just whatever you do, don't kill me. Don't play tricks. Your life's your own. I know. Whatever you say, I'll do." After that, it went smoothly. Lao Ba tricked open the doors behind one by one, and without alerting anyone, we subdued the 4 Vajra. I was puzzled. Wasn't it the 5 Vajra? Why one short? Da Kuei reminded me. "Brother-in-law, the second chief, Zhao, who was already beaten to death by you." Only then did I recall that. Hearing the second chief was dead too, Lao Ba started in fright again, his legs going weak as if to kneel. I hauled him up. I just said, "Do the job and you're a brother. Obedient as you are, I've no cause to kill you." Only then did Lao Ba let out a long breath and put on a fawning expression. "Big brother, what else do you need me to do?" I pointed at the bamboo lodge up the slope. "Come, let's go meet the strategist." Lao Ba jogged ahead. "Big brother, the path's dark and slick. Walk slow, don't slip." Seeing this lackey act, Hu Feng felt his status threatened and hurried to say, "Brother-in-law, I'll walk in front of you. This fellow's all lackey. Watch out he doesn't pull something." The crowd behind looked at Hu Feng with contempt, calling someone a lackey, and you can't see your own state now. Same goods through and through, and you've got the nerve to look down on him. Led by the 2 lackeys, the crowd reached the front of the bamboo lodge. I straightened my clothes and cap, cleared my throat, and knocked. "Hello, your takeout's here." A muffled voice inside, clearly just woken. "Just leave it at the door." Hearing that, I was certain this was a transmigrator like me. No mistake. "Come on out. Let's have a chat." I waited a while with no movement inside. This fellow wouldn't be trying to run, would he? Then it struck me that this sly old devil was a real skulker. Very likely wouldn't come out to play the fellow countryman meeting fellow countryman scene, and the long silence absolutely meant he meant to flee. I kicked the door open and charged in. By the torchlight, I saw the room empty, and was cursing inwardly at coming in late when there was movement at a corner. Running over for a look, a figure had half its body already out the window, a shoe dropped beneath, clearly meaning to jump and flee, and in his panic he'd lost the shoe, making the sound. I crossed in a few steps, grabbed the collar, and hauled them back. "Hey, your takeout's here. What are you running for?" The person hoisted by the collar spoke. "Big brother, what takeout are you talking about? I don't understand." I started. "How is it a woman? Could that fellow have run first?" I turned her lowered head for a look. Sure enough, a woman. My heart sank. "Where's Li Qing?" The woman pointed at the window. "He climbed out the window and ran." I greatly regretted it. If I'd just busted the door just now, I'd have caught him. Why bother with the chatter? I stuck my head out the window. Pitch black, nothing to see. Holding the woman, I was about to turn and have people give chase, but halfway through I suddenly stopped. Wrong. If Li Qing really fled, the first thing should have been to call for people. This is his turf. And how does this woman's voice sound a bit familiar? A possibility suddenly struck me, and I said to her word by word, "Say it again. Just leave it at the door." At those words, the woman's body visibly stiffened. Seeing her say nothing, I put force into my grip. "Speak quick. My patience is limited." The woman, in pain, said mumblingly, "Leave it at the door. It really is you." The woman was greatly alarmed and hurriedly waved her hands. "It's not me. It's not me." I chuckled. "Still playing dumb with me, just wait." Holding her, I went out of the bamboo hut, walked up before Lao Ba. "Take a look. Is this your strategist Li Qing?" Lao Ba glanced at this disheveled-haired woman and shook his head over and over. "No, no. The strategist's a man, not some woman." "You sure?" Dakaway said too. "The strategist's a man." I looked at the woman in my grip, certain the one who'd just conversed with me was her. Could she be the one behind the strategist? This woman's the transmigrator, and the strategist heeds her? Whatever, the strategist fled, so be it. This transmigrator before me isn't getting away. I handed the woman to Ho Weining to watch over, and said to Dakaway, "Make some noise, say Lu Biao and the four Vajra have all been captured, and have them surrender at once, or be slain, without quarter." Ho Weining frowned. "They've got many men. What if they all swarm us?" I said disdainfully. "Never mind a pack of bandits. Even regular troops, hearing their heads have been taken in one pot, would they still have the fighting spirit to risk their lives?" Ho Weining thought it over and figured it was so. Dakaway called the brothers to holler at the top of their lungs. The woman beside Ho Weining, hearing Lu Biao was captured, only then lifted her head to steal a look. When she saw Lu Biao in Dainayu's grip like a blood-soaked gourd, her body trembled faintly. Feeling her tremble, Ho Weining comforted, "Don't be afraid, girl. We only kill the bandit chiefs, not the innocent." The woman's heart eased a little. The commotion on this side soon threw the stronghold into an uproar. "The big chief's been captured? How could it be? Could the government troops have come to suppress us?" "Rubbish. With so many hidden sentries down the mountain, how could government troops creep up without a sound? Could it be another chief has rebelled? Forget it. As long as it's not government troops, whoever's big chief is the same. Following one master's as good as another." Over 100 people came surging toward the shouting, the quick-legged ones even sprinting, afraid of missing the chance to pledge loyalty to the new chief. Reaching the slope and seeing Lu Biao and the four Vajra trussed hand and foot and kneeling in a row, everyone was stunned. Someone in the crowd shouted, "How come the second chief's nowhere to be seen? Could the second chief have rebelled?" Seeing indeed no sign of the second chief, the crowd buzzed. Just then Hu Feng tossed out a bundle. Someone picked it up and opened it. It was, shockingly, Zhao Hu's head. His hand shook, the head dropped and rolled clattering to the crowd's feet. Now everyone saw clearly and was utterly dumbstruck. Not Zhao Hu. Then who captured Lu Biao? On the slope I spoke. "Brothers of the Wild Wolf Stronghold, let me introduce myself. I've come from Boar's Ridge." Hearing it was Boar's Ridge, everyone's face changed, and they raised their weapons in guard. This was another stronghold attacking the mountain, and they'd seized several chiefs. Today might well come to a life-and-death fight. At the sword-drawn moment, I said again, "Don't be tense. I know you all came up the mountain out of necessity. Who'd want to be a bandit if they could survive down below? Let me just ask you this. You came up the mountain for a bite to eat. So do you have food? Have you ever eaten your fill?" No few fell silent. They went hungry plenty as a rule. The money and grain they robbed were all taken by the few chiefs, and a bowl of thin porridge a day was about as good as it got. I pointed at Lu Biao. As far as I know, Lu Biao ate fine fish and meat every meal as a rule, letting the brothers go hungry while he himself ate and drank the good stuff. A man like that as your chief, do you accept it? The crowd fell silent an instant, then erupted in a sky-shaking torrent of curses. "We don't. This dog's too vile. Not only do the brothers go hungry, but at the slightest slip he beats them to death to feed the wolves." Lao Ba, who'd already quietly mixed into the lower crowd, threw up his arm and cried out, "Kill Lu Biao." The crowd cried out after him, "Kill him." I signaled for calm and gave Dakaway a look. Dakaway hauled a hemp sack out from the rear, untied it, and Lu Haoyang rolled out. A sharp-eyed one recognized him. "It's Lu Haoyang." I nodded. "This dog set his sights on my Boar's Ridge. I hear he hasn't been back to the wild wolf stronghold in 3 years. Today I'll show some mercy and bring him back to reunite with his pa. Lu Haoyang rolled out of the sack, took one look at the bound from behind Lu Biao, and despaired utterly, kowtowing to me over and over. Great Lord, I beg you, let me go. I'll never dare set my mind on Chief Ho again. Bang, 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 kowtowing till the people below quaked. Yet no few eyes flashed with satisfaction. This fellow had been no good bird on the mountain before either. If not for fixating on Boar's Ridge's lady chief and running off for 3 years, he might well have gotten no few more killed. Seeing his head split open and me still unmoved, Lu Haoyang turned to kowtow to Ho Weiniang. Big chief, spare me. I did no little for the stronghold these years. I beg you spare me. Seeing Ho Weiniang's gaze waver, I knew her heart was about to soften, and immediately said to Hu Feng, do it. Lao Ba's appearance had set Hu Feng's alarm bells ringing, terrified of being robbed of the top lackey spot. The moment I gave the order, he acted at once, dragging Lu Haoyang over beside Lu Biao like a dead dog, raising the blade, chop, and Lu Haoyang's head was chopped off, his eyes wide with terror. Seeing his son beheaded, Lu Biao's eyes bulged and he struggled violently. Hu Feng struck again, and Lu Biao's head flew high. Eyes gone red with killing, Hu Feng beheaded the 4 Vajra one after another. The whole ground fell silent. In mere moments, the several once awe-inspiring chiefs all beheaded. Just then, at the very rear of the crowd, a group of ragged women buried their heads and wept. I asked Lao Ba, back at my side, what's the deal with them? Those women were snatched from down the mountain, tormented daily by Lu Biao and the others, some for several years already. Ho Wenqing cursed, what beasts? Lao Ba sighed. They count as the lucky ones, at least alive. Many who wouldn't submit were tormented to death and fed to the wolves. Ho Weiniang was beside herself with rage, cursing herself inwardly for having softened even for that instant just now. Seeing the crowd stir, the satisfaction in many eyes fading to bewilderment and fear, I shouted loudly, brothers, I know what you're all worried about. Rest easy. From now on, merged into my Boar's Ridge, I guarantee everyone gets meat to eat and a full belly every meal. The crowd quieted a moment, then boiled over entirely. Wonderful. We get to eat meat too? And a full belly every meal. This isn't a dream, is it? Once the crowd settled, I continued. Of course, if any brother is unwilling to join, you may leave right now. I absolutely won't force you. Below came another wave. I'm willing to join Boar's Ridge. Me too. Only a fool would leave. They were bandits one and all, going down the mountain. Where could they go but to swap for another stronghold? Since they were all bandits anyway, better to find a reliable, capable one. Today this group had crept up the mountain without a soul knowing and taken Lu Biao in one pot. Proof enough of strength. Following a boss like this beat the others, and on top of that came the promise of full bellies. I gave a grand wave of my hand. Dakaway, bring out Lu Biao's stored grain now. Divide it tonight, and let everyone eat their fill. Another round of cheers went up in the grounds. Having dealt with all this, I lifted the woman from Ho Weiniang's grip, turned and went back into the bamboo lodge, shut the door behind me, flung her onto the bamboo bed, and stared at her without a word, sneering coldly now and then. The woman, arms folded across her chest, shrank into the corner of the bed trembling, her mind full of the beheading scene just now. Knowing the man before her was as ruthless and vicious as Lu Biao, she truly had no footing. Out of survival instinct, she steeled herself. Big brother, I'm willing to join Boar's Ridge too. Seeing me say nothing, she added, if you'd rather not have me, letting me go down the mountain's fine too. I curled my lip. Dream on, let you go. The woman went white. You said it yourself. Those who don't join can leave on their own. I sneered. That's to fool that pack of idiots outside. I long since arranged people to guard the stronghold gate. Anyone who dares leave gets butchered on the spot. Seeing fear and despair in her eyes, I gave a smug smile. All right, I'll stop scaring you. I don't care whether you're the strategist or what. In short, you've got to stay by my side. The woman fell silent a moment, then put away the timid caution, calm returning to her eyes, not a trace of fear left. Out with it, what do you want? I found it odd. Oh ho, not scared anymore. The woman's eyes rolled, and she said in a saccharine, coquettish voice, "Big brother, just what is it you want to do to me?" Goose flesh rose all over me, and I hurried to wave my hands. "Stop right there. I detest that sort of thing most in all my life. Keep talking in that pinched voice, and I'll toss you out this instant." The woman curled her lip and returned to her normal voice. "Pa, you old straight man. We're both transmigrators. Is there any need for this?" Hearing her admit to being a transmigrator, I probed. "Have you got a system?" The woman's expression froze. "Guilty. What system? I don't know what you're talking about." One look and I knew this fellow absolutely had a system. Won't own up. You little thing. I exchanged a bottle of cola from the system, took a sip in front of her, gave a burp, and groaned comfortably. They say the first sip of cola is worth $2.90. It's true after all. Seeing the cola, the woman's pupils dilated. She stared fixedly, murmuring, "Cola? And it's iced." I gave it a shake. "Want some?" The woman nodded madly. I took another sip and tossed the cola into the system storehouse. The woman panicked. "Give it to me," I said in an unhurried tone. "Since you don't know about systems, then shouldn't you be gaping in astonishment right now at how I conjured up cola?" The woman blinked, thought for 2 seconds. "If I say so, will you give me cola?" Seeing me nod, she went on, "I also want potato chips, spicy strips, chocolate." "Hold on. Are you placing an order with me? Really taking me for a takeout delivery guy?" The woman laughed sheepishly. "I got carried away. Do you know how I've spent this year? The moment I crossed over, I dropped into a bandit's den, living in dread every day, terrified I'd be dragged off by Lu Biao to feed the wolves someday. Boo-hoo." And with that, she actually started crying. Watching her cry a snotty mess, I lost the urge to tease her too, and tossed her a bottle of cola. "Stop crying, here, here." The woman took it, wiped a smear of snot, twisted it open and chugged half the bottle. I watched dumbstruck and gave a thumbs up. "Sister, you're something. Doesn't it sting your throat?" The woman broke into a smile through her tears. "Doesn't sting, it's refreshing." Burp, a resounding belch, and she flushed, spreading open her palm to show me, to ease the awkwardness. I looked at her empty palm. "Look at what?" The words barely out. A dagger appeared in her hand out of thin air. My pupils shrank, and I jerked back a step. "What are you trying to do?" Seeing she'd scared me, the woman hurried to hold the blade out crosswise. "Don't misunderstand. Didn't you ask whether I had a system? This is my system." I took the dagger, saw the distinctive Damascus pattern on it, and my eyes lit up, unable to put it down. "Your system's not bad at all. It can exchange for weapons." The woman nodded, then shook her head. "Not exchange, it directly rewards weapons." I was thrilled. That formidable. "Then get me a gun first. With a gun in hand, wouldn't I swagger across this whole land?" The woman was puzzled. "What's a gun?" I made the gesture of a pistol. She rolled her eyes. "If I could have that thing, would I still be scared of Lu Biao? My system can only reward cold weapons." I was a wave of disappointment, fiddling with the dagger. "Fine, then get me a Damascus saber first." "Don't have it." "A longsword." "Don't have it." "A crossbow then?" "Don't have it." I asked a dozen odd kinds in a row. All told they weren't available, and reached out to snatch back her cola. "Nothing at all. What use are you to me?" The woman hid the cola behind her. "I don't have them now. Once I complete the task, I will." I put on a kindly smile again. "Hey, why didn't you say so earlier?" Seeing me change face so fast, the woman was speechless a moment. I went on to ask, "Then what task do you have to complete?" The woman made a bitter face. "My system's a stronghold expansion system. Every time the stronghold levels up, there's a reward, and it has to be my own stronghold. I'm level 0 right now. I need to recruit 20 bandits to level up." I frowned. "Haven't you been here over a year? How are you still only level 0? The woman looked at me like she was looking at a fool. A girl on her own, thrown into a bandit's den, surviving's about as much as I could manage. No money, no grain. And you still expect me to give one rousing shout and have the heroes of the land bow their heads in submission?